A very good morning to all of you here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and a very good morning or good afternoon, or in some cases good evening, wherever you happen to be watching around the world. Whether you're at home here in Australia, whether you're abroad, it's all different forms of time zones here, and that's the beauty of live streaming. You get to tune in from wherever you happen to be and see some fantastic motor racing. Welcome to Island Magic 2022. Island Magic is the signature event for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, or PIARC as it's known to its friends, and it's been held annually here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for many, many years now, with this year chalking up the 32nd running of the event. It was incepted back in 1991, and while the number of trophies and awards that are handed out on Sunday actually predate the 1991 start date of this end of season event, in its early infancy, it wasn't actually known as Island Magic. It actually came to be known as the Phillip Island Victorian Championship meeting, just because there was the sheer number of Victorian championships that took place at this iconic Victorian venue. But with the invention of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship Series in 1998, there became a need for change, and it changed its name to the Island Magic banner, which it is more commonly known as today. And the reason for that change was the inception of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships, which of course now in the modern day era is known as the Victorian State Race Series, or the VSRS for short. This year also is a significant milestone year for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. The members here celebrate the 70th anniversary of a long and storied club that started from very humble beginnings back in 1952, and it's grown into a large group of passionate motorsport enthusiasts who dedicate their free time to running race events for the greater good of grassroots motorsport, and in more recent times for bringing a new wave of enthusiastic people on the journey towards becoming motorsport officials, and showing them that the club's motto of access to motorsport means so much more than just sitting behind the wheel of a race car. And we're very privileged to be here for this annual event, very privileged to have it broadcasted by the Blendline TV crew, who 6 years ago they started their journey at this very event and broadcasting a very showpiece event back in the day, which was the 2016 Improved Production Nationals. So it's very fitting that after two pandemic-riddled years that we've got a milestone celebration for PIARC, a well-respected event, and rounding out a fantastic year of grassroots motorsport racing here in Victoria that's been brought to you by Blendline TV throughout the course of 2022. And if we have a look at our schedule that's about to be brought up on the stream for you, you'll be able to see that it's a very different looking field to the. We've actually, just before we bring up that schedule, we have actually got a car off the circuit with things going on. It's down at turn number 1. They've got some yellow flags out there, and we just can't see from our broadcast position who that actually is, but at the moment qualifying appears to be continuing uninterrupted, and actually it's Mark Torbitz. I can just see him just crawling back onto the circuit now from the outside of turn number 1. So already a little bit of drama to open proceedings here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Now we'll get a chance to have a look at the schedule for today's proceedings, and when you see it pop up, it is a little bit different compared to what we have seen in times gone past. It's qualifying is not something that we normally have shown here on Blendline TV throughout the course of 2022, but we do have qualifying taking place here on the live stream for the very, very first time in 2022 today. So we've got the Porsche 944 challenge cars that are out there at the moment. Then it's a little bit different here at Phillip Island for Island Magic. We've got 3 races today for Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, and some titles to be decided. So the next race for them comes up at 9:30. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how the battles in Pro and Morris Finance Pro-Am actually unfold throughout the course of today. Of course, we've got the sports sedans, improved production, Formula Ford and Formula Ford 1600, the XLs, historic touring cars, and Formula V and Formula Open, another category that comes back into the fold for Island Magic. One of the trophies there hasn't been awarded for some time, we'll be looking forward to seeing that handed out on Sunday. And then we get into all of the remaining preliminary races, spliced up with the 2 remaining Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge final races to round out their season for 2022. Now we can get on with the business of having a look at what's happening with regards to qualifying, with thanks to advanced fitness for Porsche 944s. It's actually 2 tiers of the Porsche pyramid here this weekend. Of course, 944s, the stepping stone or the very entry-level grassroots motorsport racing category here in the Victorian State Series. We just mentioned as well the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. The only one we don't have here this weekend is, of course, Carrera Cup. And it's a very good morning to Ken Rowland, who's opposite me in commentary. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning to you too.
Well, what are we looking at here? We've got a healthy field, as we always do, of the Porsche 944 Challenge cars. A few people that have decided it's the right time of year to roll their car out of the shed and have a bit of fun here in the sun. Beautiful day here at Phillip Island.
Absolutely. I think there are a few people here who are just maybe getting ready for next year. So Lyndon Watson, for instance, hasn't been running this year, but first time back, and I'm sure he'll run again next year. There'll be a few others as well. Just having a quick look at the early running, we're starting to get some 1 minute 50s. I reckon we'll be beating that by the end of qualifying for sure. But anybody doing 1 minute 50s is doing okay.
I would agree with you there. It seems to be a marker that we've seen quite regularly. We've been here twice already this year for Victorian State Race Series, and different weather conditions, of course, different times of year, May and September and now November, sort of the end of spring heading into summer. I mean, summer's only a week away, supposedly, isn't it? It's sort of come around pretty quick with all the weather that we've had. You wouldn't expect that we're about to enter summer. You would have thought we're back in winter all over again.
Absolutely. It's a funny place to qualify at this because you just never know till you get out there just what the track condition is going to be like. Sometimes it's grippy, sometimes it's not. Sometimes you get the headwinds and tailwinds. We've got a meatball for 44 apparently.
Yeah, we've got a mechanical black flag, which of course, as you mentioned, the meatball flag, it's its affectionate name for it's a mark for Dino. So we've got some word coming through that he's leaking some fluid somewhere on the circuit. So the officials right onto that one fairly quickly. They've got the flag and the board ready for him at the start-finish line. Now, the best thing about this weekend, because we've also got the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, which will be coming up for their first race of the day after this, we've actually got all 3 timing sectors for the first time, because of course the top tier categories all run the timing loops, and in the Vic State Race Series we've only been used to getting just the marker at the start-finish line. So this is a real eye-opener for some of us to really see just who masters each sector. Right now we've got Jamie Westaway who's just shot to the top, as you were about to allude to, with a sub 1 minute 50 lap, the first of the sub 1 minute 50 laps at a 49.336, and he's got the purple sector time in all 3 sectors so far.
It's also an interesting thing that there's certainly advantages to be gained by drafting here. The trick is to get behind somebody you can draft that's not actually going to hold you up. And that's tricky. That's
the trick, especially in a category where you've got different drivers, all have different styles, and they all feel a little bit different. You've got probably, I guess, a couple of different groups of cars we've seen in 944s over the course of the season. You've got Jamie Westaway, Cameron Bella, Adam Brewer. They're sort of in that first group. Then there's about another half a dozen in the next group. They could all probably happily draft with each other, but if you find the wrong person that's, as you said, a little bit off the pace or not at the pace of the others that you're expecting, then you start to get your qualifying time hampered.
That's a struggle, and qualifying is important because it being a control category, if you fall behind in a race, very, very hard to catch back up again. So there are opportunities to pass here in the race, but the chances of catching their script in front once you've done that are fairly slim.
Absolutely. So right now it's the top 3 that we just mentioned. So Jamie Westaway, Adam Brewer and Cameron Bella are the 3 that are at the top end of the timing tree right now. From Lyndon Watson, who's actually said has just come back into to racing. It's his first run for 2022, and actually not a bad time there, at a minute 51 flat. So I'd say he's probably on the money pretty early here, and only 2 tenths ahead of the veteran Richard Howe.
Yep. And I think this is not a surprise apart from Lyndon, who is no slouch. He's good, but to pick it up this quickly, that's good.
Yeah, and it's the same we saw with Chris Lewis-Williams earlier on this year. He came back in at Sandown, I think in the wet, in the third race on Sunday afternoon. He wound back the clock and just showed the guys how it's done after being out of the seat for so long, and returned with a bang and said, you know what, I haven't lost any of my touch and I can mix it with all of you. And he then backed that up at Phillip Island in the following round.
Yep, I don't know where he is this weekend. I don't know if you've heard from him.
I haven't heard from him at all. I was actually looking forward to seeing if he was going to be out here and giving him a bit of a run for the money, because of course we've known over the course of the last couple of years that the Porsche 944 Club Championship has been fought over between Jamie Westaway and Cameron Bella. Same with the Vic State Race Series, and same with Island Magic. So we suspect that that's where the trophy will be going to one of those two drivers at some stage this weekend. It's just a matter of what order. But it's good to see that Adam Brewer, after some of the mechanical dramas that he was having in Friday practice, he's been able to get that car up and running. I'm not sure in what capacity. It has had some overheating dramas from what I've been told, and the engine was very much a part in that car. They haven't been able to solve that overheating drama fully all year long, but importantly for him, he's circulating. He's at the top end of the timing sheets at the moment, and in a pretty healthy position in the top two rows of the grid. As we've actually just seen Richard Howe, who's the number 8 machine right here in behind Andy Jackman in the Poolmaster entry. He's actually now just gone sub 1 minute 51 as well, jumped over Lyndon Watson. So at the moment it's Westaway still holding not only the fastest lap time, but the purple sector time in all 3 sectors so far. There are a few improvements happening a bit further down the order. Tim Wolf has just jumped up the order into P6.
That's a good effort for him.
Keeping an eye here on Richard Howe, chasing Andy Jackman to the line. There's there improvements here for both of them. So Richard Howe actually had a personal best in Sector 1 and just dropped off a little bit in Sectors 2 and 3. So he doesn't improve his spot at all, but he now goes past Andy Jackman going down to turn 1. So using that slipstream to good effect, as you rightly pointed out. Some cars here at Phillip Island, they do sit in the tow a lot better than other cars, and they also can use that slingshot effect, much better. Mainly the Formula cars, the Formula Open, which we'll see a bit later on today, Formula Ford, Formula V. They're probably the best illustration of what the slipstream can do. And in a tin top car, it's not as obvious, but it's still quite powerful sitting there. I mean, you've been in the car, you know what it's like to sit there, and you can feel the difference between when you're running on your own, and you can feel the difference when you're sitting behind somebody. Yeah,
absolutely. And most of these cars will do this quite easily without overheating. Some of them do. Some of them do overheat if they sit in the draft for too long, but most won't.
Is there anything that the drivers need to be aware of? Obviously, you said it's a control category. There's a few different things that they can change. Camber settings, tyre pressures, those sorts of things. What about when it comes to that overheating element? Is there things that they can do with blocking off things with brakes, or putting a bit of tape on, or was it pretty much a no-go zone for those sorts of things, or everybody just has an understanding of we don't do that sort of thing?
It's yes to all the above. You can do all that. Almost everything is specified in this category. So I know for a while I had trouble with sitting in drafts, and then I realised that there's 2 different water pumps. There's an early and a late one, and once I twigged to that was the end of that problem. So yeah, some of these things are certainly within the rules, but you just need to know.
That's right. And I guess, as you said as well, you've got control category with regards to tyres, fuel, all sorts of other parts as well. The one part of the car that's not controlled is whether you sit on the left or you sit on the right. That's car dependent, isn't it? When we know that most of them are left-hand drive cars, as we've got the number 7 machine of Carter Fox, and he's off at the top of Lukey Heights, off to the left-hand side, and there's a bit of smoke I'm just seeing just sort of dissipating at the top there, so I'm wondering whether there might be a mechanical failure for the number 7 machine.
A little bit hard to say.
Now, there'll be yellow flags out for that machine as well, so I would imagine that we're not going to see too many more improvements on lap times. As the clock's actually winding down, there's about 20 seconds left in qualifying, so they might be in a position, race control, to call this session over.
But just in follow up on what you were saying before, even the radiators are actually controlled.
Control part, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So generally these things should be ultra reliable, but there are little tricks, and these cars are made over quite a variety of years.
That's right, throughout the 80s, I think, as well. They started in about, 84, 85, I think, and they go through to about 88, 89. I think it's a fairly sort of wide breadth of a year for a model to be produced.
That's right, but I mean, even though there's a million different gearboxes, everyone has to run the same gearbox ratios, as an example. So it's quite specified.
All right, to the line, so Adam Brewer across the line there as well, and no improvement from him. Likewise, the 55 machine of Cameron Bella, no improvement there, and same for Tim Wolf, no improvement. So I think everybody having backed off over the top of Lukey Heights for the yellow flags, that's going to scupper any further improvements in the lap time. Although Tim Wolf up to the second sector has actually gone personal best with 2 green sectors, and we're keeping an eye out for where he is at the moment. He's in the 66 machine there in position number 7, and I think he's probably on his way to the line right about now. So we've got the 44 machine of Mark Medino has just gone through, and Tim Wolf in the 66 machine has backed out of the lap. So he's just gone across the line now, so no improvement there. And same with Tony Westaway, or Anthony Westaway in position number 8. No, he had 2 green sectors and didn't press on with the job because of the yellow flags. So it's scuppered a few late improvements there. So first qualifying session over and done with. And no surprises who's sitting on the front row. Cameron Bella in P2, Jamie Westaway in position number 1. The top 2 men in the championship from Adam Brewer and Richard Howe, and then Lyndon Watson. Joey Kellick. Geez, Joey Kellick sort of snuck up there late, didn't he?
Absolutely. I hope that all these cars start race 1. I can't really see why they won't. So yeah, it looks like we're in for a good race.
I think we will be in for a good race. We'll see the Porsche 944 Challenge out for race number 1, or preliminary number 1, we should say, at 1 o'clock, all things considered. We'll take a short break. We don't have any ad breaks, unfortunately, for commentary here this weekend, so it's just going to be a little bit of silence. But coming up next, it's the first race of the weekend for Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Titles will be decided. It's going down to the wire here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and a massive field of 30 cars is up next. Well, this is what we've been waiting for, and what a coup for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club and for Island Magic to have Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge here this weekend. 30 fantastic Porsche machinery rolling out of the pit lane at the moment. And for the first time here this weekend, it's a very good morning to regular Victorian State Race Series commentator, Callum Brannigan.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody around the track and everybody tuning in from home as well. This is indeed the sixth and final round of the 2022 Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia, and we have an incredible field of 30 cars making their way out onto the track right now. They had qualifying and practice yesterday during Friday's practice session, and obviously we have on pole position Ryan Wood in the El Bamba Motorsport Prepared Porsche alongside his main title contender Tom Sargent. So it is coming down to the wire this weekend here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Tom Sargent heads into the weekend in the Tegra Australia Porsche at the head of the title chase, but his main title rival Ryan Wood is right alongside him, and it was an outstanding qualifying session that we saw yesterday, which we'll elaborate on a little bit more during this race. But as you can see, coming out on track and warming up those tyres, those Michelin slick tyres, and spending a little bit of time down at the paddock just before this race, Stephen. And the hot topic of the day so far is the weather.
Absolutely. And I was looking at the weather earlier on in the week, and I was a bit horrified to see that they were talking about raining between, race 1, race 2 and race 3. We were getting really interested in seeing that, we might actually have to pull out the wet weather tyres. But fortunately for us, it looks like the rain is going to hold off, and it's going to appear later tonight. So we're going to get 3 races of dry running, and that's the most important thing, I guess, if you're behind the wheel of these fantastic German machines.
There's Ryan Wood, the New Zealander, on board the number 40 Petrogas Porsche, making his way through Lukey Heights. And look at he's getting those licorice straps down on the track surface now. So we'll go through the grid as they line up at the moment. So we should touch on as well, this is an 11, or scheduled to be a 12-lap race as well. We've got 11 laps showing on the board, but we'll wait for that one to unfold. So Ryan Wood on pole position. He set a time yesterday. It was a 1 minute 30.9. That was an outstanding lap time from him to take pole position by 0.2 of a second over Tom Sargent in second position. We've got Lachlan Bloxham in third position alongside Adrian Flack. He is an Painter Dixon Australian Carrera Cup regular, stepping back behind the wheel of the older generation 991 Gen 2 Porsche this weekend. And we have behind him Courtney Prince starting at a 5th position alongside Tom Taplin in 6th. Harrison Goodman in 7th position. That car has got a mustache on it this weekend in support of Movember, which is a crucial charity in Australia and around the world, doing fantastic work for men's health. Sam Shahin starting out of 8th position. Jason Miller in 9th position. 10th position, we've got Jacob Lee. That's a Class B car this weekend, and he's had an outstanding performance so far this weekend. Knocked 9/10 off his personal best in qualifying as well. He's followed by Aaron Shields. Madeline Stewart back this weekend after a mechanical gremlin sidelined her at the last round at Bathurst. David Greig, Andrew Goldie, Daniel Studdard. Brett Bolton, he's one of the main protagonists as well in the Morris Finance Pro-Am Championship against Sam Shahin. And we have Ben Stack, Sam Fillmore, Bradley Carr, Manny Mezzaselma, Richard Cowan starting in 21st position. So, Stephen, you can see they're lining up on the grid, and we have this fantastic shot looking at the start line here. So we'll get a great visual representation of the different starting styles between these two guys in Ryan Wood and Tom Sargent.
Absolutely. The two men that are in the title hunt on the front row. You could not ask for a better start to the weekend with the titles going down to the wire. And you mentioned Jacob Lee there. He was outstanding in qualifying yesterday. At one stage, I think he had the 6th fastest time on the board. So not only knocking off 9/10 of his personal best, but he was right up there mixing it up with the top times that were being thrown down in the pro class as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes, starting a bit further down the order with the Class B machines out of, I think you said, position 12 there on the order. We are set for 11 laps here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and away we go. The hold was not very long at all, but what a start from Tom Sargent. Got the whole shot very, very nicely, moved over to the right side immediately to cover from Ryan Wood, and he's going to head the field into turn 1.
Courtney Prince around the outside, going into turn 1 as well, and that's Bloxham up the inside. That's a great start. Great clean start from the entire field as they come into turn 1. There is a slippery surface flag in the background there as well for them to negotiate. Tom Taplin just on the back of Courtney Prince as well, and Harrison Goodman tagging on the back there as well. So a great start there from the entire field. Don't they sound fantastic as they come screaming towards turn 3 and into turn 4 for the first time. And was that a lock break there from the race leader there, Tom Sargent, the Tegra Australia car?
Yes,
so
it was.
He's coming under fire from Ryan Wood. This is a fantastic start from Tom Sargent. And this is exactly what he needs to do. He needs to park that car firmly in front of Ryan Wood. This is absolutely going to come down to the wire.
They're doing their best to check out here as well. They don't want Bloxham, Prince and Taplin to get involved in this battle. They want to engage in a private battle all of their own and leave the rest of them behind because they don't want to get tangled up. They don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to have to rework their way back toward the front. They just want to settle it between themselves and between themselves only. So come down Lukey Heights for the first time here. Oh. Big lock up behind. That's the golf livered entry. That's Sam Shaheen. Down the inside, full lock-up on the right-hand side there, down the inside of Miller into turn 10. Finally pulls that pass off, so it looked like he wasn't going to quite pull that up in time, but just released the brake pedal at the crucial moment just to prevent the car from doing any more severe damage while he was making that pass happen.
Jason Miller saw him coming in the mirrors and gave him plenty of room on the inside, so that was great respect from those two drivers. And we're getting some information from the Michelin technicians down in the pit lane that the track surface is 22 degrees, so it's a nice warm track temperature this morning. And it's also been pointed out from Richard Crail, who's tuning in from home. Great to have him along for the ride in South Australia this weekend. But Ryan Wood is yet to beat Tom Sargent into turn 1 in race 1 so far this season. So the form guide is, if that is anything to go by, this is going to be a stellar battle between these two as it unfolds this weekend.
Bloxham parks into majors. Contact there. Was that Taplin into Bloxham? Yes, it was. So Bloxham was actually putting a defensive move there to hold position over Courtney Prince, and unsighted, I think Taplin's just gone down the inside trying to get a 2-for-1 special, and there's major contact between the two machines there, between the 23 of Bloxham and Taplin in the 26th. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the safety car called to recover these two stricken machines if they can't get going under their own steam. Looks like Bloxham might be able to get going, but the Taplin machine may be stranded.
Yeah, the front left of that car is in all sorts of directions that it shouldn't be, so that's unfortunate for him. On screen, we've got shields all over the back of Courtney Prince. So here it is, a Michelin replay. Tom Taplin
big mistake. Big mistake from Tom Taplin. Actually, wasn't trying to actually effect a pass. He just had a major lock-up back there. Tried his best to avoid it and had nowhere to go. Yellow flags are actually out. Safety car boards and flags are out now as well, as Tom Taplin's going to walk away from this very, very badly damaged number 26 machine. Check out the left rear there as well. That's had a substantial knock.
Yeah, that was a big moment, and unfortunate for him as well. He was right in the thick of that battle for position 3, I think it was, so that's unfortunate now. I'm just trying to look and see if the car of Bloxham's made its way back around, and it has. So he's going to make his way back into pit lane, so the team will have a quick look at that car, give it a quick nut and bolt check, and perhaps he's not actually going to pull back into pit lane, so he's judged that car and made an assessment, and he will keep circulating around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So we are seeing the safety car for the first time today, unfortunately, but it's still Tom Sargent who is leading the way from Ryan Wood. Courtney Prince, Shields, Goodman, Adrian Flack dropping down to P6, Sam Shaheen in position 7. Great effort from him, Miller, Stewart and Studdard running out the top 10.
So Courtney Prince is the beneficiary of that one. There's actually a very handy battle that was going on there between Bloxham and herself. All the way through the opening couple of laps. Just sad that it's ended the way that it has, not only for Bloxham but for Taplin as well. All the damage on the Bloxham machine looks like it's on the confined to the right-hand side, but just couldn't get quite a good look at it as it went past because it's on the opposite side of the circuit to where we are here in commentary. But he's obviously made that judgment call that the car feels safe, car feels like it's drivable, and he's caught up to the back of the field. So out of the 30 cars that started, looks like we've still got 29 that will see the checkered flag in this race if we continue to get towards the end of it. We've got another 8 laps to go after this one. What do you make of this one here, Callum? Because is this something that Tom Sargent would be preferring to see right now, being in front, or would he prefer the safety car didn't actually come out?
Well, I think what Tom Sargent wants more than anything is a clean weekend. So he can follow Ryan Wood home this weekend. There's a total of 181 points on offer, but just 32 points separating the two heading into this weekend, which is down to 31 points by virtue of Ryan Wood taking pole position yesterday. He gained a single point for that one. So there's now 180 points up to grab for the rest of the weekend. Now, they are mathematically the only two in contention for the outright title. But if Ryan Wood wins all three races today and Tom Sargent follows him home, all good. He's going to take the title, so that's no issue. So I think it might give him a little bit of a spook looking at the back of the Cool Drive safety car at the moment, but I think he's quite happy to either be leading the race or coming second as well. But obviously, there are going to be so many mathematical permutations throughout this weekend that's going to have a say on the overall result. But it's also a great example of the inter-team or the inter-team battles between Earl Bamber Motorsport and as well as Cameron Hill Racing as well. Cameron Hill's been in the headlines semi-recently. He steps up to the main game next year in the Supercar Series, but we're just having a look at the Bloxham car on screen at the moment. The right rear has got a little bit of damage, but it looks cosmetic more than anything. And we've got another replay coming our way of that incident down at turn 4 at Honda. So, and
look, here we go here. Have a look at the side of the car. So I actually reckon he's actually escaped pretty well there. The damage looks like it's only confined to sort of the right rear taillight section, right rear corner of the bumper. I actually think that Bloxham has actually probably dodged a bullet there with what it looked, how severe it actually looked. So here's the replay again, and he put the brakes on quite early, moved offensive and stayed where he was, and where the contact was there, yeah, that's extremely lucky. Now that I see that again, it's the left rear pretty much into basically the right rear corner of the number 23 machine. And I think he's dodged a massive bullet there.
Yeah, you can see on screen now. So they've had to get the tow truck out. It's a great example of what you can see, how they lift the cars up and onto the back of the tow truck. So here's another view of that. So Tom Taplin is quite a fair way back here. Several car lengths, locks up the front. And he might have locked the rears there as well there. So the brake balance, I suggest, is not dialed in this morning. And it sent him sailing into the right-hand side of Lockie Bloxham, which is unfortunate for him. He's P4 in the title, and he was closing in on Shields this weekend. So Shields is currently in P4. That's going to help his title chase in a great way this weekend. So that's an unfortunate start. And we've got Carl Reindler here this weekend. He's Porsche Driving Standards Chief. We had him up here in the commentary box just before, observing the start, taking photos and videos of the start unfolding, which luckily was clean for him, so he could run back down to race control. And of course, he is an F1 medical car driver as well on other weekends too. So it's not a bad life being Carl Reindler when you're observing Porsche racing and driving F1 medical cars on other weekends. Now you can see a great example there of the traffic jam going into turn 4. We've got the AM leader on screen at the Pro Am leader, I should say. So that's Adrian Flack. He's an Australian, the Painter Dixon Carrera Cup Australia regular, stepping back behind the wheel of a Gen 2 991 Carrera Cup car this weekend. Great to have him back along this weekend. But that battle for Morris Finance Pro Am is raging as well. So we've got several titles to be decided this weekend. And a lot of the focus is on the cars of Brett Bolton and Sam Shaheen. So Brett Bolton leads that particular class heading into this weekend. Yes. But Sam Shaheen has been absolutely flying. And at Bathurst just a couple of weekends ago for round 5 of this series, he qualified the car up in P3 at one point, or it might have been one of the practice sessions. Had plenty of pace, well and truly inside the top 5 most of the weekend. So great effort there from Sam Shaheen. Now here is Jacob Lee. He's very familiar to those who tune into the Victorian Sports Car Championship. That's car number 260 on screen right now. Now that is a Class B car. We should point out that that's got 200 cc's less in engine capacity in comparison to the 991 Gen 2 cars. So it's got a little bit less power, a few other slight differences between the two cars. So on paper, they are different paces, but Jacob Lee is absolutely driving the wheels off this car this year and is doing a sensational job. And he was also showing well and truly inside the top 10 at Bathurst just a few weekends ago. Yeah,
I was about to say, with the slightly less capacity in the Class B cars, well, that makes his qualifying performance yesterday even more impressive than what we actually thought it might have been, seeing him so far up the order at one point. also being a regular in the Victorian State Race Series in the sports car scene, he's done many laps around this place. So it's, I guess, no surprise that he jumps in the Class B machine and, he's right up the pointy end of the field. But to then knock 9/10 of a second off your personal best lap time in qualifying yesterday, I guess for him, he's probably walking away with a big smile on his face and a big green tick on a checkbox somewhere on his in the pit area.
Oh, if he's not getting several pats on the back for his performances at Bathurst and Phillip Island, he should certainly be receiving those. But yeah, they get 2 sets of Michelin starting this weekend. It looked like they're all heading out on roaded tyres as well, so I dare say they've probably scrubbed that green tyre off both sets before the start of this race. This is the 14th season of the series. Obviously, the last 2 seasons in season 2020 and 2021, the years that weren't quite in Victoria especially, but there was no title awards awarded for those 2 seasons. So this will be the first title that's been awarded since 2019, and this is in fact the first time that there has been a single mate Carrera Cup round held at Phillip Island since 2018. So if we look back through the history pages and a couple of seasons ago and have a look at the form guide, back in 2018 it was the Sonic prepared cars that were at the head of the field in the hands of it was the Wood Porsche back then. So it's good to see a comparison from then to now. We've got Tom Sargent driving a Cameron Hill Racing prepared Porsche. Obviously that car last year has enjoyed great success in Painter Dixon Carrera Cup Australia, and Cameron Hill himself is a very handy driver and driver mentor and doing a superb job bringing Sargent through the ranks. But Sargent is a brilliant example of what this Porsche Junior Pyramid, racing pyramid is all about. This is where you would start your international Porsche racing career. So you've got Tom Sargent on screen right now, for example, and Ryan Wood behind him. Both of their seasons are sorted for next year, so we'll keep a keen eye on their futures in Porsche racing as that unfolds in season 2023. I should say that Tom Sargent is headed to the United States to race with Andy McElrea Racing, so that's going to be a great effort, and we will see a lot more of Ryan Wood next year as well. So safety car in this lap. We will have 6 flying laps, or 5 flying laps by the time they've completed this one, with Tom Sargent controlling the field coming through MG. He's got turns 10 and 12, and then he'll absolutely nail the throttle and head down the main straight and get this race back underway.
So everybody back in queue, -1 car, so just the Tom Taplin machine, the only casualty so far. First major casualty for the weekend. There was no casualties in qualifying yesterday, apart from a couple of spins at MG Corner, which is turn 10 on this 4.5 kilometre circuit. So Tom Taplin becomes the first of the major issues for the thing. And he's leaving it quite late here, Tom Sargent. They're backing up. There's actually some contact between the Wood, Prince. They're all getting into each other a little bit here as Sargent waits and waits and waits, and now finally pulls the trigger about 200 metres out of the last corner and leads them across the line to recommence green flag running here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
I won't say Ryan Wood was caught napping there, but he definitely lost out just a few car lengths to Tom Sargent going down towards turn 1 and fell back into the clutches of Courtney Prince on screen. She's doing a stellar job in position 3. Shields back in 4th position just behind, and we've got Goodman in 5th position. So it's 2 Sonic cars in the top 5 coming through the southern loop, and Tom Sargent still stretching the legs ever so slightly in that Tegra Australia number 47 car. Here comes Shields. His title bid has been boosted with the Bloxham car being sent to the back of the field. And here's Ryan Wood up the inside of Tom Sargent. So he takes the lead going into turn 4, nails the throttle, does a brilliant job controlling the traction. Coming up to Siberia, he will cover that off there. So Ryan Wood has found plenty of pace going through the first sector here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Tom Sargent now is going to fall back into the clutches of the local legends Porsche, driven by Courtney Prince. It's hard to miss. It's the Dayglow yellow car just behind there with the Bob Jane T-Marts logo on the front. But here's Ryan Wood. He's made up several car lengths in the just half a lap's length there. So here we've got a replay of that pass. Aaron Shields also popping out from behind the brakes. But Ryan Wood, that is an absolutely stellar job up the inside. Controlled that car beautifully under brakes and in complete control of that passing manoeuvre. And he's pulled out about 5 car lengths over the front of Tom Sargent as they come down the main straight once again, with Sargent falling back into the clutches of Courtney Prince as well. So as we touched on before, Stephen, this is an example of what Tom Sargent needs to do. He needs to settle down in position 2 He needs to defend well from Courtney Prince in position 3. He can let Ryan Wood sail off into the distance. What he has to do is control P2 and absolutely maximise his point scoring opportunities with only 3 point scoring opportunities remaining for the season.
Absolutely, and speaking of point scoring opportunities, there's a great exchange here between Goodman and Flack, positions 5 and 6, and Sam Shaheen not too far behind as well in the Pro-Am class. So he's got a little bit of work to do here. Shaheen, he's moved up the order, a couple of spots through the course of the race so far, and they were getting very interested in positions 5 and 6 there. Goodman and Flack going down the main straight into turn 1. Didn't quite pull the move off, heading into probably one of the fastest parts of the circuit, very committed part of the circuit at turn number 1. So Goodman aboard the 88 machine, very similar, I guess, livery to the Courtney Prince machine, with very similar Bob Jane T-Mart yellow
with
on the car. With a moustache. Is it moustache or moustache?
Oh, it's up to you, mate.
It's up to everybody, isn't it? It's up to whatever we decide. It's a great cause in November. Great to see that in the motorsport fraternity, plenty of people supporting it.
Purple sector in sector 2 for Ryan Wood as well, so he's pressing on with this one, and you can see it's almost opened the gap out to almost a second now over Tom Sargent. Sargent himself still coming under fire from Courtney Prince, but the pace is starting to settle with 4 laps remaining this time. Well, as they come across the line, there will be 4 laps remaining in this race. So Adrian Flack, as we touched on, is leading the way in Morris Finance Pro-Am ahead of Sam Shaheen. The other main protagonist in that one is Brett Bolton. He's currently down in P12. So that is the title unfolding between those contenders. On screen now, we've got the number 34 car. That's Stickland as well. He's in contention for the Class B title, and catching up behind them as well is a recovering
Lockie Bloxham.
Yeah, Lockie Bloxham as well. So that's a great effort from him to have recovered to position 25 after being dropped to the very rear of the field.
He has, so he's making his way through a lot of the Class B runners at the moment, trying to pick up as many points as he can in this recovery drive. And we're now focusing on the battle, so you can see there. So there's positions 2 and 3. Courtney Prince giving chase to Tom Sargent. And then you've got the number 116 machine here, Shields, now coming under 5 from Flack, who's sort of broken away now from Harrison Goodman after the opening restart here, and has now set his sights quite firmly on the back of the 116 machine, heading up through the back part of the circuit. A little bit loose there, car just didn't want to agree with turning in for Lukey Heights, and slightly offline heading into the braking zone, heading down the hill. A bit further back, you've got Shaheen now. He's now getting harassed here by Miller.
Yeah, Jason Miller's doing a superb job. He's currently in position 8, all over the back of Sam Shaheen, who's had a very controlled race so far, steering well clear of the carnage at the front of the field. Well, that was the battle for P3, as we saw earlier, coming together at turn 4. Coming down the main straight once again. It's great to see the One Make Carrera Cup Series back here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and that's what brought Adrian Flack back here this weekend. He couldn't pass up the opportunity to step back behind the wheel and guide a Porsche around the fast-flowing circuit here. Very much a European-style circuit suiting these cars. Coming through the southern loop, you've got Shaheen doing a great job ahead of Miller still. That gap is closing down ever so slightly now. Lockie Bloxham has now recovered back to position 21 now, so that we'll keep an eye on that effort as he keeps charging back through the field. And we've got Jacob Lee still showing in position 11. He's leading Class B overall at the moment as well, with Carr behind him in class in position 18th overall. So this is a great example as well between Shaheen and Miller. It looks like Miller's got the upper hand going through sector 3, so he's able to close the gap to the car ahead of him. But you've got Shaheen, who's much faster through sectors 1 and 2, able to manage and hold down position 7th overall. So this is a bit of a heated exchange as well now. So that's still Stickland and Harburg battling it out, and they are definitely in contention for the Class B title as well, alongside Jacob Lee. So Jacob Lee is well and truly ahead of those guys, doing a superb job.
Coming up through Lukey Heights now for the 9th time, so just 2 more laps will remain after this one's over, and it's good to see up and down the field. Still plenty of battle packs happening, still plenty of people fighting for every point they can in this Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Championship. Doesn't matter what class you're in, there are still plenty of positions that can change hands. 2 titles that can change hands this weekend. Still positions within the standings that can change hands. So it's worth fighting for every position you can get, especially if you're Lockie Bloxham. You want to fight to move yourself back up the order for the second race this afternoon coming up at 12:30 p.m. So not a lot of time to turn these cars around in time for race 2. And for Tom Taplin, not a lot of time to see if they can actually repair that car in time to get back out again for the remainder of the weekend.
Yeah, it's a compressed schedule for the Sprint Challenge here this weekend. So they've got 3 races on Saturday only. You've got 9:30, 12:30 and 3:30. So it's not much time to get these cars turned around between sessions, as you touched on. But it's a very busy schedule. But obviously, once they've had their third and final race at the completion after 3:30 later on this afternoon, they pack up the truck and head on home again, because a lot of these guys and girls do have regular day jobs, and they like to get back to their regular 9 to 5 as soon as possible. So we've got Greg on screen here in the Dakin Porsche. He's doing a superb job as well. He's currently 13th at the moment, and that's Stack behind him as well, and Brett Bolton ahead of him as well. So Brett Bolton leading the Morris Finance Pro-Am class coming into this weekend with a fast closing Sam Shaheen coming up from behind him as well. So Courtney Prince as well, she's still showing in 3rd position. She's trailing Tom Sargent by a second now, so the pace... We've got the checkered flag, so that's actually the race win. Number 1 going to Ryan Wood. That's a very well-deserved victory for him. He finishes ahead of Tom Sargent in 2nd position, and Courtney Prince coming across the line in 3rd position. And we've got Shields, position 4, Adrian Flack home in 5th position, Harrison Goodman in 6th position, and Shaheen in 7th position, Jason Miller in 8th, Madeline Stewart charging up into 9th position in the Il Bamba Motorsport Prepared Porsche, and started in 10th position. So that was a lap being knocked off there by race control, obviously trying to keep this Island Magic race weekend as close to the schedule as possible. But Ryan Wood, what an outstanding effort. So as we alluded to earlier, he hasn't been able to beat Tom Sargent into turn 1 in race 1 so far in season 2022, but it didn't really matter. He fired up those Michelin slicks nicely on the safety car restart, and made a brilliant move up the inside of Tom Sargent.
He did a very, very nice job at the restart there to wrestle away the lead, and was never headed after that. Wins by 2.8 seconds. It's a bit interesting. It was a very late call, I think, to knock the 1 lap off the end of this race, so 10 laps instead of 11, because Adrian Flack was actually catching the back of Shields, and I was going to be very interested to see what would happen down into turn 1, because the margin between them at the line when they crossed was only 0.3 of a second. So that would have been a very, very interesting exchange in the last lap had it have gone the full distance. But it didn't, and we've got to, of course, stay on schedule, because it's not all just about the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge this weekend. There's plenty of other categories that are due their track time. But there's your race winner. In Pro, it is Ryan Wood. So he keeps the championship alive with a win here in race number 1. So that ensures that it will continue on to races 2 and 3 this afternoon, albeit we've got to be seeing what happens with Tom Sargent. So as you alluded to before, Callum, he's just got to follow Ryan Wood home. He doesn't need to do anything silly, and the title's his. But Ryan Wood's got to keep holding out hope that something might happen to the Integra Australia Porsche between now and the end of the weekend, and that'll give him the break that he needs to wrestle away the top position in the standings.
And the Morris Finance Pro-Am titles also being decided, as well as Class B. So we should point out that Brett Bolton still managing that gap back to Sam Shaheen. Huge kudos to Adrian Flack for taking out the class victory this morning, and Jacob Lee as well in Class B, throwing a cat amongst the pigeons in that title fight as well. So we've got plenty of stories. There's a lot of variations to come and a lot of mathematical equations, so we'll have more updates for you for the next race of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge coming up later on this afternoon at 12:30. It's a hugely exciting prospect to be looking forward to, Stephen.
Absolutely. And speaking of prospects we're going to be looking forward to, on the other side of this, it's the Sports Sedans. So for qualifying for them, so you'll feel the ground shake in your ears pop, as plenty of V8 muscle and very, very different looking cars will take to the track for a 15-minute session to determine who starts on the front row for the first race of the Sports Sedans this afternoon.
Welcome back to the 2022 Island Magic event here at the sunny Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. On track now are the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship for their 15-minute qualifying session. And I'm joined alongside by Brett Dickey. He is Sports Sedans racing royalty. Not behind the wheel this weekend, but he is up here in the commentary box and he'll give us the expert inside view of all that's happening here in the Sports Sedans.
I'll do my best. Thanks for the welcome. It's good to be back. Obviously, like you touched on, I'd rather be down there behind the wheel, but obviously all the stars didn't align for this weekend, but we'll keep working on that.
What sort of issues are sideline the Prelude? It's a fan favourite, the Honda Prelude. Like, it's a little bit different. It's a wonderful looking car, but unfortunately it's had a couple of mechanical issues. Is that what sidelined it this weekend?
Yeah, look, we're trying a lot of R&D parts in the car, and we're the guinea pig, and at the moment the guinea pig's not really walking too well. So we got some positive things coming out of it. The car's all running properly, but we'd rather take it to a couple of test days before we turn up to Victoria's best race meeting. So we'll wait. We'll have a fair attack on next year with a few other things going on as well. So yeah, it's a good time in 2023 to be a part of our team, that's for sure.
I should say it's not a white Prelude anymore, it's a black and gold Prelude, and in lieu of a new sponsor that you've attracted.
Yeah, so the car and myself are now backed by Fast R from the UK, so that's obviously a big achievement for us and a big achievement for Sports Sedans to bring an international sponsor to the championship. So I've been working with those guys for a long time, and some cool things happening in 2023, both here and a couple of plane trips away.
To a certain continent overseas, no doubt. But on screen, and now we've got the car of Tony Grove. So it's not usual that we've got qualifying sessions as part of a Blendline TV broadcast. So this is going to offer a unique insight into what you would need to do to get these cars as fast as possible in a qualifying session, which is completely different from racing these cars, of course. So Tony Grove's on screen in the Mornington Mazda Valvoline-backed Mark Australia cars. It's a Mazda 3-bodied and shelled car, and it's had several aerodynamic modifications thrown at it in recent seasons, most notably this year. And it's obviously got a Ford Coyote V8 under the hood.
He's definitely not wasting any time getting that first lap out of it. So it's really good. Obviously, Truan's back on the list there too. So it's good to see some older names back into the class. But I reckon Tony's going to sort of lay it down early here. So obviously I'm going to speak for Tony and the Mill Done team here. It's get it done early and sort of sit back there and watch what goes on next. It's probably the easiest way to do it, but it is a nerve-wracking experience sitting back in the pits waiting for it, because let's be honest, let's not use everything up now. These guys still do run on a budget. They're not a full factory supercar team. They can't keep throwing tyres at it, as Tony looks like he's gone in there a little bit too hot and jinxed at that one.
Yeah, you gave him the curse, but obviously he'll sort out the brake balance of that car. So is there an adjustable brake balance control in these Mark cars?
Yeah, so obviously every car will. The Mark cars probably runs a bespoke system that will run in that car. But look, it's probably one of those things. Tony may have got maybe a little bit too much temperature in the rear tyres on that first lap, or it could be the opposite. But the boys on the radio will definitely be tuning into our live stream and telling him maybe wind it back or wind it forward a little bit. But look, Tony's got a wealth of experience both in the pits and in the car, so I reckon he'll be onto that one pretty quick. But now it looks like he's gone the other way and locked the fronts, so I'm sure he'll be getting onto that pretty quick before he starts losing some time.
We should also point out that tickets are still available for this event, so we encourage you to go to your local search engine on your computer and Google Island Magic or PIARC or the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. And also for fans around the track as well, you can tune into 87.6 Island FM and you can tune your car into the circuit commentary if you're not so close to a PA speaker. So we encourage you to go to piarc.com.au/events and follow the links to find out more information about this particular event. I know that I've got some family and friends coming down this weekend. Didn't even need to prompt them. They told themselves that they were going to come to the Island Magic event, and it always is a fan favourite. It's probably one of the best state sort of level meetings in Australia, if not the world.
Oh, 100%. It's definitely bragging rights going into 2023 if you can come away with the Island Magic crown. So I can't say I've experienced that. I've been the bridesmaid a couple of times now. So let's hope in the future we can fix that. But obviously Tony wants to go out on a high. I know he's still trying to get a bit of a championship under his belt, and I think he had one drop round this year, so hopefully the boys down there can get it back together. But like I said, it's to see Stephen Truan back out there and P2 at the moment. He's pretty good to see after, from what I believe, that car's been parked up for a long time.
Parked up indeed, and looking forward to getting some closer views of that car out around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Stewie Eustace on screen at the moment. He's against Greg Lynch. Not against, but they're out there circulating at the moment close to each other, line of Stoke. So the number 90 car of Stewie Eustace, it's not a Mazda 3.4 plan car. It is, of course, a Mark Australia thoroughbred race car. The car of Gregory Lynch behind him is a floor pan car, and it's been developed in a garage. It's a terrific homage to the Lowndes Commodore of the late 90s, the Holden Racing Team cars, but he's done a brilliant job developing that car from scratch as he comes into turn 9. So it looks brilliant, doesn't it?
It definitely looks like the car from the year, doesn't it? So the guys at Ravage, as well as the Lynch team, have obviously done an amazing job on it. From here, it definitely looks like the car from the era. What a place to take it to as well.
Absolutely, and he took out victory here early this season as well in the Victorian State Race Series as part of the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship, albeit I think it was in slightly different weather conditions, and the weather today so far has been the talking point. So Tony Groves is the fastest man on track. You can see he's done 1 minute 35.3. That's sent him 3.6 seconds clear of Francois Habib, who is doing a stellar job in that Dodo Commodore as well. That Dodo Commodore is a genuine supercar, raced in livery as it did back in period.
It's great to see it out here, isn't it? With the obviously with the whole history behind the car, with drivers that have driven that car, and just to see it out here still running around, it's a big privilege for sports sedans to have that car here, let alone for Francois to have it out here as well, and in identical imagery of what it was when it was running.
And that's a hard task in itself, trying to get someone to wrap a car as it was almost a decade and a half ago. So here's Disco Stu. You can see on the window there of his car, Stewie Eustace. So he's currently in position 4, and he is just behind the Truan car, which we're looking forward to getting some close cameras shots of that one. Here is the Habib Commodore, currently sitting in P2 in qualifying. He's on another personal best lap here, so he's going to lower that margin and close the gap to Tony Groves ever so slightly as he comes through turns 11 and 12. Personal best sector 1, personal best once again in sector 2, and he's taking it nice and easy, sailing through turns 12. Say he's sailing, he probably feels like he's absolutely on the ragged edge.
He would be, that's for sure. I've just noticed that we've had two of our cars come in already. So Stephen Truan's just made his way back to his pit area over there, and I noticed Graham Gilliland's just trundled his way back through the infield here. So hopefully both those guys will be ready for race 1, and there's no major issues with either of those cars.
You've been helping out the Gilliland family so far, or this year, a little bit off and on, but obviously at Winton you had quite a big involvement with the team. How's that been, getting involved with Absolute or Sports Sedans Racing royalty themselves?
Yeah, look, it's been a great task of mine to be involved with them down there, and look, it's one of those things they've helped me so much through my career with sports sedans, and instrumental in keep getting me to get my car out. So to help out Graham and Anne down there, Anne's an absolute queen of sports sedans, and Graham's is always there, and we're trying to make it so he's not just making up the numbers, but yeah, he's definitely doing what he should, and it's good to see some of the older generation sports sedan guys still out there, and wealth of knowledge, that's for sure. So as you can see here, we have number 50 there's decided to give the fence a bit of a nose kiss.
So that's the Horn Commodore in a tribute livery, and he's going to get that going, albeit it's slightly tight there. Now, is that on the exit of... Where is that?
Coming on the main straight, so just at the turn in for 12. Looks like we've had a bit of a moment going straight ahead there, so that's obviously not what you want to do in qualifying. But hopefully Matthew Horn can get that thing back going again. I can see he's obviously following the easiest way to get back onto the racetrack without going back through the sand trap, but I wouldn't say it would be too dry out there.
No, and it looks, it's really hard to see, but it looks like I've got a glimpse of the front right wheel might not have a steering arm out of whack there, so you can see steering hard left, but it's going relatively straight. Yep. Matthew Horn in the wrap studio back to Commodore, so we've got a replay, I believe, of that incident coming up very shortly, and here he goes, he speared off at turn 11, and that's quite
it's a fair nudge, isn't it? So hopefully everything's okay with Matthew himself in that car, but it's never what we want to see. but hopefully he can get himself into a safe position, if not back into the pits without disturbing the qualifying session too much here. But at the end of the day, driver safety always is paramount here.
How does something like that affect your performance? So obviously if you're a fellow competitor and someone's gone off, and when you're out there focusing on nailing apexes and breaking points and those sorts of things, does that unsettle you just a little bit, someone else going off?
Obviously it's going to unsettle you more if you've seen how it's happened. Obviously you're always going to be thinking there's a reason why it's happened. You're never going to say it's driver error, but was there oil on the track, or is there something going on down there? So he's actually done a really great job of moving across the track here out of harm's way. So we're just hearing they're going to red flag this qualifying session. It's probably the best for everyone involved here, and hopefully have a bit of a clean-up, get that car out of the way, and then get everyone back out there if time permits.
They'll also need to sort out that tyre wall as well, so this will buy them just a little bit of some crucial time to try and sort that out, because he went in fairly hard. But yeah, with 4 minutes remaining in this session, I dare say they probably wouldn't restart it, given the fact that everyone's done in the ballpark of 2 to 4 laps, well, 2 to 4 flying laps, which is about the sweet spot in a sports sedan.
Yeah, I reckon your tyres will be, we've got a fair bit of UV here this weekend, so I reckon the tyres are probably just falling over that edge. So that's probably why a lot of the guys have already come back into the pits and just preserving what they already have. But like we said, safety is the main thing here, and if the track's not safe for the next class or sports sedans, we can't really let people back out there. So it is good to see the Horn Commodore pulled over to the side in a safe spot. He is out looking at the car, so it's always a positive when you can see the driver get out. But yeah, it's a testament to the safety here at Phillip Island.
So that is session declared. Tony Groves on pole position ahead of Francois Habib, Stewie Eustace and Chaz Talbot, and you can see just the extent of the damage to that tyre wall. So they'll be spending just a little bit of time. Dare say there'll be a brief delay in getting that repaired in time for the next session, which will be the improved production cars for their 15-minute session. Now, Sports Sedan's coming out later on this afternoon. That is 25 minutes past 1. That'll be a 9-lap race. Brett Dickey will be back to call all of the action for that one. So we say a big thank you to Brett for his expert insights into qualifying, or how to qualify a Sports Sedan. And we look forward to his special comments for that race coming up later on this afternoon at 25 minutes past 1. So we'll take a quick break up here in the commentary box, and we'll be back with improved production qualifying as soon as the session gets underway.
running through here.
Yep.
Now the optical is a little bit flashy, so it doesn't always fully work. But you'll see how there's a red line around. See how it went darker on the outside here? Yeah. All around there's a dark red, and then that light is on. So that'll be able to give you at least a small visual that you're light.
Yeah.
So just a little thing that might help a little bit. But
Yeah.
See how you go. Anyway, that should hopefully give you a bit of help.
Yeah.
Just sort of tuck this around so you'll peel it and you're clear. Traffic will clear. Yep.
We've got a very short delay here, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, with the incident that just happened in the last qualifying session with Sport Sedans up at turn 12. They're waiting on a little bit of equipment to help with the barrier repair. So we're getting some word through. There's likely to be a 15 to 30 minute delay, which is unfortunate considering the schedule that we have to keep to. So what was meant to be following the Sport Sedans was, of course, improved production, followed by Formula Ford, then the Hyundai XLs, historic touring cars, Formula V and Formula Open, and then we were hoping to get back into some racing at 12:30 p.m. this afternoon with the second of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge races before we start getting into the first preliminaries for all the other categories that are here this weekend. With the barrier repair, that unfortunately means there may be a couple of changes to the schedule. We're not sure just yet if that means that qualifying is going to be cut short for a number of the categories, or if a few will have some laps docked to keep to the schedule, because of course there not only is the time constraints we have with running the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge races as well, but we do have to be clear of the circuit by a certain time, because there are noise curfews here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and the last race was scheduled for 4:30 this afternoon. So it does put that noise curfew in a little bit of jeopardy, unfortunately. So there may be a little bit of on-track activity that may find itself being curtailed by a lap or two, or by a few minutes here or there. We'll get some word through, hopefully in the next 15 minutes or so, how the barrier repair is going, and if the schedule is going to be impacted in such a way. But for the moment, we'll be off air here in Central Commentary, and we'll be back to you when we have some more information to share. You're watching the 2022 edition of Phillip Island and Island Magic. Well, we've actually got a short delay here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to put up a very quick replay for those of you that missed it of the first Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge race from about 40 or so minutes ago. So here you go, a little bit of something to fill in your time while we wait for the barriers to be repaired at turn 12.
At the start line here, so we'll get a great visual representation of the different starting styles between these two guys in Ryan Wood and Tom Sargent.
Absolutely, the two men that are in the title hunt on the front row. You could not ask for a better start to the weekend with the titles going down to the wire. And you mentioned Jacob Lee there. He was outstanding in qualifying yesterday. At one stage, I think he had the 6th fastest time on the board. So not only knocking off 9/10 of his personal best, but he was right up there, mixing it up with the top times that were being thrown down in the pro class as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes, starting a bit further down the order with the Class B machines out of, what I think he said, position 12 there on the order. We are set for 11 laps here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and away we go. The hold was not very long at all, but what a start from Tom Sargent. Got the whole shot very, very nicely, moved over to the right side immediately to cover from Ryan Wood, and he's going to head the field into turn 1.
Courtney Prince around the outside, going into turn 1 as well, and that's blocks him up the inside. That's a great start, great clean start from the entire field as they come into turn 1. There is a slippery surface flag in the background there as well for them to negotiate. Tom Taplin just on the back of Courtney Prince as well, and Harrison Goodman tagging on the back there as well. So a great start there from the entire field. Don't they sound fantastic as they come screaming towards turn 3 and into turn 4 for the first time. And was that a lock break there from the race leader there, Tom Sargent, the Tegra Australia car?
Yes,
so
it was.
he's coming under fire from Ryan Wood. This is a fantastic start from Tom Sargent. This is exactly what he needs to do. He needs to park that car firmly in front of Ryan Wood, and yeah, this is absolutely going to come down to the wire.
They're doing their best to check out here as well. They don't want Bloxham, Prince and Taplin to get involved in this battle. They want to engage in a private battle all of their own and leave the rest of them behind because they don't want to get tangled up. They don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to have to rework their way back toward the front. They just want to settle it between themselves and between themselves only. So come down Lukey Heights for the first time here.
Oh.
Big lock up behind. That's the Gulf Livered entry. That's Sam Shaheen. Down the inside, full lock-up on the right-hand side there, down the inside of Miller into turn 10. Finally pulls that pass off, so it looked like he wasn't going to quite pull that up in time, but just released the brake pedal at the crucial moment just to prevent the car from doing any more severe damage while he was making that pass happen.
Jason Miller saw him coming in the mirrors and gave him plenty of room on the inside, so that was great respect from those two drivers. And we're getting some information from the Michelin technicians down in the pit lane that the track surface is 22 degrees, so it's a nice warm track temperature this morning. And it's also been pointed out from Richard Crail, who's tuning in from home. Great to have him along for the ride in South Australia this weekend. But Ryan Wood is yet to beat Tom Sargent into turn 1 in race 1 so far this season, so the form guide is, if that is anything to go by, this is going to be a stellar battle between these two as it unfolds this weekend.
Bloxham parks into majors. Contact there. Was that Taplin into Bloxham? Yes, it was. So Bloxham was actually putting a defensive move there to hold position over Courtney Prince, and unsighted, I think Taplin's just gone down the inside trying to get a 2-for-1 special, and there's major contact between the two machines there, between the 23 of Bloxham and Taplin in the 26th. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the safety car called to recover these two stricken machines if they can't get going under their own steam. Looks like Bloxham might be able to get going, but the Taplin machine may be stranded.
Yeah, the front left of that car is in all sorts of directions that it shouldn't be, so that's unfortunate for him. On screen, we've got shields all over the back of Courtney Prince. So here it is, a Michelin replay. Tom Taplin
big mistake. Big mistake from Tom Taplin. Actually wasn't trying to affect a pass. He just had a major lock-up back there. Tried his best to avoid it and had nowhere to go. Yellow flags are actually out. Safety car boards and flags are out now as well, as Tom Taplin's going to walk away from this very, very badly damaged number 26 machine. Check out the left rear there as well. That's had a substantial knock.
Yeah, that was a big moment, and unfortunate for him as well. He was right in the thick of that battle for position 3, I think it was, so that's unfortunate. Now, I'm just trying to look and see if the car of Bloxham's made its way back around, and it has. So he's going to make his way back into pit lane, so the team will have a quick look at that car, give it a quick nut and bolt check, and perhaps he's not actually going to pull back into pit lane, so he's judged that car and made an assessment, and he will keep circulating around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So we are seeing the safety car for the first time today, unfortunately, but it's still Tom Sargent who is leading the way from Ryan Wood. Courtney Prince, Shields, Goodman, Adrian Flack dropping down to P6, Sam Shaheen in position 7. Great effort from him. Miller, Stewart and Studdard running out the top 10.
So Courtney Prince is the beneficiary of that one. There's actually a very handy battle that was going on there between Bloxham and herself. All the way through the opening couple of laps. Just sad that it's ended the way that it has, not only for Bloxham but for Taplin as well. All the damage on the Lockie Bloxham machine looks like it's on the confined to the right-hand side, but just couldn't get quite a good look at it as it went past because it's on the opposite side of the circuit to where we are here in commentary. But he's obviously made that judgment call that the car feels safe, car feels like it's drivable, and he's caught up to the back of the field. So out of the 30 cars that started, looks like we've still got 29 that will see the checkered flag in this race if we continue to get towards the end of it. We've got another 8 laps to go after this one. What do you make of this one here, Callum? Because is this something that Tom Sargent would be preferring to see right now, being in front, or would he prefer the safety car didn't actually come out?
Well, I think what Tom Sargent wants more than anything is a clean weekend, so he can follow Ryan Wood home this weekend. There's a total of 181 points on offer, but just 32 points separating the two heading into this weekend, which is down to 31 points by virtue of Ryan Wood taking pole position yesterday. He gained a single point for that one. So there's now 180 points up to grab for the rest of the weekend. Now, they are mathematically the only two in contention for the outright title. But if Ryan Wood wins all 3 races today and Tom Sargent follows him home, all good. He's going to take the title, so that's no issue. So I think it might give him a little bit of a spook looking at the back of the Cool Drive safety car at the moment, but I think he's quite happy to either be leading the race or coming second as well. But obviously there are going to be so many mathematical permutations throughout this weekend that's going to have a say on the overall result. But it's also a great example of the inter-team or the inter-team battles between Earl Bamber Motorsport and as well as Cameron Hill Racing as well. Cameron Hill's been in the headlines semi-recently. He steps up to the main game next year in the Supercar Series, but we're just having a look at the Bloxham car on screen at the moment. The right rear has got a little bit of damage, but it looks cosmetic more than anything. And we've got another replay coming our way of that incident down at turn 4 at Honda. So, and
look, here we go here. Have a look at the side of the car. So I actually reckon he's actually escaped pretty well there. The damage looks like it's only confined to sort of the right rear taillight section, right rear corner of the bumper. I actually think that Bloxham has actually probably dodged a bullet there with what it looked, how severe it actually looked. So here's the replay again, and he put the brakes on quite early, moved offensive and stayed where he was, and where the contact was there, yeah, that's extremely lucky. Now that I see that again, it's the left rear pretty much into basically the right rear corner of the number 23 machine. And I think he's dodged a massive bullet there.
Yeah, you can see on screen now. So they've had to get the tow truck out. It's a great example of what you can see, how they lift the cars up and onto the back of the tow truck. So here's another view of that. So Tom Taplin is quite a fair way back here. Several car lengths, locks up the front. And he might have locked the rears there as well there. So the brake balance, I suggest, is not dialed in this morning. And it sent him sailing into the right-hand side of Lockie Bloxham, which is unfortunate for him. He's P4 in the title, and he was closing in on Shields this weekend. So Shields is currently in P4. That's going to help his title chase in a great way this weekend. So that's an unfortunate start. And we've got Carl Reindler here this weekend. He's Porsche Driving Standards Chief. We had him up here in the commentary box just before, observing the start, taking photos and videos of the start unfolding, which luckily was clean for him, so he could run back down to race control. And of course, he is an F1 medical car driver as well on other weekends too. So it's not a bad life being Carl Reindler when you're observing Porsche racing and driving F1 medical cars on other weekends. Now you can see a great example there of the traffic jam going into turn 4. We've got the AM leader on screen at the Pro Am leader, I should say. So that's Adrian Flack. He's an Australian, the Paynter-Dixon Carrera Cup Australia regular, stepping back behind the wheel of a Gen 2 991 Carrera Cup car this weekend. Great to have him back along this weekend. But that battle for Morris Finance Pro Am is raging as well. So we've got several titles to be decided this weekend. And a lot of the focus is on the cars of Brett Bolton and Sam Shaheen. So Brett Bolton leads that particular class heading into this weekend. Yes. But Sam Shaheen has been absolutely flying. And at Bathurst just a couple of weekends ago for round 5 of this series, he qualified the car up in P3 at one point, or it might have been one of the practice sessions. Had plenty of pace, well and truly inside the top 5 most of the weekend. So great effort there from Sam Shaheen. Now here is Jacob Lee. He's very familiar to those who tune into the Victorian Sports Car Championship. That's car number 260 on screen right now. Now that is a Class B car. We should point out that that's got 200 cc's less in engine capacity in comparison to the 991 Gen 2 cars. So it's got a little bit less power, a few other slight differences between the two cars. So on paper, they are different paces, but Jacob Lee is absolutely driving the wheels off this car this year and is doing a sensational job. And he was also showing well and truly inside the top 10 at Bathurst just a few weekends ago.
Yeah, I was about to say, with the slightly less capacity in the Class B cars, well, that makes his qualifying performance yesterday even more impressive than what we actually thought it might have been, seeing him so far up the order at one point. Also being a regular in the Victorian State Race Series in the sports car scene, he's done many laps around this place. So it's, I guess, no surprise that he jumps in the Class B machine and, he's right up the pointy end of the field. But to then knock 9/10 of a second off your personal best lap time in qualifying yesterday, I guess for him, he's probably walking away with a big smile on his face and a big green tick on a checkbox somewhere on his in the pit area.
If he's not getting several pats on the back for his performances at Bathurst and Phillip Island, he should certainly be receiving those. But yeah, they get 2 sets of Michelin starting this weekend. It looked like they're all heading out on roaded tyres as well, so I dare say they've probably scrubbed that green tyre off both sets before the start of this race. This is the 14th season of the series. obviously the last 2 seasons, in season 2020 and 2021, the years that weren't quite in Victoria especially, but there was no title awards awarded for those 2 seasons. So this will be the first title that's been awarded since 2019, and this is in fact the first time that there has been a single mate Carrera Cup round held at Phillip Island since 2018. So if we look back through the history pages and a couple of seasons ago and have a look at the form guide, back in 2018 it was the Sonic prepared cars that were at the head of the field in the hands of, it was the Wood Porsche back then. So it's good to see a comparison from then to now. We've got Tom Sargent driving a Cameron Hill Racing prepared Porsche. Obviously that car last year has enjoyed great success in Painter Dixon Carrera Cup Australia, and Cameron Hill himself is a very handy driver and driver mentor and doing a superb job bringing Sargent through the ranks. But Sargent is a brilliant example of what this Porsche Junior Pyramid, racing pyramid is all about. This is where you would start your international Porsche racing career. So you've got Tom Sargent on screen right now, for example, and Ryan Wood behind him. Both of their seasons are sorted for next year, so we'll keep a keen eye on their futures in Porsche racing as that unfolds in season 2023. I should say that Tom Sargent is headed to the United States to race with Andy McElray Racing, so that's going to be a great effort, and we will see a lot more of Ryan Wood next year as well. So safety car in this lap. We will have 6 flying laps, or 5 flying laps by the time they've completed this one, with Tom Sargent controlling the field. Coming through MG, he's got turns 10 and 12, and then he'll absolutely nail the throttle and head down the main straight and get this race back underway.
So everybody back in queue, -1 car, so just the Tom Taplin machine, the only casualty so far. First major casualty for the weekend. There was no casualties in qualifying yesterday, apart from a couple of spins at MG Corner, which is turn 10 on this 4.5 kilometre circuit. So Tom Taplin becomes the first of the major issues for the thing. And he's leaving it quite late here, Tom Sargent. They're backing up. There's actually some contact between the Wood, Prince. They're all getting into each other a little bit here as Sargent waits and waits and waits, and now finally pulls the trigger about 200 metres out of the last corner and leads them across the line to recommence green flag running here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
I won't say Ryan Wood was caught napping there, but he definitely lost out just a few car lengths to Tom Sargent going down towards turn 1 and fell back into the clutches of Courtney Prince on screen. She's doing a stellar job in position 3. Shields back in 4th position just behind, and we've got Goodman in 5th position. So it's 2 Sonic cars in the top 5 coming through the southern loop, and Tom Sargent still stretching the legs ever so slightly in that Tegra Australia number 47 car. Here comes Shields. His title bid has been boosted with the Bloxham car being sent to the back of the field. And here's Ryan Wood up the inside of Tom Sargent. So he takes the lead going into turn 4, nails the throttle, does a brilliant job controlling the traction. Coming up to Siberia, he will cover that off there. So Ryan Wood has found plenty of pace going through the first sector here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Tom Sargent now is going to fall back into the clutches of the local legends Porsche, driven by Courtney Prince. It's hard to miss. It's the Dayglow yellow car just behind there with the Bob Jane T-Marts logo on the front. But here's Ryan Wood. He's made up several car lengths in the just half a lap's length there. So here we've got a replay of that pass. Aaron Shields also popping out from behind the brakes. But Ryan Wood, that is an absolutely stellar job up the inside. Controlled that car beautifully under brakes and in complete control of that passing manoeuvre. And he's pulled out about 5 car lengths over the front of Tom Sargent as they come down the main straight once again, with Sargent falling back into the clutches of Courtney Prince as well. So as we touched on before, Stephen, this is an example of what Tom Sargent needs to do. He needs to settle down in position 2. He needs to defend well from Courtney Prince in position 3. He can let Ryan Wood sail off into the distance. What he has to do is control P2 and absolutely maximise his point-scoring opportunities with only 3 point-scoring opportunities remaining for the season.
Absolutely, and speaking of point-scoring opportunities, there's a great exchange here I think between Goodman and Flack, positions 5 and 6, and Sam Shaheen not too far behind as well in the Pro-Am class. So he's got a little bit of work to do here. Shaheen, he's moved up the order, a couple of spots through the course of the race so far, and they were getting very interested in positions 5 and 6 there. Goodman and Flack going down the main straight into turn 1. Didn't quite pull the move off, heading into probably one of the fastest parts of the circuit, very committed part of the circuit at turn number 1. So Goodman aboard the 88 machine, very similar, I guess, livery to the Courtney Prince machine, with very similar Bob Jane teammate yellow
With the
on the car.
moustache.
With the moustache. Is it mustache or moustache?
Oh, it's up to you, mate.
It's up to everybody, isn't it? It's up to whatever we decide. It's a great cause in Movember. Great to see that in the motorsport fraternity, plenty of people supporting it.
Purple sector in sector 2 for Ryan Wood as well, so he's pressing on with this one, and you can see it's almost opened the gap out to almost a second now over Tom Sargent. Sargent himself still coming under fire from Courtney Prince, but the pace is starting to settle with 4 laps remaining this time. Well, as they come across the line, there will be 4 laps remaining in this race. So Adrian Flack, as we touched on, is leading the way in Morris Finance Pro-Am ahead of Sam Shaheen. The other main protagonist in that one is Brett Bolton. He's currently down in P12. So that is the title unfolding between those contenders. On screen now, we've got the number 34 car. That's Stickland as well. He's in contention for the Class B title, and catching up behind them as well is a recovering
Lockie Bloxham.
Yeah, Lockie Bloxham as well. So that's a great effort from him to have recovered to position 25 after being dropped to the very rear of the field.
He has, so he's making his way through a lot of the Class B runners at the moment, trying to pick up as many points as he can in this recovery drive. And we now focus in on the battle, so you can see there. So there's positions 2 and 3. Courtney Prince giving chase to Tom Sargent. And then you've got the number 116 machine here, Shields, now coming under fire from Flack, who's sort of broken away now from Harrison Goodman after the opening restart here, and has now set his sights quite firmly on the back of the 116 machine, heading up through the back part of the circuit. A little bit loose there, car just didn't want to agree with turning in for Lukey Heights, and was slightly offline heading into the braking zone, heading down the hill. A bit further back, you've got Shaheen now. He's now getting harassed here by Miller.
Yeah, Jason Miller's doing a superb job. He's currently in position 8, all over the back of Sam Shaheen, who's had a very controlled race so far, steering well clear of the carnage at the front of the field. Well, that was the battle for P3, as we saw earlier, coming together at turn 4. Coming down the main straight once again. It's great to see the One Make Carrera Cup Series back here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and that's what brought Adrian Flack back here this weekend. He couldn't pass up the opportunity to step back behind the wheel and guide a Porsche around the fast-flowing circuit here. Very much a European-style circuit suiting these cars. Coming through the southern loop, you've got Shaheen doing a great job ahead of Miller still. That gap is closing down ever so slightly now. Lockie Bloxham is now recovered back to position 21 now, so that we'll keep an eye on that effort as he keeps charging back through the field. And we've got Jacob Lee still showing in position 11. He's leading Class B overall at the moment as well, with Carr behind him in class in position 18th overall. So this is a great example as well between Shaheen and Miller. It looks like Miller's got the upper hand going through sector 3, so he's able to close the gap to the car ahead of him. But you've got Shaheen, who's much faster through sectors 1 and 2, able to manage and hold down position 7th overall. So this is a bit of a heated exchange as well now. So that's still Stickland and Harburg battling it out, and they are definitely in contention for the Class B title as well, alongside Jacob Lee. So Jacob Lee is well and truly ahead of those guys, doing a superb job.
Coming up through Lukey Heights now for the 9th time, so just 2 more laps will remain after this one's over, and it's good to see up and down the field. Still plenty of battle packs happening, still plenty of people fighting for every point they can in this Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Championship. Doesn't matter what class you're in, there are still plenty of positions that can change hands. 2 titles that can change hands this weekend. Still positions within the standings that can change hands. So it's worth fighting for every position you can get, especially if you're Lockie Bloxham. You want to fight to move yourself back up the order for the second race this afternoon, coming up at 12:30 p.m. So not a lot of time to turn these cars around in time for race 2, and for Tom Taplin, not a lot of time to see if they can actually repair that car in time to get back out again for the remainder of the weekend.
Yeah, it's a compressed schedule for the Sprint Challenge here this weekend. So they've got 3 races on Saturday only. You've got 9:30, 12:30 and 3:30. So it's not much time to get these cars turned around between sessions, as you touched on. But it's a very busy schedule. But obviously, once they've had their 3rd and final race at the completion after 3:30 later on this afternoon, they pack up the truck and head on home again, because a lot of these guys and girls do have regular day jobs, and they like to get back to their regular 9 to 5 as soon as possible. So we've got Greg on screen here in the Dakin Porsche. He's doing a superb job as
He's
well. He's
13th
currently
at the moment.
13th at the moment, and that's stacked behind him as well. And Brett Bolton ahead of him as well. So Brett Bolton leading the Morris Finance Pro-Am class coming into this weekend with a fast closing Sam Shaheen coming up from behind him as well. So Courtney Prince as well, she's still showing in third position. She's trailing Tom Sargent by a second now, so the pace... we've got the checkered flag, so that's actually the race win. Number 1 going to Ryan Wood. That's a very well-deserved victory for him. He finishes ahead of Tom Sargent in second position, and Courtney Prince coming across the line in third position. And we've got Shields, position 4, Adrian Flack home in 5th position, Harrison Goodman in 6th position, and Shaheen in 7th position, Jason Miller in 8th, Madeline Stewart charging up into 9th
Great
position
charge.
in the Il Bamba Motorsport Prepared Porsche and started in 10th position. So that was a lap being knocked off there by race control, obviously trying to keep this Island Magic race weekend as close to the schedule as possible. But Ryan Wood, what an outstanding effort. So as we alluded to earlier, he hasn't been able to beat Tom Sargent into turn 1 in race 1.
Sweet, I've got that set up, so you're good to go off me whenever you want now. Copy that.
Thank you for staying with us here on Blendline TV, everybody. It's been much of a delay here, about 40 minutes or very close to it, for a barrier repair over at turn number 12. And just getting a bit of information about why the barrier repair actually took so long. It's actually a point on the track where they need to be able to get medical equipment in and out of the circuit. And not only did they have to ensure that that walkway was actually viable for the remainder of the race weekend, but the belting that actually got hit as well actually took quite a substantial amount of the tyre barrier belting off, and there was a fair bit of effort involved to reposition and reattach that to the tyre bundles that were behind the barrier itself. So importantly, we're only a couple of minutes away, it looks like, from getting qualifying sessions back underway. The improved production cars have been sitting in the marshalling area for quite some time, so they're going to be getting the verdict to go through. What we're understanding from race control is that qualifying sessions will now be reduced to 12 minutes, so you can see there's confirmation of that on your screen. They were all originally scheduled to be a 15-minute duration, but we need to get some of that time back. So there, of course, is improved production up next, followed by Formula Ford, the Circuit XLs, the historic touring cars, Formula V and Formula Open. So that's another 6 categories, if my math is correct. Yes, it is. 6 categories left to get the qualifying completed. So that'll give us about another 20 minutes or thereabouts back out of the 40 we've lost. Then we start getting into the preliminary races again, and as well as the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge races. So you can see there, race 2 for Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge was meant to be at 12:30. That's going to be pushed back, of course, by a little bit, probably by about a half an hour if everything goes according to plan. And then we get into preliminary 1 for Porsche 944s, Sport Sedans, improved production, Formula Ford, the XLs, the historic touring cars, Formula V and Formula Open, and then of course they're at 15:30 or 3:30 p.m. the third and final of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge races. Now, with regards to the racing this afternoon, we're also hearing that there is the potential for a number of the categories to have their races docked by a lap just to recoup some of the lost time. And the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge races, because of the championship nature of the category this weekend, they're going to remain unaffected by the other changes around them. So they're going to get their full lap allocation. That's a requirement of them being here. They need to get that championship settled in both the Porsche Michelin Pro and the Morris Finance Pro-Am. They need to settle those championships this weekend, so they have to run the full allocation of laps. Well, thanks to the Yokohama Motorsport and Traction Tyre Centre, let's have a look and see the improved production field is starting to roll down the pit lane at the moment. So again, another one of the well-supported categories here at Island Magic. It's been that way for quite some time, all the way back, of course, in the club car days when improved production took over the, I guess you can call it the ownership of the Matthew Flinders plate, which passed over from the Sport Sedans. At the time that the Sport Sedans came and had their trophy changed over to what is nowadays known as the 50K plate. And it's the Matty Flinders has been with improved production ever since the mid-90s. So here they all come, healthy field, still rolling down the pit lane. It's good to see that this weekend we've got not only the reigning champion from this year, Adam Poole, out here from South Australia, the Victorian champion, we should say. He is a South Australian-based driver, does travel across the border every single round for Vic State Series and carrying the number 1 on the door, not only from last year but also from this year as well. And he retained that title here at Phillip Island just a couple of months ago at the final round of the Vic State Race Series, just edging out Jared Tonks and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo for the title honours in 2022. So we've not only got South Australians represented here this weekend, we've actually got 5 states represented here this weekend. Most of the drivers, of course, from Victoria. And you've got a couple from South Australia, New South Wales, Queensland, and even from Tasmania this weekend. We've got Jason House bringing a fairly new car into the piece for its first proper mainland run. It's had a run down in Tasmania over the last couple of weeks. and making its mainland debut. So there's a fair bit to talk about with regards to improved production here this weekend. We watch Neil Crow bringing the build look number 90 Commodore out of the last couple of turns. One of the events that Crowe decides to get the car out for most years. We don't see a lot of him in the VSRS these days, but when it comes to Nationals, when it comes to Island Magic, you be very, very pleased to see that ex-Commodore Cup machine going around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Just touching back on a number of the interstate competitors that are here this weekend, they've actually got a pretty good record of finishing here at Island Magic. A couple of years ago, there was 3 different states represented on the podium. Back in 2019, Andrew Butcher, who's got a new car this weekend, finally got his hands on a Matty Flinders plate after many years of running second or third to the eventual winners. So he finished that 2019 campaign with a win for Victoria. Then you had Lachlan McBride. He's also here this weekend. He finished second in that 2019 Matthew Flinders plate race. And then third was Drew Lawrence from Queensland in the Nissan. So we had 3 different states represented. So 5 different states represented here this weekend. You would probably like to have a bit of a think, well, maybe we might see a bit of a repeat of having 3 states on the top end of the standings. And last year and the year before have been a bit of an interesting one too, because Adam Poole is the defending champion from last year, as we got Paul Vullmanov. Looks like that is up through up the back end of the circuit somewhere, is it? Or maybe down Southern Loop. It's definitely not at turn 12, where we've just seen things go on. He's off at turn number 2 and just creeping back onto the circuit in the all-form number 71 EA Falcon. So he's going again. Here's Jamie Augustine in the Sylvia, coming around the last couple of corners. Fortunately, the last hit out for Jamie Augustine didn't go quite according to plan with himself and Mark DeFarnas at the Harrop State race, a 4-hour. They ended up not finishing that race after being very, very strong in the previous year's championship. Here's a bit of a replay of what happened with Paul Vullman, and he was well off in the weeds quite early at Southern Loop. Doesn't look like there was another car involved there. You see something hanging down underneath the number 71 machine there as well. So first lap time starting to come in here. Adam Poole, 1 minute 38.9. He is on the money very, very early and sent a very early warning statement and a shot across the bows of the rest of this field. First time, as we said earlier on in the piece, we've got all 3 sectors of timing because of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge here this weekend. So it's something we don't often have, and that's something that you often don't see, and that's Gary McKay off the road, and that's at turn 1. So he may have just gone in a little bit too deep, and there's a fair bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car, so I'm hoping that's not a failure. It's normally a very immaculately prepared car. He's got some sort of failure. We've got Max de Berich off as well, so he's off at Siberia, so that one looks like it's pushing a little bit too hard at a very high, sort of a very difficult part of the circuit, and another driver crawling back on. So with 12 minutes on the clock to start the session, obviously there's a little bit of urgency now with a number of drivers trying to push early, get those 2 or 3 or 4 laps in as quickly as they can and try and preserve the cars for the other side of this. Neil Crow with some sort of smoke appearing from the right side of that car as well. So potentially dropping like flies here in improved production. I'm wondering for Crowe if that's just a tyre rubbing on the outside of the guard. Doesn't look like there's any damage to the left or right side of his VH Commodore. And Adam Poole's already put the cue in the rack. He's gone straight back to the pits. So he's done his lap time and decided that should be enough to keep him at the front of the field. And I'm with him on that one. I don't think he's probably going to be beaten for that, although Jared Tonks has now finally popped in a representative lap time of 1 minute 40.570. And in actual fact, he owns the purple third, the middle sector at the moment. Sorry, is it middle? No, it's the third sector. So Poole quickest in sectors 1 and 2. And and then Jared Tonks, sector 3. And there you got Stephen Zorkas, that's down at turn 6. So the club under 2 litre champion for 2022 has come to a stop on the left-hand side out of Siberia. Now, I just seen, you can see there, his time has actually just jumped to the top of the timing tree, which is actually false. That time will be erased. So he is out of action at the moment too, and we've got to be careful here what the officials do. Justin Wade now takes his turn at being off the circuit. He's down at turn 11 in the number 4 machine from Queensland. And he's going to try and... Oh, no, he decided not to go back to the pits there. Big lock-up for Neil Crow now coming down into MG. And still smoke continues. Actually, you can see it now. It's coming from the front left corner of his machine. Something has failed on the number 90 car. That angle of the front left tyre has definitely got more camber on it than it should. And now I think he's realised what's happening and that he needs to bring that car to pit lane. So he's come to pit lane. So too has Jared Tonks. And I believe there's another car just in the lane there as well that I can see that's just having some tyre pressures. Looks like adjusted, but might be one of the XLs. I think that's going to be running in the under 2 litre class a bit later on this afternoon. So we turn our attention to Ben Schutz in the very nicely prepared Mazda RX-7. He's been involved in the Sports Car Championship this year in Victorian State Race Series. Clean swept the series this year, won all the sprint races and all the feature races, and was never headed in Richard Bendel's Sin R1, so they gave that car a very fitting send-off with the car owner Richard Bendel retiring this year. And it'd be great to see Ben hopefully an improved production and a bit more of a capacity next year. It's always been a very quick RX-7, always very well prepared, very well maintained and looked after with his father Bill, and unsurprisingly launches the number 78 machine up into position number 3. 3 green sectors, so 3 personal bests, and lap time 1 minute 44.571. Still plenty of drivers finding some improvement out there as well. Matt Logan's just gone P10, 146.62, which is great to see Matt Logan back as well. He's had a little bit of time away with some illness, and showing that he's still got a very, very nice car underneath him with the number 43 VE Commodore with the Mack Trucks and Castrol branding alongside that. It's checkered flags now out at the start-finish line. So these are the final laps for all these drivers crossing the line. We've seen Jamie Augustine just go through, so too Justin Wade. And a few more coming to the line here. Wayne Allway, Max Demerick, Michael Sinclair and Cade Lehman. And doesn't look like there's too much improving going on with there. Danny Timel was on 2 green sectors and actually got 3 green sectors and displaces Matt Logan, moves into 10th place. Brad Wyatt and Andrew Butcher both go through, as does Jason House. And he's actually 4th, so that's a good outing for Jason House. He's 4/10 behind the RX-7 of Ben Schutz. You just see that they're pushing the number 66 XL back down the lane. Actually, no, it wasn't the 60 XL. Sorry, it was Tom Prentice that was in the lane. So they just pushed him back. And we now got David Bone, who's off on the left-hand side at Siberia as well. So this has not been an ideal session for improved production. I'm just wondering whether or not the 40-minute plus delay that happened for the barrier repair has taken its toll on a couple of cars that has been sitting out there on the tarmac in the beautiful sunshine. All the drivers, I think, were actually getting out of their cars from what I was being told. They were all sitting in the marshalling area. They were all ready to go. And then the barrier repair had to take place, and they all had to get out of the cars and then go through all the routine again. So a lot of the prep work sort of went out the window quite at the beginning of that session. So it looks like we might have a short delay here with a few cars around the track that need to be picked up. There was actually only 10 minutes in that session as well, so they've cut that short a little bit due to a couple of recoveries, and I guess in the absence of some on-track action, there's some more track action happening at the go-kart circuit just on the other side of the circuit here. That's out near turn number 2, so it's on the driver's right when they head down into Southern Loop. So to recap, Adam Poole unheaded at the head of the field and 1 minute 38.900 straight out of the box on his first flying lap, and that was enough. So the 2022 Victorian State Race Series and Club Champion for Improved Production shows no signs that he's lost anything in the last couple of months, after this end of season. He takes pole for the first preliminary race this afternoon ahead of Jared Tonks, Ben Schutz. Then come the Interstate Raiders, Jason House and Lachlan McBrien. And then you've got the number 26 machine of Cade Lehman in there in 6th place. Max Demerick in 7th. Andrew Butcher, Jamie Augustine and Danny Timewell, the top 10. And then your under 2 litre runner, I'm just looking down the order here, I'm pretty sure that will be Stephen Zorkas, despite his off at turn number 6. And we'll take a short break while they pick up a couple of cars from all different points of the circuit. Coming up next will be Formula Ford, both the Duratec and the Kent class qualifying for hopefully what will be 12 minutes. You're watching Island Magic 2022.
Welcome back trackside, and from wherever you are watching, whether you are on the fence or if you're tuning in on the Blendline TV broadcast, coming up right now are the Cool Drive Formula Fords for their 12-minute qualifying session, shortened down from 15 minutes. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Paul Ziddy. It's good to have you up here in the commentary box, Paul.
Thank you very much, Callum. Always a pleasure to be in the commentary box with you at the stunning Phillip Island for the famous Island Magic meeting. They've really turned the weather on for us. The conditions don't get much better than this at Phillip Island. It's not too breezy, not too hot. We should expect some really good quick times in this session.
Goldilocks conditions indeed, and it says that you've been black flagged at Sandown, which is a little in-joke which we'll expand on a little bit later on, but this is a hot and fast qualifying session coming your way right now. Matthew Hillier is leading the way out there on track. So what can we come to expect from this session? Obviously they've got 12 minutes to go out there. Obviously have to set the fastest time they possibly can, but what's the process, what's the pragmatic approach that these drivers undertake to try and maximise the most out of their cars?
Yeah, so obviously it's the time that counts. You need that one lap in qualifying, and that will happen generally early on in the piece when the tyres, brand new tyres, they'll have all bolted on to go out for this session. This out lap, you'll see the drivers will be using it to just, if I can use the word gently, because they are giving him a bit of a hard time, but they're going to try and be gentle on this warm-up lap, getting the tyres up to speed, getting them up to temperature, much like you hear them talk about in F1 with the slick tyres. If you go out on a cold tyre and you're too aggressive before it's all up into its happy zones, all you're doing is putting too much heat into the surface of the tyre and you're actually killing the performance, so it's ultimately going to be slower. So they'll be trying to optimise that to come down here and start their flying laps. And I think that's Jake Santalucia will be the first across the line. Although it tells us it was Matt Hillier, but perhaps I missed that.
I believe it was Santalucia, and the focus on furniture car, but this is a rather energised battle. I won't say battle because obviously it's qualifying and it's more of a time trial than an elaborate time trial at the moment, but it's a bit of a gap from Santalucia to Hillier. So we spoke about it off air, Paul, but obviously the slipstream battle is going to be a key component of this session, and just how much time can there be gained out of positioning your car perfectly behind the car in front of you?
Yeah, Phillip Island, those big long straights, whether it's the front straight is the longest or even uphill up the back straight as well, and even the run from turn 2 down into Honda Corner is a long enough straight for that slipstream to come into effect. So we are genuinely talking, if you nail it and got all three of those sectors, got a good toe, you're talking a second or more at a circuit like Phillip Island. So these young drivers will be out there trying to maximise that. They'll all be looking for it. There'll be a little bit of, you'll almost see a little bit of ducks and drakes, people rolling out when they try to get themselves in a position to have that run, trying to watch their mirrors and not inadvertently give that 1 second advantage to one of their competitors. Having said that, you've still got to do a lap.
Yes.
So it's like a 230 kilometre an hour game of chess.
Absolutely. On screen right now, that's the high zero car of Xavier Kokai. This is probably going on 2 and a bit seasons for him in Formula 4 now, driving that number 10 Spectrum. It's beautifully liveried and he's tucked up behind. There's that Harrison Sellers in the car just ahead of him. Pair of Spectrums coming around the final turn and onto the main straight. They've got another pair of Spectrums ahead of them in the forms of Joe Fawcett and Bailey Collins as well. So we're starting to get some flying laps banked in there, and you can see Matthew Hillier straight to the top of the sheets in that number for Miguel, prepared by Sonic Motor Racing Services, a 1 minute 38.6. That's a pretty smart standing or first flying lap time, I should say.
Indeed, that is quick, but you'll be looking for those times to come down in conditions like this. I think you'll see there'll be a few more seconds to come out of the lap times by the time we've found our pole position sitter. And here we have Richard Davison in the Wins Formula Ford 1600 or Kent-powered car. There's quite a bunch of them out there. Be very careful how you say bunch of Kents when you're live on air.
It's great to have Richard Davison back here in the Wins Van Diemen RF 95. He, of course, made the trip over to England for the Walter Hayes Trophy. That's probably the biggest Formula Ford race globally. He went over there and took part in that race alongside Tim Blanchard. The pair of Aussies going over there and doing a superb job. It's great to have them, or have Richard Davison back here this weekend. And of course, he took out the Victorian Formula Ford Championship in the Kent Series as well in that very car. That car formerly driven by Garth Tander in the 1997 Championship to victory that year.
Indeed, and then subsequently driven by both Alex and Will Davison. So a lot of history with that car. fantastic to see it restored beautifully to its original livery and out there still competing. Let's see how the times shape up as the first of the drivers come back across the stripe. And we have a 38.5 for Edison Beswick in the Synergy Motorsport Prepared Spectrum. Takes him to the top of the times. Matt Hillier relegated to second. Bailey Collins, young Bailey Collins, first season, is doing a superb job out there. Currently sitting in third with Xavier Kokai hot on his heels. We show the timing screens as Kai Cavaden in fifth, but and I must apologise, I haven't got the name of that. You've got a young driver from New Zealand who is out here having his first taste of Australian motorsport running that car. Kai unfortunately couldn't be here this weekend.
Damon Wood's currently in P7. He's in that spirited battle there. The gaggle of cars there going into turn 4. So Joe Fawcett, he's got Xavier Kokai all over the back of him. So we've seen Kokai make up several, they're not positions, but he's made car lengths up on his rivals. So he's starting to steadily make his way through this rather energised battle. So the number 56 car of Damon Woods on screen at the moment. I incorrectly called him as Harrison Sellers earlier, so apologies to him. But yeah, it is Beswick on top at the moment with 5.5 minutes remaining in this session. Obviously, they're trying to get this Island Magic schedule back on track because they've fallen behind about an hour, about half an hour following the lengthy delay trying to repair those barriers from a qualifying session earlier. And here is Damon Woods up the inside in that number 56 car, doing a splendid job out here in the beautiful conditions. And the weather today really has been one of the main talking points because the weather's been so bad in Australian motorsport in recent months that we've had quite a few races and sessions being cancelled just because it's been too wet and too dangerous to facilitate racing. So that time around, it's Santa Lucia who makes up 13 positions on the timing tower. He sets a 1 minute 38.4, so they found about half a second in this session. Santa Lucia currently leading the way from Eddie Bezic.
Yes, it's and we saw that was we've got our split times up this weekend with the 3 split timers there, virtue of the fact that we've got the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge here, and you can see the different owners of the fastest sectors, with Bailey Collins owning the first, Zach Lobko the second, and Matt Hillier owning the Sector 3. Our theoretical best time is another 4/10 down on the current pole time. So if one of these guys can step it up in each of those, there is still some time out there to be had. Matt Hillier's just gone green in the first sector for him. And the beauty of that is we can watch them coming around and see who looks to be on a bit of a flyer.
This is a unique insight into qualifying as well because we don't often broadcast these sessions, so it's good to see on screen just how hard and charging they are at this stage of the weekend. So it's quite spirited in terms of how hard they are pressing on. So on track now, that's Zach Lobko, the number 7 CHE Racing entered McGale. He's currently in P7 with a 1 minute 39, but he's on it might be building up towards a flying lap this time around, so he's not showing any fast sectors. But Matthew Hillier is setting the timing screen alight with this current lap in the number 4 car coming onto the main straight, and he's about to go across the timing stripe right now, and that is slightly off. So I think he's gone straight to the top.
Straight to the top, and he has gone a green sector, which represents the best for that driver in the session, and then purple indicating the fastest of anybody in those 2 sectors. So nice way to go about it, and 37.8, he's gapped the field a little bit, and again that shows that benefit. He got a really good toe on that lap, and that's exactly what these drivers are trying to achieve. Racing, of course, different kettle of fish. Everyone's in there together, and you don't have that as disparate a position. You see there, who was that just drafting by Xavier Kokai, and just giving him that room to go on past, and again trying to position themselves to get that toe themselves and try and close that gap to pole position.
Kai Cavaden is a very polite young man from the Alpine region in Victoria. It's good to see him back here in competition. And we had Formula Fords here at Phillip Island earlier this year. We've got someone off coming on to the main straight as well, so that's a bit of a moment there. But as we was talking about before, here earlier this year as part of the National Championship, and if the form guide was anything to go by, we had the Sonic Motor Racing cars at the head of the field, and Hilly is showing that at the moment with the 7/10 gap back to Santa Lucia, and Eddie Bezic in third position ahead of Bailey Collins as well, who's showing some incredible speed at this stage of the weekend as well. But look at this, you can see on screen, they're obviously side by side coming around turn 12. This really can't be conducive to fast lap times.
No, exactly right. Yeah, they're both compromising each other at this point in time. And the other thing, of course, is that run onto the straight is so critical here to a lap time that, in fact, you've not only ruined the lap that you're just doing, you're ruining the start for your next. So it really, in qualifying, in racing, that's fine because you're just trying to keep your position. But in qualifying, that's effectively taken 2 laps away. And in a shortened 10-minute session, you can't really afford to be doing that. So they'll rue that, I think. They may not. And we're getting a report that we may have a driver off at turn 2, but he's been able to come back on safely, which is good to see. And earlier we saw car number 55, Ray Stubber, all the way from WA, running wide at turn 1. Showed the experience to just let the car wander out onto the grass, keep it straight and drive it back on. Very easy there to overcorrect, trying to bring it back. Here we have Zach Lobko running wide. Just overcooked it into turn 1, has run wide and then gathered it up to rejoin safely down at turn 2. Easy enough to do. These cars, they're hitting 230 odd kilometres an hour on the straight, and turn 1 for us in a Formula Ford is a 200 kilometre an hour corner. So it's a lift, it's a very, very gentle touch of the brakes, and then you're back to balancing the car on throttles.
Got to say big shout out to the corporate partners for Formula Ford this weekend, Cool Drive Auto Parts, of course. That name synonymous with the Blanchard family. We've got Harry Blanchard out there in competition as well this weekend, driving that car formerly steered by his brother Tim Blanchard several seasons ago in 2007 when he took out the Australian National Championship. Blanchard's currently in P11. We've got the checkered flag being waved to what has been a very fast and frantic session for the Cool Drive Auto Parts Formula Ford. So that galvanises.
As we come around, yes, Matt Hillier. Is there anyone else that's on a lap that may threaten him? It does not appear that way. It looks like the field has filtered through now, and that is how the positions will stand. Matt Hillier on pole from his teammate Jake Santalucia. Edison Bezic and Bailey Collins will be on your second row. Xavier Kokai, and alongside him will be not Kai Cavett, as we spoke about earlier. Kai, of course, not able to make this weekend. Young driver from New Zealand who I will apologise again for not having his name. He's done a sensational job to qualify in 6th position his first time here, and I assure you I'll have his name for racing.
So here they are peeling back into the infield. So that's been qualifying for the Cool Drive Auto Parts Formula Fords this weekend. We've got 2 classes. Of course, we've got the Duratec cars at the head of the field and the Kent cars further back, but we've got so much information coming your way because we do have the Formula Ford race 1 of the weekend, which will be a 9-lap race coming up at 15 minutes past 2, albeit that's the schedule. It's a little bit delayed at this point, so obviously the schedules are a fluid thing, and the organisers do a spectacular job trying to keep it on track as much as possible. But scheduled to be 2:15 for the first 9-lap curtain raiser for the Formula Ford and Formula Ford 1600, supported by Cool Drive Auto Parts. So Paul Ziddy, thank you very much for coming up here and calling in the qualifying session with me.
My pleasure. Look forward to joining back here for an exciting race.
So coming up next, it looks like we've got Circuit Racing, the Circuit XLs for their 15-minute qualifying session. So we'll have Stephen DeVries and Neville Blight stepping behind the microphone. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back shortly.
No wasting any time here at Island Magic 2022. Formula Ford's exit at turn number 4 and the XLs leave pit lane. So obviously the organising committee trying to work very, very hard to capture back as much time as possible. And of course, thanks to 888 Home Loans and Burson Auto Parts, it is time for the Hyundai XLs. Here they come. You can see them coming around Stoner Corner now and into Honda on the outlap. And with Steve DeVries back in the box, it's a very good pleasure to welcome for the first time Neville Blight, who's had a fair bit of involvement, I guess we can call it, Neville, in the uprising, I guess we can call it, of what's been a very, very popular category over the last sort of several seasons with XLs. Numbers are booming.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Probably been here just a tad too long, if the truth be known, but we've got a great class here. It's if you want to start in motorsport, this is the place. I look at it as the gateway to motorsport. It's a cheap way to get in, and you can learn so much. Racecraft, setting up the car, discipline out there. There's just no end to it. You know, affordability. It's a fabulous class.
I think so too, and it's what we've seen over the last several seasons. It's been like that stepping stone from. It's been the stepping stone getting from the karting. Some people back in the days they used to go from karts to Formula Ford. Now they go from karts to XL.
Yeah, no, that's true, and as I say, it's just the best way to get in. At their tin tops and whatever. But what those karters do find is it's a different driving discipline for a start. You're driving with the front wheels, not the rear wheels. You've got tin panels around you, and so if you hit someone, you hit them, and there's quite a bit of damage done. So we work very hard to try and prevent that, and we get it all sorted out. And then we get a couple of newcomers who want to show us their wares, and we've got to just drag them back just a tad.
Sorry, you've got to be very careful with wielding that big stick. I think when it comes to a bit of the disciplinary act, you've got to, I guess, find that right balance, because you've got not only a number of the young kids in series, but you've also got, even I think in the Masters and the trophy classes that we've seen in the club level sort of things, you've got some of the elder statesmen that just enjoy having a good race. We've seen people like Jason Bargwanna and a number of those drivers just get into those cars and just enjoy themselves and put on a good show as well. So they're the kind of people that you want these young fellas to aspire to. They want to look at them and see them as good role models and see how they can race a car, and that you can have fun without door banging somebody.
Oh, for sure. Now you mentioned Jason Bargwanna. I mean, he hasn't lost any of his competitiveness.
No,
he wants to still out there and have a go and show the young blokes what it's all about. But some of these young blokes have got his measure a little bit too. So it's pretty even and whatever. Look, there's so many levels here. There's different levels of the car themselves and how much they've put into it. The levels of the driving, the ability, and as you say, there's some, Stephen, they're just out there having a bit of fun and really enjoying themselves. And there's others out there that it's the beginning of a career for them, and they have moved on to other things. We've got Robotham driving supercars. A few of them have got Ben Grice. He's off in I'm not sure what those.
TA2, I think he's now. Yeah.
And there's quite a few that have moved on to other categories, and they're doing very well. So look, the fields are so big. You can't help but learn out there,
That's right.
And you're in a race where at any stage you are in a race with somebody, That's the beauty of it.
I think so too. And given it's a controlled class, much the same way as we've seen like the Porsche 944s and a number of the open wheel categories are very much a controlled category. So it tries to keep the budget down. It tries to keep the racing close and really use the driver's ability to separate themselves from each other, whether that be through driver skill or some setup tweaks. There's not a lot of things you can do to separate yourself apart from basically be the person between the chair and the steering wheel to make the car go faster. So speaking of going fast, let's have a look at some of the times as they stand right now. We've got Harry Tompkins, who's at the top of the timing sheets at the moment with a 2-minute flat. He's actually appearing on our screen as TBA at the moment, so I think there's a little bit of an issue with the timing transponder, but the team down the Blendline van have very quickly and very smartly corrected that. At the moment, looking on screen, you've got your Victorian State Circuit Racing Champion for this year, Hugo Simpson, and he's towing along Toby Waghorn, and we expect that both of these gentlemen here, I think, will be At the pointy end of the field come the actually very special race we've got tomorrow. We've got a 20-lap, I guess it's called a mini enduro, I think is what we're calling it. It's a single driver mini enduro, but that's going to test a few drivers. But we still expect to see the likes of Simpson, Waghorn, and then the 33 there of Harry Tompkins. They're probably going to be toward the pointy end of the field.
Well, they will be for sure, because they're sort of regulars at that pointy end. But the hour race might change a few things. I mean, if they'll treat that as a sprint and keep at it, and that's fine. But they've got to maybe conserve their tyres. Those tyres might not like an hour of that. They'll go off a little bit, and then therefore it'll drag the other cars up. So it will be interesting to see how they manage that and whether they try and manage those tyres.
And that's a valid point you raise as well. I mean, Victorian State Racing Championships and a lot of the races that we've seen here, whether it be through a club level or, outside of the Victorian State Race Series, they're sort of maxed out at about 10 laps. The lap count runs anywhere from 8 to 10, or in some cases maybe 7 to 10, depending on the circuit, depending on the schedule. So a lot of these drivers, as you said, are used to pushing.
Yeah.
Push for 7, 8, 9, 10 laps. But that can only get you so far before you start to get, as you said, fatigued as a driver from pushing so hard, and the tyres starting to give up, or the car giving up.
Yeah, well, they can be a little bit temperamental too. So sometimes you've got to maybe give it a rest in that hour race, which no one really likes to do. But there might be a point where you go, you know what, this is the tyres have got a bit mushy and it's not liking it. I've just got to be a little bit conservative, and then you get another go. They'll cool down a little bit and you'll get another shot at it. So that's where there's a whole lot of things in doing this. It's not just getting in these cars and taking off and away we go, I'm really good. There's a lot of science behind it. And there's a lot of drivers, well-known drivers, that get in here and go, wow, they didn't realise they're not that easy to drive. You've got to really, you need 12 months to really get your head right round them.
Yeah, you certainly do. And we've seen a number of drivers that have sort of come back into the category and just had a little bit of a run just to remember what it's like, especially with the Winton Enduro and, seeing some of the supercar drivers, as we mentioned before, Jalen Rowbotham, Jordan Boys, they sort of jumped in and shared a car and, had a bit of fun. Actually, speaking of, enduros and things as well, given it is a mini enduro this weekend, what are the cars like on fuel? Is the fuel going to be a deciding factor when it comes to the enduro, or are there going to be enough left in the tank at the end of the day?
No, there'll be enough left into the tank, but they'll use a bit. They're actually not real bad on fuel, but I don't think that'll be an issue with this. They'll be fine with this with an hour. We did an hour and a half at Winton there a fortnight ago, and that's about your limit, right? After that, you're looking at refueling them. But so we timed the race that way, and they've just got to watch that. Now, there's the odd car, if they've really got them tuned, they might use a little bit more fuel. So they've maybe got to be a little bit conservative. They could run out a lap or two at home from home if they're not careful.
On the speaking about being careful, coming down this part of the circuit is probably one of the more tricky braking zones on the track, heading down the hill out of Lukey Heights and into MG Corner. It's very easy to lock a brake. Now seen Charlie Nash go to the top of the timing sheet, so that's he's the first man under the 1 minute, under the 2 minute barrier now, 1 minute 59.86. He's had a fairly handy year in the Victorian State Series as well, Charlie Nash.
Yeah, well, he's just come along now, so he's done a ripper job. He started off a little bit finding his way and whatever. So in a short period of time, he's really going really well. He's got his head round this a bit, so he's doing a great job out there. Probably I was a little bit surprised to see him at the top that quick, but no, great effort.
And as we can see, I think Cadell Ambrose, is another one of the Victorian State race drivers that's sort of come into the fold quite early and in the piece this year and sort of been acclimatising as well. Of course, he's related to Rowan Ambrose, a long-time improved production supporter and racer. It was great to see Rowan out at Sandown back at round 4. Got to have a really good chat with him about where Cadell's at and what his future holds. As we keep an eye here on the number 31 machine of Craig Featherstone, heading down into turn number 3 and 4. A little bit squirrely under brakes there for the 127 of Barton, which is a car that I haven't seen before this year.
No, sorry to interrupt. That's his. I think this is his first time here.
Oh, there we go. That explains it.
He was a tad nervous about it, and I said, "You'll be fine. Just go out there. Plenty of room.
Do your
Way
thing.
to go." Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Is one of the cars that's going to be on double duty this weekend. Scott Appledore's not only been doing XL racing this year, but he's also been racing in the under 1600s or in the modern day equivalent, it's under 2 litre, is the class in improved production. Himself and Michael Sinclair, they've had a great year doing both categories, and the only thing they really need to change between the two different categories is the tyre, because in the XLs, of course, it's the Federal radial tyre, that's the control tyre. Improved production, it's the Yokohama AO50, and there's really not a lot they can do to the XL between races and in the different categories, because it's such a control category. We've got control suspension in XLs. You've got obviously the control tyre, which is the only thing that really can be changed. And I think there's plenty of things that they look at now to, again, try and close up some of those gaps that were emerging through the early part of the year.
Yes, that's not happening by accident. We generally really try and control the costs. So someone who's got a huge budget just can't come along and blitz the field. So what they can do is come up with a car that's extremely well presented, and they've spent a lot of money on some extra things, but not necessarily going to give them any more performance. But by and large, the way they present these cars is extremely well. There's some excellent cars out there, but as I say, the cost difference, like some people look at some of the cost difference, it's not performance, it's presentation, And we started off pretty cheap, and I think at the beginning, around $6,000 you could get out there with a car. Well, it's crept away now, and you probably double that. But a $12,000 car will put you in the mix.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you want to compete at the front, you can spend a little bit more money on one that's been well prepared and has a different roll cage and a few other bits and pieces.
But it's not necessarily faster, Stephen. It's just,
that's right.
They've got a $3,000 race seat in it, as opposed to a $1,200 race seat.
That's right. That'll still do the same job. Correct.
Yeah. And wheels, same thing. A lot of money spent on wheels, not necessarily,
Well, here we go. We've got checkered flag here at the end of qualifying for the XLs. At the moment, it's still Charlie Nash at the top of the timing sheets. There isn't a lot of improvement going on out there. The only one I can see at the moment that's got an improvement to gain would be Scott Appledore, who's currently in 10th place, and he's gone green with a personal best in Sector 1. We've got Larry Merrifield. He doesn't improve across the line that time around as well. At the moment, holding all the purple sectors. So Charlie Nash has got sectors 1 and 2, and it's Harry Tompkins with the fastest Sector 3, but overall it is Charlie Nash with a 1 minute 59.866. If you had to put all the sectors together in the same way that Harry Tompkins managed to put his third sector together, we'd be down to a 1 minute 59.2. That would have been what the ultimate datum time is, as the last few drivers finish here. Scott Appledore doesn't improve. Larry Merrifield, actually, he improved his time by a little bit, but he didn't improve the place. So car number 7 stayed 7th. Scott Appledore stayed 10th. And I think with the last two cars just coming to the line now, you've got the 159 of Kennedy and number 24, which is Anvelt, and they've just crossed the line now. That is qualifying concluded for the Hyundai XL. So pole. I think this must be a first pole, I think, for Charlie Nash. I can't recall him being on pole at all this year.
No, first pole. Brilliant effort. Right, I think he's got a pretty good team behind him, but that's a brilliant effort.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Well done to the young bloke. And as I say, he's come a long way, and I suppose they're going to aim him at those supercars at some point. But there's no better place to learn to drive than here.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Nash, Simpson, then you've got Tompkins, Lodge, Waghorn, Maluso, and then Merrifield. They were the top 7 there. It's just disappeared off the screen, so we'll recap that when we get to racing. Thank you, Neville. It'll be lovely to see you again a bit later on this afternoon, hopefully. And we'll take a short break up here in commentary because they're about to release a massive field of historic touring cars. Well, we didn't have to wait long, ladies and gentlemen. A little short break between proceedings, and here comes this fantastically presented field of historic touring cars with thanks to Just Cars magazine. And we'll be looking forward to the races a bit later on this afternoon, because it's a very special race a bit later on today. It's the Alan McKelvey Memorial Trophy that'll be awarded this afternoon, and on top of that, we're of course looking forward to the finale tomorrow afternoon, which has been won by plenty of people in the field. And here to join me up in commentary for qualifying the first time is Chris Ralph. Good to have you along with us, Chris, and good to see a very, very healthy field of cars here this weekend on the back of a very, very successful VHRR event at Sandown a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a huge field, isn't it? I mean,
37, I think I counted.
37, it was 37 or 38 when I last looked. And the magic of this is that at the front we've got the fastest, possibly the fastest historic touring cars in Australia, from Western Australia, Paul Stubber and Aldo De Pioli, and as well backed up by Trevor Talbot, also in a Camaro, Nathan Gordon, who's been doing some fantastic work in his Holden Monaro. And right down the back of the field, we've got something almost like a little mini convention. The fastest minis in Australia have been lobbying each other on social media to come here and sort it out. You know, two of them come from South Australia. That's Justin Elvin and can't quite see his name on the screen. Jason Armstrong. There's Adam Bressington, I think comes from New South Wales, and they are cars which do 155s around here, which puts them right in the mix with the bigger cars. A mini round here, properly driven, is just unstoppable.
I was about to say,
because of the flowing circuit, they can just keep the right foot flat, turn the wheel, and away they go.
Yeah, speak of the minis, here we go, the number 22 machine on screen, on cue. And I was wondering what was going on, because I arrived at the circuit yesterday, went down into the support paddock, and I could just see every garage, mini,
right.
and it was like, wow, they've turned up in numbers. And then the bit that I love is they're just so small. You look at all the cars around them, the RX2s, the Falcon Rally Sprints, and all these other different cars that are going past at the moment, and they're just so small, but they're just so cool.
Yeah, and they can bunch up in corners like a Formula car, and trying to get past them is quite hard. You got to duck and weave, because they're ducking and weaving.
We're not going to have a rolling roadblock of minis at some point in the weekend, are we?
I don't think so, no. The Mazdas, of course, there's a couple of those there. You can see on screen here the Falcon Sprint of Jervis Ward. That's one of the NB contenders. He's about to be overtaken by
the number 125 machine. Yeah, so that's Adrian Moyle in the Chevy Camaro SS, just going down the inside there. It's going to be quite congested, I think. Whoops, and someone going straight on, the number 38 machine.
Peter McNiven.
Yeah, Peter McNiven going straight on at the pit return road. So that's a bit strange. It didn't look like there's anything wrong with that car. So wondering whether whether it's something that we can't see or hear, and maybe just taking precautions. Because I guess the one thing with historic touring cars here, Chris, is that they are temperamental, because the age is there. They can't do a lot of things to these cars anymore, apart from make sure they've got a modern safety seat and those sorts of things. But you've got to keep the mechanicals as they were and all the things as they were.
That's one of the beauties of the category. It is strictly controlled. Eligibility is really strongly enforced, which is a way to maintain the integrity of the category.
And the presentation that goes along with it as well.
Exactly.
As they were in the day. That's pretty much I guess the overarching sort of rule book, isn't it? As close to as they were in the day.
Yes. I mean, they represent the racing of the period. They're obviously not the same, but they're pretty much the same. The rules were thought about very clearly when they set up first Appendix J, and then later the later category of Group NC coming into it after that. Very, very closely and thought out and very heavily enforced rules. Of course, the part of motor racing history is that people always try and beat the rules, and that happens, and then they get pulled back and have to start again.
Talk to me about the mix of drivers that are here as well, because a lot of people would look at the historic touring cars and think, you know what, this is it's an elderly gentleman sort of a game. But I mean, I look at categories nowadays like the HQ Holdens, and you've still got your upper end of your gentlemanly car, but then you've got some young fellas that are coming in that are really showing that you can actually wrestle some of those cars around. What's it like in the historic touring cars? Is it a bit of a mixture of both, or is it starting to go one way or the other? You're starting to bring people in that have got a massive respect for what the heritage of these cars are, or is it still I guess the older sort of gentlemanly type thing?
The older gentlemen, naturally, as older gentlemen do, start to fade away.
Yes.
Luckily, there's a phalanx of people coming through. There's a lot of guys in their mid-50s who've just got to the point where they've, maybe established themselves in business, and they've decided to go motor racing, and these are the sorts of cars that still have resonance for them from their youth, and that's what they tend to gravitate towards.
Yeah, that's it.
And there are some younger drivers coming through.
Yeah, I grew up. I guess I'm in my late 30s now, and I mean I grew up with a household where historic touring cars and was the thing. Like my father owned EH Holdens, and there was a 38 Chev there at one point, HR Premier. So even at one stage, the old the Falcon XY. That was the one car that I remember driving after I had my first bingle was jumping into a car that was 30, 40 years older than the car that I just wrecked.
Yeah.
So I've got a massive respect for sort of those cars, and understand that that was what my father sort of passed down to me. So I guess it's a dying sort of a thing now. I mean, I guess a lot of younger kids these days would look at these and go, "How old are these cars?"
Well, if you look at speaking of passing a car down through the family, the FJ Holden there, it's that was a car that was raced by the father of the current driver. There's Gary Finnemore stopped there in turn 3. So.
Yeah, Gary's there he is there in the Ford Mustang Coupe. Now he's of course had his Ford out earlier this year in the Vic V8s and had a pretty nasty shunt at Sandown, which it was great to see that car repaired. But that's not a great sign to see that he's come to a halt on the other side of the road there.
And look, just looking at the pole sitter, I think undoubtedly he'll be pole at 1:45.1, which I think is probably the fastest lap ever undertaken by a Group N car around this circuit.
Yeah, just going to have a look at the record books actually, just to see. We've very, very graciously been given a list of all the lap records here by the Payart crew. These, of course, are the race lap records. They're not the qualifying lap records. And they've actually going to cut this qualifying session short. We're getting word through that because of the stricken car that's out there for Gary Finemore, they're going to just have 1 more minute remaining in this qualifying session. So there's not a lot of time left to go. Actually, there's we've got the Group N touring, Group NA, and we've got Group NB, but we actually haven't got an NC or anything there as well. So there's a few. Actually, the record books need to be checked.
I'm pretty sure nobody's ever got into the low 45s before. I thought it was 46. I think Stubber might have lowered that by a good second.
I think you probably might be right there.
Yeah.
And that's a stonking time too, a 1:45.1. That's miles ahead of the next man, and Anton Di Paoli with a 1:49.0.
Yeah, well, both Stubber and Di Paoli, of course, are experienced dirt racers, and that's where they grew up. They love having their car sideways, and what better car to have sideways on Phillip Island than a Camaro? I mean, Stubber's amazing. He really is. He starts the entry to a corner when most people are starting to brake.
Yeah, brake, exactly. So he's quite happy and quite comfortable.
He's got the attitude in the car way before the apex, and then he just powers it through, and it's a delight to see.
Well, here we go.
Watch him coming onto the
straight now, yeah. So
so
checkered flag is out at the line at the moment. So these are the final laps for a lot of these drivers at the moment. So there's plenty of green sectors popping up out there. So we're going to get a real read here on a bit of a change in the order. So keep an eye on that timing tree. There'll definitely be a few that'll jump up and down here or there, especially outside the top 10. There goes the FJ through and moves up.
Phil Barrow's FJ that I was talking about earlier.
He gained 2 spots on that flying lap as well. So he moves up the order. Into the upper half of the teens, so up to about 13th or 14th place. You got the Monaro. Look at that big slide from the number 45 coming through the turn there. This is Nathan Gordon at the wheel in the HQ GTS. He was definitely sliding heading in towards turn number 12, goes across the line, and actually he's fifth overall. He didn't improve his time.
Fantastic job, yeah.
That's a great time. And then the number 4 machine of Darcy Russell up late as well, up to 4th, then it's up to 5th, and then pushes Gordon down into 6th place with the number 90 machine there of Chris Stern, Ford Mustang Trans Am.
Yeah.
He's holding down 7th right now. And I think that's going to be fairly close to all she wrote, I think.
Yeah, it's great to see Darren Hossack, of course, who's an ex sports car and sports sedan driver. He's got his Mazda up to
4th place.
Up to 4th.
Yeah, great job from Darren Hossack.
Yeah.
But no one can hold a candle to Paul Stubber, though. He's head and shoulders above the rest. Nearly 3.9 seconds the margin in qualifying there, so he will have pole position for this afternoon's Alan McKelvey Memorial Trophy race, which we'll talk a little bit more about this afternoon.
Yeah,
ahead of Dee Pioli and Trevor Talbot and Darren Hossack.
Yes, it's a great battle around the 153 mark, from about position 4 through to about position 10. So that behind Stubber and Dee Pioli, there'll be a good battle.
I think so.
Just see the Cortinas on screen, got half a dozen of those here this weekend. There's been a big resurgence in Cortinas over the past few years.
It's been a big resurgence just, I think, in the last couple of months, just in the historic tourer cars in general. They've been a little bit quiet through the Victorian State Race Series this year, but it's good to see them back in numbers. I think that's the important thing, Nick.
We're hoping for a big resurgence in the State Race Series next year. I think it's going to be looking forward to that. A lot of interest in doing the series.
I think so. Great to have you, Chris. Thank you very much. We'll see you a little bit later on this afternoon, I'm sure.
Yep. Thank you very much.
And we'll take a very quick few moments to catch our breath here while they have a little bit of a clean up of the circuit, and then Formula V's will be out for qualifying.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks.
Again, wasting no time, ladies and gentlemen. Formula V qualifying about to get underway. So 12 minutes on the clock as per the changes that have happened in the last couple of, in the last hour or two, with all of the track repair work. And the marshals and the officials have done a fantastic job to get racing back underway. So big thank you to them for all their hard work that they've done, not just today and across this weekend, but throughout the season. There's a number of them that go to every single event here in Victoria. That it's what they do, it's their passion. They love motorsport, and they get things going for us when all the chips are down and it all seems a bit lost and everybody's waiting to go back out. They're the guys that keep it all going. So it's very thankful to them, and very thankful to all the organising committees that they've been able to get everything repaired and back underway again. So thanks to Spec on VHT, it's Formula V qualifying. So there's a few little differences, I guess, in Formula V that we see here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit come Island Magic. We do tend to see a couple of the historic competitors drag their cars out. So you can see some lists down here for the likes of Scott Slater, Clive Brook, Max Bonney. And I think I also saw another one out there, Donald Greaveson. He was out there in the Spectre. And we'll see them off the back part of the grid. But then we've got, of course, the modern day equivalent, the 1600s. That will be fighting it out for the Phillip Island Formula V trophy, or the Maury Fordham trophy as it's more affectionately known. And here we go for 12 minutes of qualifying laps. So the important thing to take into account with Formula Vs this weekend is there's a bit of a milestone marker that's being attempted. So the 2021 State Series champion Reef McCarthy, he's probably going to be heavily favoured to win this event, and he's actually shooting for 4 straight wins at this particular event. There he is on the screen there, the Beecham number 61 machine, with some new backing this weekend from Ramada Resort and Phillip Island. We're very grateful to them for not only the sponsorship on his car, but they're also the sponsor of the Sports Sedan 50k plate, and they have been for quite a number of years. So he's won the last 3, the very famous dead heat with Davin Field all the way back in 2019. Then there was the 2020 Beecham 1-2 with himself and Blaine Grills, and then winning last year as well. So he was on 3 straight, and he'd be looking to make it 4. Nobody's ever done it before, so it'd be a little slice of history at Phillip Island if Reef can manage to overhaul his competitors this weekend and win another Phillip Island Formula V trophy. But he's going to have a bit of a hard task doing it. He's got the likes of this trio that are on screen at the moment out of the JRD stable, and I guess you can include Ash Clifford in the Star Res entry back there as well. And he is, all 3 and 4 of these guys are definitely going to give it a red hot go. So the 3 cars on screen you've got here is 2 rookies this year. So the car that was at the front, the car that was at the back of the group with Andre Curran and Isaac Woodhouse. And then you've got Heath Collinson, who is the champion-elect in the Victorian State Race Series this year. He won the title at the very last race of the very last round here in September. So he's looking to add another trophy to his bank. Oh, we've got a slow car now as well. Ash Clifford, who is at the back of that group, has just slowed down a little bit, but I think maybe hearing him might have actually potentially spun there, but he's just dropped to the back of the group. Doesn't look like anything's wrong with the number 17 machine. We're just waiting on a few things as well. It looks like timing that we've been sort of hotly waiting on has finally returned, so that's great to see. And we've got a little bit of a replay look here down at turn 3, so heading through Stoner Corner. Actually, this is turn 2. And then in the back of shot, just keep an eye out here. Yep, actually well spotted by the Blendline crew. He's just got a little bit too wide on the outside of turn number 2. When you drop wheels in the grass and you're trying to put the power down, that's typically what will happen. You'll get turned around and face the other way. But for Ash Clifford, just a 360, and off he goes, and there'll be a little bit of garbage to clean up when that car gets back to the pits. So looking at the timing screen at the moment, we haven't got the timing tree up, unfortunately, for the moment. We have got live timing, so we're running through the order at the moment. Its first flying laps are officially commencing. There's been a bit of a trade with some of the different sectors, so everyone's on a flying lap at the moment. Purple sector in Sector 1, currently held by Heath Collinson. John Casamati in Sector 2. And as we get to the line, we are waiting to see how the times pan out. So actually, the timing's just sort of going up and down a little bit at the moment. And we're getting some word through that there's a car number 88 that's actually doesn't look like it's actually been entered on the list as well. So there might be a very late entrant we're yet to get some details on. So that's why just a few seconds ago you would have seen TBA on the bottom on the timing tree. So I'm as confused as you are, because that's a number that I haven't actually seen before Formula V. So we'll endeavour to bring you who that is. Probably between races, we'll figure out who that driver is of that car. And I know there's been a number of new drivers that have come into the series this year. Of course, the rookies. There's a few new drivers that have been welcomed into the Formula V Victorian Club this year. And with some cars that are, I guess, being prepped out of sheds and cars that are being sold to people that are interested in racing in the series. Hopefully there'll be a continued resurgence of Formula V in 2023, and we can look forward to some of those full grids that we've seen. 20 plus cars at each round, and going back as well to the recent National Challenge, where we're upwards of or nearly 50 cars up at Winton, which was a fantastic event put on by the Benalla Auto Club as part of the Formula Festival, along with Formula Ford and F5000. It was a very, very good weekend outside things. Oh, and big high side and a big hit, and that's the rookie Andre Curran, and he's lost a wheel here as well. That's a very high speed off. And a car that has already been repaired from an incident at Winton a couple of weeks ago that's going to need some more repair. Now that looks like it is down at it's on the exit of turn 10, so down the bottom of the hill. So that's a very awkward place to have an off. I don't think he's hit the wall. I think he's gone down the hill and the wheel has either come off or there's been some contact and the wheel's bounced back off the tyre barrier, because he hasn't gone very far. I don't think he definitely wouldn't have hit the wall and gone that far. And it looks like the wheel has come off that car. That's what the word is coming through, that the wheel parted company with the number 32 machine. Now that's in a really awkward spot here. I don't know if the officials will consider red flagging this session, but that's a very, very awkward spot for that car to be sitting. Here we go, down the hill. Yeah, just let go all by itself. Wow, so that's not something you see every day. Usually the JRD stables are pretty well prepared and takes care of things, so I would suggest that's some sort of wheel stud failure that's happened there for Andre Curran. So he's going to be a bit behind the 8 ball here. So where was he in the qualifying order? We're still waiting on a few times to be populated. The timing's been a little bit strange for us, and I don't think he'd actually set a time. His name's not actually appearing on the timing tree at the moment. So he's potentially going to be behind the 8 ball and might be starting off the rear for this next race a bit later on this afternoon. Of course, timing's still a bit up in the air with how the race times are going to pan out. They were scheduled to be out for qualifying at 20 to 12, and it's now 12:15, so we're still about 25 minutes to a half an hour behind. That would put the Formula V race scheduled for around about 4:30, unless any time can be clawed back. So let's focus on what we do know. At the moment, Reef McCarthy holds the fastest time with a 1 minute 53.47. And he was on a fairly good lap here, and the session's been called. So checkered flag is out. They've deemed that car is in too difficult a position to let the session continue. McCarthy, 52.711, so he lowers the benchmark at the top. And Nick Jones, pretty smart time from Nick Jones, 153.16, slots into position 2 ahead of John Casamati in number 25, Beecham Sabre 02. And you've got Ash Clifford and Isaac Woodhouse and Nick Grigg. So this is based on what we are actually looking at on screen. I think there's probably going to be a fair bit of change in this order. Some of the times are all over the place, and we have been seeing that timing has been sort of flashing on and off. So these times I think are probably not truly representative of where everybody in the order will be, because I think Heath Collinson with a 157.46 currently on the timing totem in position number 9. I think he's got a much quicker time than that, given he was running with Isaac Woodhouse and Andre Curran for a little bit, and Woodhouse is up around a 55, and it doesn't make sense for Collinson to have a 57. I think that there's probably going to be a bit of post-qualifying analysis and a few times that will definitely change hands. So the timing tree on the left-hand side there, I wouldn't probably take as gospel that is how they will line up for this one. I'd say that Reef McCarthy and Nick Jones are definitely going to be at the pointy end of the field. McCarthy's likely to be on pole. And I think there's a few drivers that will definitely come a bit further forward. The likes of Collinson will come up the order a little bit more, and we'll have to wait and see what happens with the timing for Andre Curran, given he is currently stranded out at turn number 10. Well, a lot of drivers started their careers in those things going around on the circuit there in karting, and as we spoke about before with the XLs, it's where a number of drivers have come from. Same with Formula V, another one of the categories that's fairly affordable to get into and a fairly good stepping stone from karting. And well, we'll take a short break here while we wait for the recovery crews to pick up the stricken number 32 JRD Sabre 02 from turn 10. And it'll be the final qualifying session of the day coming up on the other side of this with Formula Open, wings and slicks. Everybody loves a little bit of wings and slicks, and we've got a good mixture of them here this weekend. So we'll be back very, very shortly. All right, out for the final action in qualifying on the, well, it's not morning anymore, it's early afternoon. So good afternoon to everybody if you're tuning in for Island Magic 2022 with thanks to Race Fuels, the championship winning fuel supply, Formula Open for 12 minutes of qualifying. This is great. This is really, really fantastic to see, and a great initiative from the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club this year to bring back, I guess, the John Roxburgh Trophy or the Victorian Road Racing Championship. It hasn't been awarded here at Island Magic for 20 years. The last person that was the honour of that was one Michael Caruso in a Dallara F301 Formula 3 car. And we've got a fantastic mix of Formula 4, Formula 3. There's, I think even I saw a Reynard 92 out there as well. So some of the old Formula Holdens, they're all pulling them out of the sheds. This has been fantastically supported for this weekend here, Callum Brannigan.
Thank you, Stephen. Hello to you. Hello to everybody around the track and tuning in from home. It's great to see fully bona fide open wheels and slicks and wings as well. It's good to see them back in competition in Victoria. Obviously, it's a much more prevalent category in other states, but it's great to see the establishment of the Formula Open Australia category. Very happy to see Tim Macro finally, after several years and several false starts, I say that endearingly due to global pandemic reasons, but he's here and he's got the category up and running, and it's a great initiative from him. Obviously, he's got some of these open wheelers in his shed, so it's a great opportunity for him to get these cars out. But what it does enable the young up-and-comers of tomorrow is it gives them crucial miles behind the wheel of these cars in Australia before potentially some of them head overseas. I'm thinking of the people like Noah Sands, for example, where seems like he's got a bit of an open-wheeler future ahead of him.
I think so, and of course he's no stranger to open-wheel cars. He's been involved in Formula Ford for a couple of seasons here in Australia as well. And these cars, I think a lot of like the F3 cars, very similar sort of in way to your Indy Lights and those sort of things, because that's what we're seeing. A number of the drivers here in Australia, if they want to continue their Formula career, they can't go to Europe because it's quite expensive. So they're looking at the States, they're looking at Indy Lights, and then moving up the same ranks that a lot of those drivers do into IndyCar.
Absolutely, and look, what it does enable us to see as well is that these beautifully presented Formula 3 cars from a bygone era, obviously Formula 3 still very much active in Australia, but to see them continuing in Australian motorsport to this day and age, and you can see on screen as well, there's a smattering of Formula 4s from a couple of years ago as well, getting them back out of the shed, but very, obviously these cars will be differently matched on pace, but obviously it's down to the driver as well to extract as much pace from these cars as possible. So on screen at the moment is it's number 45 entry. That's Beaton coming down onto the main straight as he gets his first flying lap underway for the session, but it looks like he's still trying to cycle a bit of heat into those tyres. I dare say it takes a couple of laps for the core temperatures to get built up into the carcass within the tyre room as well before they can set off on an absolute Hollywood number.
Absolutely. Well, you've got to remember too that they've been sitting out there in marshalling area for a couple of minutes, probably a good 10 minutes at least. And they're not allowed to have the tyre blankets or things on these cars as well. They're just basically sitting there. The one thing the driver's got is an umbrella over his head, which I think is customary with open wheel racing these days. When the bright sun shines out, also when it rains, it's quite useful. But no sign of the wet stuff this weekend at the moment. And as I said, they've got to go through and use the opening couple of laps to cycle the heat temperature, do all the preparation work before they set off in pursuit of what we expect to be some Hollywood numbers. We're just seeing fast times start to come out at the moment. We've got Trent Grubel in the number 34 machine. He's just gone to the top of the time sheets. 1 minute 29.1 is the fastest flying lap so far. And there are a few drivers, I think, that may possibly have been some late entries into the list, because we're looking through the program and we haven't got everybody. So we're going to be frantically looking up and down the order to see who is actually listed and where. But I think 30 plus cars, I think, for the weekend was what I counted when I had the entry list as well. So, as you said, the wings and the slicks, it's getting involved, getting cars out of sheds in the same way that it's good to see Formula V people getting cars out of sheds and historic touring car drivers getting cars out of sheds, and really supporting not just the grassroots motorsport, but just bringing them out because everybody wants to see them. Oh, and here we go.
That's Ryan Howe.
That is Ryan Howe, and I guess he's got a bit of a love affair with this place because he won a sports car championship here a number of years ago. I think it was in 2018, and then we haven't seen much of him after his incident at Barbagallo with the Audi, and then that unfortunate braking incident coming down into, I think it was the last turn with brake failed and the car went straight on, and he was on track to win that race. So he's beached actually as well, so he won't be going anywhere. Looked like that car was spinning its wheels and not making very much progress.
Yeah, there's still been quite a lot of rain in recent weeks across Victoria and eastern Australia, or southeastern Australia up to New South Wales as well. Torrential downpours, so that infield on that grass is incredibly sodden, and as soon as you get one of these with a very low ride height type car with an open wheeler like a Formula 3, like you see on screen at the moment, that's the number 41 car of Robert Rowe in the Genesis Officers Dallara F308, making his way through MG. Obviously as soon as they get onto the grass, it is not much coming back for them, unfortunately. So that car very much beached Ryan Howe, so he be a little bit surprising to see him take further. In fact, he stepped out of the car and is having a word to an official, so he'll be a little bit disappointed with that performance, but we shouldn't be too much to get that car ready for the race coming up later on this afternoon. So Noah Sands on screen right now. That's the number 17 Gilmore Racing Dallara F308. It is a beautiful looking car. Always have been a big fan of these Dallara Formula 3 cars, and I think there's also a Miguel Formula 3 car floating around there in the field as well. They are very svelte looking cars, very low to the ground, and they got all the right proportions as well, and they are incredibly fast around this fast flowing Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, this is the package you want to have, and of course they are denoted and very easy to spot the air intake there on the side sill of the car as well, so you know when you're looking at a Formula 3 car when you can see that there. And good to see there's a couple of different makes. You've got the F307s, the 8s, the 9s. There's actually quite a few different variants of the Dallara F3 chassis here this weekend. Noah Sands still currently in 5th position on the timing tree, and just under, so there's 5 drivers at the moment, top 5 all under 1 minute 30 seconds, and then you've got the number 25 machine there of Winston van Laarhoven, so he's just outside, actually out of 1 minute 30.0 in 6th position. And Tommy Smith in the number 16 machine, he's 7th overall. That one is one of the Tatus FT50s, and actually that's one of the cars that's out of the Tim Macro Racing stable that you were alluding to a few minutes ago.
I believe it's a TRS open wheeler out from New Zealand as well. So
yeah,
that's a car very familiar across the ditch, across the Tasman, or the Dutch, as you might say, from hail from New Zealand.
Careful.
Sorry, I'm not offending any of our our friends over in New Zealand, but yeah, it's great to see that car in such variety as well. I think there's an old Formula Renault out there too. So
yeah, I did see the Renault yellow, the blue and yellow hues of the Renault. It is out there somewhere.
And it turns your head. So I'm a big fan of open wheelers, obviously, so I'm showing my favouritism towards these cars, but walking up and down the paddock, there's all sorts of cars I actually haven't seen in person here this weekend. That just shows my inexperience with some of these open wheelers, but it's very good to see them, and it's such large numbers too, with 31 cars here this weekend. We've also had 31 entries in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge coming up for their second race coming up later on this afternoon, or in a few moments as well. So very well represented grids across the board here for the 2022 edition of Island Magic. And we should remind everyone around the track as well, obviously this doesn't apply to people viewing from home, but 87.6 to tune into your car radio if you'd like to listen to the docile tones of Stephen DeVries just a little bit more clear. Oh
yeah, and a few others as well. It's not all just about me. Actually a good point as well for everybody that is here at the circuit. They have actually got all the trophies that will be awarded on Sunday for the Matthew Flinders plate, the 50k plate, the John Roxburgh Road Racing trophy, which we're watching these cars go around for now, the Maury Fordham trophy. They're all down there at the cafeteria, which is just down below our commentary position. They're all on display. The Phillip Island Auto Racing Club presents them very, very well. They're perpetual trophies every year. And it's get down there and have a bit of a look and just see what summer silverware these drivers are going to be taking home. As we've got a checkered flag here, actually there goes the Renault FR2000 of Nathan Beer that you were just talking about a few moments ago. Those blue and synonymous blue and yellow tones that are well known with Renault over the years. I guess that's now morphed into what is it now? Alpine in the Formula 1 nowadays. Now, there is a bit of an update. If you're watching along here on Facebook, ladies and gentlemen, please change your coverage to blendline.tv/live, because, of course, there are a couple of limitations with the Facebook feed. If you're watching along on YouTube, stay right where you are.
Brilliant pictures, brilliant sunshine. These cars continuing to come across the line to finish this session. So on top of the sheets, we have the number 34 entry of Grubel. He's done a 1 minute 28.06. That is a very smart lap time around the fast-flowing Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. In second position, it's Ethan Brown in the Tim Macro Racing prepared Dallara F308/11. 11. He's just behind, about 1.5 tenths of a second behind with Nielsen, and Noah Sands running at the top 4, and Astley showing in P5 at the moment. But it's quite a spread across the field in terms of time. So a 1 minute 28 flat around Phillip Island is absolutely flying, as we alluded to earlier. So it's a bit of a field spread, but they are fairly evenly spread across the field. So we've got some quite entertaining racing coming our way, especially as these cars are so different. It'll be quite entertaining to see.
Another car off there. That's at Southern Loop. And that's a bit of a surprise because that's on the cool down lap. Can we get the number there? That's the number 25 machine of Winston van Laarhoven. And Winston had actually got that car up into 6th position overall. And I think it's probably just gone in at a little bit too much speed. You can see all the garbage that's on the tyres. And for a moment I thought it was actually on the front wing there, but that's just because of the nature of how the wing is tapered in at those sides. So gone off at, I would say, fairly high speed. And yet another recovery. So 2 cars to be picked up on the other side of this. And while we await the Pike recovery crews to get out there and extract the 2 drivers that have come to a halt, let's take a short break. Let's catch our breath, because coming up on the other side of this, it's race number 2 of the championship deciding round for Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. It's still up there to play for, and there's plenty more to come here at Island Magic 2022.
Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge has been a part of the Aussie motor racing landscape since 2008, and it's already proven to be a great stepping stone for what are now some of the biggest names in Porsche racing. Matt Campbell and Jackson Evans, they started right here in Sprint Challenge. But how is it any different to Carrera Cup? And how do you get from racing these cars to the top of the Porsche pyramid?
Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge is absolutely my favourite category, without a long bet. Because what it is the base of the Porsche pyramid that we build everything in motorsport about. It's entry level, it's people that are excited about driving their car with their mates on the weekend at the racetrack. They are extremely competitive when they get on the track, and they get out and they backslap and they joke about everything they're doing. They really enjoy what they're doing. For me personally, I enjoy it because you see huge steps. You see all these young guys come from go-karts, Formula Fords, whatever. They come here, each race you see them progress 2 spots, 4 spots, 1 second a lap. Like, you see the big gains, and you see it as the very first point for the young guys to go to the front. And then the next year you see them get into the big league with Carrera Cup. And like the Matty Campbells and the Jacksons, we just keep going. And next thing you know, they're famous and they're in Europe. So this is where it all starts, and this is grassroots racing, and it doesn't get any better. Well, they're all 991s this year. We've got Gen 1s and Gen 2s, which was obviously the last of the Carrera Cup car from last year. Gen 2's particularly good because they got the bigger engine, a lot of user-friendly, quite hard to get now, and just a beautiful car to drive. The kind of racing is halfway through the field, you're still very, very competitive with like-minded people that are the same skill, and you have a genuine race and you come back and it's all over and done with. So you don't need to go Carrera Cup. So we've got a mix of gentlemen that were happy to be here for a long term, and we got the young guys coming through that are going to try and be famous. There's quite a few guys here that I know that I've actually trained personally that have come from club days, then they go to state series, go right at state series, they got their first step here. So there's actually 2 guys here, like we get P-platers through here all the time. Skill level's quite high, so there's one young guy, Travis, that's here, and I mean, he's running 6th. So, you know, you like to see it. You like to see these guys come through, and they'll love their Porsches. Simple as that. So he's particularly good at starts because he's a bit of a gun at the traffic lights, and it's transferred across to here. So we're looking good.
We are back here at the 2022 Phillip Island Island Magic event, the best state meeting in Australia, if not the world. And coming up very shortly is the 6th and final round of the 2022 Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia Series. It is an incredibly close title showdown between Ryan Wood from New Zealand up against Tom Sargent from Australia. So we've got an incredible title showdown between those guys, but it's actually all classes, we should point out, in the Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia that are getting incredibly close at the top. So as we touched on, we've got Sargent on top of the sheets in the pro class with 798 points, but with Ryan Wood taking out victory in this morning's race at 9:30, he's trailing by 25 points now and he's closing the gap from 32. Ryan Wood was the pole sitter in qualifying yesterday, which is held during the test sessions throughout Friday. Morris Pro-Am, we've got Brett Bolton on top with 768 points, but Sam Shaheen has closed the gap down to 87 points. Sam Shaheen, of course, in the Ben Motorsport Park supported Porsche, doing a superb job throughout the season, but has come on particularly strong in the last two rounds at Bathurst and also here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So we'll have to point out and say big thank you to the volunteer officials and crews out there working tirelessly all weekend to recover the mishaps. And you can see on screen on the Blendline TV coverage, if you are around the circuit, we encourage you to whip out the telephone and tune into the live stream on YouTube. Tireless efforts from the Pike recovery crew there, so they're just withdrawing that car out of the grass, unfortunately falling out of the qualifying session just before, but we have to say big thank you to the volunteer officials. And if you do want to become an official, please visit piarc.com.au/officials. We can never get enough officials. We really need as many people as we possibly can, because without them we don't have motorsport, and it's their time and tireless efforts around the track in rain, hail, and in this case sunshine and relative heat. They're doing a superb job, and yeah, as we said, they're volunteers, so they're out here because they love it. They're passionate about motorsport, and it's the whole reason we are all here, whether you are a competitor, a team member, working behind the scenes as part of the official crews as well. So we encourage you to go to piarc.com.au/officials to find out more information, or if you go to your preferred search engine on the internet and look up Motorsport Australia as well, you can look up more information there as well. So we have a brief delay while they're recovering that car. So I was just touching on the fact that Morris Pro-Am has closed the gap from Brett Bolton in the lead to Sam Shaheen. That's just 87 points between those two, with Andrew Goldie behind as well in third position in that series. And then also in Class B, we've got Lockie Harburg in the lead of Class B, just ahead of Stickland, who's 32 points behind. And we've got Jacob Lee 44 points behind from the lead as well. Jacob Lee has been on fire this weekend and also at Bathurst just a couple of weekends ago, doing an absolutely splendid job, and as he continues to close the gap in the title chase for Class B. So you can see on the start-finish line now, we've got a brilliant camera shot looking down towards the start-finish straight. Here we have 30 Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia entrants here for their second race of round 6 of the 2022 series. We've got 11 laps in duration coming your way. Race 1 was unfortunately punctured by a safety car after a coming together involving Lockie Bloxham, who was doing a splendid job to recover to position 8, which is where he starts this race. He, of course, was in the title hunt. It's not in the title hunt, but he was in the podium contention for the 2022 series. And they're coming out onto track there. So starting on pole position, we have Ryan Wood from New Zealand in that car prepared by Earl Bamber Motorsport. Of course, season 2023 is already sorted for him next year. And we've also got a couple of surprises coming your way in this race as well. Tom Sargent starting out of P2. He is headed for the United States of America next year. He will take part in the 2023 Carrera Cup North America Championship along with Andy McElray or McElray Racing. Great to see Tom Sargent heading on over there. It's been a massively successful season campaign for Tom Sargent. He took out the 2021 Formula Ford National Series win as well with the same team that he's racing with here this weekend. That's Cameron Hill Racing. He's starting out of P2. Courtney Prince starting out of third position in the number 32 local legends Sonic Motorsport prepared car. She starts in 3rd position. She had an outstanding opening race this morning, and she's right in the thick of the battle. She took it up to Tom Sargent, or took the battle up to Tom Sargent in that race earlier today. And we've got Aaron Shields starting out of P4. Adrian Flack, also with the classes are started in order as well. So the grid order, you've got the Pro class at the head of the field, then you'll have Pro-Am class and Class B stacked behind there as well. So we'll go through the pole sitters for each respective class, but it looks like we have Adrian Flack, who will be starting from pole position in Morris Pro-Am. And he's having a great battle with Sam Shaheen earlier this morning, who was also locked in a battle with Jason Miller. And then Jacob Lee will be starting from pole position in Class B as well. We touched on the fact that Sam Shaheen is in title contention. He's trailing Brett Bolton coming into this race with just 2 more points scoring opportunities remaining for season 2022. So Miller starting out of position 6 alongside Harrison Goodman starting in P5. Lockie Bloxham alongside Madeline Stewart starting out of P7. Adrian Flack in P9. Sam Shaheen following behind as well. So as we said, 30 cars starting this race, and it is all coming down to the wire. So 25 points splitting Ryan Wood and Tom Sargent. There is 120 points on offer, a maximum amount of 120 points to score for the rest of this weekend. And they have squeezed all 3 races for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia into the Saturday of the schedule of Island Magic. So it's a busy schedule for teams and drivers. It's not a huge amount of time to get these cars turned around between sessions, especially if they are carrying a little bit of cosmetic damage as a result of a bit of contact, which we saw in the case of Lockie Bloxham. But he has definitely made his way out onto the track for the start of this race. This is the 14th season of this series, known as one of the is the starting point for any developing young drivers wanting to get their start in international Porsche racing as part of the Porsche Pyramid, as beautifully outlined by Chad Nailon in that video between sessions just a little bit earlier, as they're slowly and safely making their way on to the grid to get this race underway. Lap record currently held by Matt Campbell, so he was one such star who took part in this series back in 2014, and we all know what Matt Campbell has gone on to achieve in his racing career, and he will race a fully fledged factory-backed Porsche 963 in the World Endurance Championship at IMSA next year in season 2023. So that's just one example of a driver who's made his way through the Porsche Pyramid, made his way through the junior shootout over in Europe, which we've got Harry Jones currently over in the Circuit Jerez over in Spain, taking part with 11 other drivers in that shootout, which is crucial for these drivers if they're wanting to make their way up the ladder and through to the Porsche International ranks. So as we said, this is race 2, 11 laps in duration. Round 6, the final, and it's coming down to the wire, and we've got the 2 title contenders in Pro Class starting 1st and 2nd position. So Ryan Wood, he is spectacular at getting his tyres up and into their operational window in a relative. He works extremely hard, as he did during the safety car period and the outlap as well, to get those tyres up to temp. And they're underway. So that's Ryan Wood and Tom Sargent getting an equal start. They're side by side going down towards turn 1. Brilliant shots brought to you by Blendline TV all around the world, and it's incredibly close. Courtney Prince up the inside of Aaron Shields, and we've got Harrison Goodman as well, making a great start in the Bob Jane T-Mart's backed Sonic Motorsport car, and he's around the outside. He's going around the outside of Courtney Prince as well, and Tom Sargent as well. So how do you fancy that? He's taken 2 positions around the outside going into turn 2 through the Southern Loop. That's an outstanding move from Harrison Goodman. So he's absolutely trumped his teammate as they come down towards turn 3. Coming up to turn 4, Ryan Wood still leading the way, doing a splendid job at defending hard from Tom Sargent. Is that a slightly locked break there from Sargent on the outside? He's come under fire there from Harrison Goodman. And it's Courtney Prince who's back around her teammate of Goodman. So she's up into P3. Wood leading from Sargent, from Prince, from Goodman, and we've got Shields there in the background as well. So this is a great start for the 11-lap race 2 of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia. Don't they sound fantastic going through the hay shed and up over Lukey Heights for the first time. Wood doing a great job managing that gap back Prince still defending hard from her teammate. We've got Madeline Stewart also up into position 7, so she's made up 2 positions off the start in that car that's prepared by Earl Bamber Motorsport. And this is a rather heated exchange between... This is the battle for P3, the local legends car of Courtney Prince leading the way. The number 32. Oh, it's a bit of dust being brought up there by Madeline Stewart coming onto the main straight. And here we have a live onboard camera of Courtney Prince looking straight ahead. Onboard proudly supported by Michelin this weekend, and she's on the chase for the leading duo. So she's got Tom Sargent ahead of her and Ryan Wood ahead of him with just under a second splitting the top 3. So this is the point of the race. The temperatures should be well and truly up to temp, and they are starting to settle into a groove because it is about a 20-minute affair for them as well at the moment. Sam Shaheen will need to be within 60 points at the end of this race of Brett Bolton to keep his chances of the series win alive. And if Sam wins the Pro-Am race, Brett Bolton needs to be P5 to claim the title provisionally. So there's a lot of permutations and variations in the mathematics that goes into sorting out the points for this race. And we've got Studdard on screen at the moment. He's defending well from Sam Shaheen as well. And we've got Stickland off at P2, so that's a big, that's got huge implications for the Class B title battle as well. So Stickland is right up there. He's currently P2 in that class, and him having an off at turn 2, that's going to have dire results for him, unfortunately. Up the inside, Sam Shaheen's showing the nose, but Studdard closes the door, gives him just enough space. Oh, they've made contact, so that's Studdard. He is off and hard into the tyre wall. And that is an unfortunate coming together there. So that's Studdard off to driver's right-hand side. Oh, and we've got more drivers off at MG as well. So that's McGregor in the number 99 car, who's looped it around as well. And there's another car off at driver's right as well. So he'll do a quick flick spin and try and keep on going there. Meanwhile, it's raging on at the head of the field. So Goodman ahead of Shields. So we've got Sonic Motor Racing Services P3 and P4. And they have called the safety car full course yellow, and the safety car will come out for the second time today. And there you can see the car of Studdard that is stuck on the right hand side, supported by Liquid Molly. That's unfortunate for him, so he can't get that car back and running. There's also, and that's Greg that's off in the Dakin backed car in the number 87 Dakin entry as well, so he's had an off at turn 2. Now that drops him, he's currently showing in P20, so that drops him a little bit further down the field. But through all of that, Jacob Lee currently leading Class B in that number 266 entry. He's currently 14th overall, but leading Class B. Meanwhile, Sam Shaheen is currently showing leading Morris Pro-Am. He's currently 9th place overall and showing some promising sector times as well. But obviously the safety car will come out and control this field. Now, looking at it looks like Studdard's got that car going again. There he is on screen. So he's got a bit of damage to the front. So the front splitter has been peeled off that car. But there is significant damage to the back bumper bar of his 991 Generation 2 Porsche. And he'll peel into pit lane as well. So that's unfortunate for him. And the safety car will collect Ryan Wood as the effective leader, or the leader of this race, I should say. So he's ahead of Sargent, Prince, Goodman, Shields. Blocks him up to position 6 after that, coming together at turn 4 in race 1. He's doing a terrific job in his recovery, and that'll definitely help his chase in the Morris Pro-Am title standings. And here's a brilliant onboard shot over the right-hand shoulder of Courtney Prince. And she's showing plenty of pace in season 2022. That car prepared by Sonic. A little bit of, they were very calm and collected between races to get that car onto the dummy grid and ready for this. So here is a replay. So this is Sam Shaheen just behind the car of Daniel Studdard. Very close as they go into MG. Now they obviously tag, so that's the front left of Sam Shaheen into the the front right of Sam. Got a second replay coming as well, sorry. So Studdard ahead of Sam Shaheen. We've also got Adrian Flack in the background there in the camo livery car. Yeah, not too sure there. So that's going to be a tricky one to determine. And it looks like we've got red flags on our timing screen as well, and red flags showing around the track as well. So it looks like they might have thrown a blanket over this race. and there might be significant damage to the tyre wall following that coming together between Sam Shahin and Stoddard, unfortunately. So red flag showing on the timing screen. We'll give you more information as it comes to hand, but what that means is Ryan Wood is ahead of Tom Sargent, but if they have red flagged the race and it hasn't made full distance, we'll have to get clarification on what the points paying situation is around that, because Ryan Wood needs to maximise these point scoring opportunities. And with Tom Sargent ahead, with behind him, he's still in the box seat to take out the 2022 series win. So this might have dire implications on the title chase, but we'll keep you as up to date as possible as the information comes to hand. There is the safety car with Ryan Wood leading the way, and Tom Sargent just behind there as well, as we touched on. So here's a replay once again. Sam Shahin shows the nose up the inside, and there might not be enough space for him, and as they exit the turn, they tag, and it sends Stoddard into the wall, and you can see that it has disturbed the tyre barrier on the right-hand side, or the driver's right-hand side, following that altercation. So here is the second replay as well. Adrian Flack trailing behind. Yep, so they've tagged, and they're also going to get an opportunity to see what unfolds shortly after, because there was a bit of an altercation involving... There's a Cowan. That's Cowan and McGregor. That looks like they might have had a coming together, and that car of Cowan hasn't been able to get up and running once again, and you've got the tow truck dispatched ready to collect that car, and we're hearing that the race has been declared. So race control has called time on this race, and obviously the tyre barrier on the right hand side requires quite a bit more attention, and that's an unfortunate end for this race, what was promising to be such an amazing outing. And obviously we were touching on it before, but Ryan Woods really needs as many points as he possibly can to score in this race. So we'll see how that unfolds through the wash following the race, the aftermath, and they are pulling into pit lane, and that will be race 2. So that is it. We have a third race coming up, scheduled to start at 3:30 later on this afternoon, which will of course be brought to you live and free on Blendline TV via its YouTube channel, and to a lesser extent on Facebook, the Facebook page as well. But they pulled back into the pit lane. So that's an unfortunate end for the second event for the 2022 Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia, as they all peel back in. So that has got big implications on the title. Just getting some information slowly fed to us as well at the moment. So this brilliant onboard camera from Courtney Prince as well. She was in the box seat to have the best view of the battle between Ryan Wood and Tom Sargent as well, but we'll hopefully have more onboard cameras to bring you later on today. So as we said, we've got a third and final race of the 2022 season coming up later on this afternoon. It's scheduled to be 3:30. The race organisers are working extremely hard to try and get this event back on schedule. I think we're about half an hour or 20 minutes off at the moment, so some laps are being docked off the of various races, unfortunately, and you can see the hard-working officials once again doing a great job recovering the car that's stuck on the driver's right-hand side. So it's also worth pointing out that tonight is the 2022 Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia Awards Night, which will be down here at the picturesque Phillip Island, and they'll be dishing out trophies and awarding all of the performances and great achievements in season 2022, and it's great to be able to award those accolades this year after the last 2 seasons that haven't been awarded due to the novel pandemic coronavirus, unfortunately thwarting those efforts. And here we have, this is a great example of the crane literally picking up the Porsche and placing it gently onto the back of the tow truck, where they'll bring it back into pit lane. They'll get that car assessed, and they'll have a good look at that and try and get that one turned around and ready for the third and final race of the weekend and the season as well, which is scheduled to start at 3:30. So hearing word that there will be there should be 0 points awarded for this race because they haven't completed enough laps, nowhere near the 50% marker for race control to even consider awarding that one. But we'll wait and see what happens when we have more information as it unfolds. And that means that Brett Bolton will be unbeatable in Morris Pro-Am. So We will have to call it early that I dare say he's taken out Morris Pro-Am class victory for season 2022. So that's a fantastic achievement for Brett Bolton, holding on to the win after a stern challenge from Sam Shahin, who has definitely been closing that gap to him with a fantastic few rounds, not only here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but also for round 5 at Mount Panorama just a few weekends ago as part of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst International event. So we've got a lot more racing coming your way, that's for sure. So it's a packed schedule. I think coming up very shortly, we have the Porsche 944s for their opening race of the weekend. That's scheduled to be 9 laps in advance. We have Sports Sedans coming up shortly after for their 9-lap race, supported by QP Lubes this weekend, and for the season as well for the Victorian Championship. Improved Production for their opening race, their curtain raiser. The Cool Drive Auto Parts Formula Ford Race 1 Hyundai XLs, scheduled to be 20 past 2, but obviously we've got a couple of time scheduling limitations around that. Historic Touring Cars for their first race. They've got an incredible field representative here this weekend. Race 3 of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, 11 laps in duration, scheduled to start at 3:30. So we highly encourage you to stick around for that. That will be one of the biggest races of today, if not the weekend. Very much looking forward to that. And then we have Formula V and Formula Open rounding out competition for the Saturday component of the 2022 Island Magic Phillip Island event here down at the picturesque Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And as some of the clouds start to set in over the track, it's taken the UV out of the circuit, which tyres traditionally don't like UV, but they do like nice warm temperatures. So we expect some pretty smart times coming from the drivers coming your way very shortly. So yep, we have more updates coming your way very shortly, and obviously what I said earlier was not official. We'll have official word on the title standings and points and the permutations, the mathematics that's going into calculating the exact positions of the various classes. That's Pro, Morris Pro-Am and Class B. We'll have that information for you for the third and final race coming up at 3:30. So we will catch our breath. We will take a break up here in the commentary box, and we'll be back with the Porsche 944s for their opening race of the weekend.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little bit of a sad state again. We've got another wall repair to undertake, this time after the last Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge race. You can see the marshals and the track workers fixing things up there down on the exit of turn 10 and 11. And the main concern is just around where that bridge pylon is. That's because the tyre barriers are in front there. So we're hoping that from the word we're getting that we'll be back underway around about 25 past 1. We'll keep you informed as to how that's going to move or shake it out, depending on the work and how quickly things get done. But for the moment, I guess it's time to grab some lunch. So please sit back and join us in about 15 minutes time, hopefully, and we'll hopefully have some more track action for you around about 25 past 1. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's been a bit of a trying day, I think we can call it, for Island Magic 2022 for the Saturday sessions. We've had a few wall repairs, we've had a few bits and pieces of cars to pick up, and we've actually had cars themselves to pick up as well as all the bits and pieces. So we're thank you very much for staying with us throughout the broadcast, and hopefully we'll be getting back to some racing fairly shortly. You can probably see just down my shoulder here, we've got the Porsche 944s that are getting ready to go out for the first preliminary race for them for this weekend. Joining me alongside in the box, you can see over my other shoulder here, we've got Ken Rowland. He's got the headset on, so good afternoon to you, Ken. And then we've got Andy Tudor, who's out here as well. He'll be joining us tomorrow afternoon with a bit of luck to have a bit of a commentary spell as well. So here we go. Porsche 944's about to leave the lane with thanks to Advanced Fitness and, of course, a Solar D Capri restaurant and takeaway here on the Phillip Island. Island, I guess we call it. It is an island. Probably one of the best takeaway joints that is on the Phillip Island circuit. It's within fairly decent range, actually, as we have a bit of a look at the grid order. So coming round the first turn here, you can see Jamie Westaway, number one on the car, number one in the club championship at the moment, ahead of Canberra, and number one for the Victorian State Race Series this year. And Canberra right alongside. Adam Brewer and Richard Howe on row number two. Lyndon Watson and Joey Kellick, Tim Wolfe and Anthony Westaway, and then Josh Brisbane and Andy Jackman in the top 10. And then the balance of the field is Mark Verdino in 11th, Keith Mariner in 12th, Tony Andreevski, Mark Torbitts, who we did see off the road fairly early in qualifying this morning, so he's got a bit of work to do. Carter Fox, who had to be picked up at the top of Lukey Heights partway through qualifying. Vlad Kennedy, James Mitchell, and we understand John Venoris was listed to start, but appears that there might be some fuel issues for that car, Ken. We're getting word through that he's a non-starter for this event.
Yep, that's right. A couple of interesting things here. Jamie Westaway is actually quite sick today. He's got
the only one I've heard that's had a bit of a bug going around.
He's running a bit of a temperature. He said by the end of qualifying he was struggling to concentrate, so this will be interesting.
Well, speaking of temperature, I think we were just having a bit of a thought about this before. They're going to have been sweating bullets down in those cars at the moment for the delay that they've had waiting to go out of dummy grid, so it's probably not going to be doing anything kind towards Jamie's temperature right now.
Well, certainly the air-conditioned commentary box is in a much nicer place.
Oh yeah, it's much better than being down in the race car at the moment. I'll give you that much. What else have you got coming out of the 944 garages?
Don't think we've got too much problem for Cam. Cam seems to be under control. You were saying earlier in the day that there was a head gasket done on Adam Brewer's car, but he's in third. He seems to be doing fine today and doesn't seem to have any car problems.
The other one was Mark Verdino, who drew the meatball flag, as it's affectionately known, in qualifying for a mechanical issue, but he's out there and looks like he's circulating, so whatever the drama is with car number 44, they appear to have got that fixed.
Honestly can't tell you what that was about.
Was he being secretive about the whole thing?
Well, to be honest with you, I forgot to ask. Dickie Howe in fourth. This is his 21st consecutive year at Island Magic.
Wow.
Consecutive.
So that's a nice bit of longevity. And not all of it will have been in Porsche 944s either. He would have had a spell in a couple of other categories, I would say, to be here for 21 years consecutive out of the 32 that we've been running.
Honestly, not really sure about that either.
We're going to have to get some more intel on that one, I think, because that's a very, very interesting statistic. And I'm actually seeing we've actually got a pit lane starter for this one as well. So Joey Kellick, the 1-800 lasagna machine, he's going to have to be released out of pit lane. So I don't know if that's a mechanical gremlin or if he's missed the start. He's just off to Canbella's left right now. You can just see on your screen there just where the ambulance is, just behind the wall. Just to the right on your screen of that ambulance, there's Joey Kellick's machine. The car's actually that low, you can't see it over the pit wall. You can actually see it, there it is, just from our point of view, just right down here. Joey Kellick will start from pit lane.
There's a couple of guys I'm expecting to pick up a few positions, but we'll wait for the start and then we'll worry about it.
I'm sure we will. So we're scheduled here for 9 laps, which is what the original duration was. Now, we're just going to be having to keep an eye on that. We've got some word through. There may need to be some adjustments to the lap counts with all of the red flags and the wall repairs we've had to go through so far this weekend. But we'll see if they get a lap or two, Doctor, if we get the full 9 lap duration in. We've got a green flag at the back. So first of the preliminary races for Island Magic 2022 is underway, and that was a very, very smart reaction time from Cam Bella off the line there. So good, in fact. I'm wondering, did he jump the gun? He was away very, very quickly.
Truly didn't pick that if he did.
I couldn't have picked it either. I was watching him and not the lights, and then all of a sudden the car leapt away at such a rate. I thought, that's got to be one of the best starts I've seen in quite some time, because he launched superbly from the outside of the front row, and he leads into turn 1. And we got Adam Brewer, I could just see, was putting 2 wheels in the grass at turn number 2, and he's gone. And he's well off and gone, and he will not get out of there at all.
That's a pity for him.
That's a shame. All the dramas they've had with that car throughout the year, with all its cooling dramas and other things, and as you mentioned before, there might be a head gasket in there as well. They're going to have to extract that car. So the question is, at what point do they throw the yellow flag here? Do they let them race, pick them up at the back side of the circuit, or do they throw it now? Because Bella is being challenged by Westaway here, very smartly down the inside of the sixth corner at Siberia, and he set that move up very, very early. Now the safety car gets called, so that's critical. There the board's going out now, so he's got that move done. He's got that position back, so he will be first in the queue.
And Lyndon Watson up to third, which he was expecting to do well. He had a bit of understeer in qualifying, which he believed he would have sorted out before this race.
So he's moved up the order 2 spots ahead of Richard Howe, and of course they've both benefited by Adam Brewer coming to an unfortunate end in the gravel trap there. There is Lyndon Watson's number 5 machine going through turn 10. So who else has managed to pick up a spot or 2 here? The ones that we were keeping an eye at were a bit further down the order. Mark Torbitts, that's the one I think that we're all looking at to see if he's managed to pick up a spot or 2. He may have managed that in the number 74 machine, just the silver, the gold and black machine just disappearing out of shot. I think he's picked up maybe 1 spot if we're lucky, but the race neutralised fairly quickly because of Adam Brewer, unfortunately, just getting a bit too wide. What would you put that down to, Ken? Do you think he's probably just maybe pushed a little bit too hard on lap 1, or maybe just understeered off in just picked the wrong line? What are your thoughts on that one? It's a bit of an awkward incident to sort of have on lap 1.
I say a little bit of cold tyres, I'd suggest, and you won't make up the time if you lose time to the leaders here. You just won't do it. So there's a fair amount of enthusiasm to stay with them.
And importantly for Joey Kellett, this is very important for him because he started, of course, from pit lane, so he's not too far behind the 8 ball now. He's on the back of the train. When they would have released him from the lane would have been the time that the last car went past the start-finish gantry, and he would have been a good 10 seconds off the back of the group by the time he actually got up to speed, if not more. So this is a blessing for him. He's been able to pick that number 77 machine up and latch onto the back of the train.
Yep, and if he has a bit of speed, he should have a fun race from here.
I think so too, because he qualified quite well. He was actually, I think it was 6th or something in the running order in qualifying, so he's definitely got some pace. I think he's a bit of a character in the paddock from what I've been getting told as well, and not just from his driving. I think it's more from the Mazda Bongo van that we've seen out the back in the pits on a couple of occasions. So it was like a 1970-something purple, plum crazy purple, Mazda Bongo van, and I just, with the business that he runs, I think it's a very, very, you get an idea of what the kind of character he is by looking at the slogan on the side of the van, which is always late, always great. So they're the kind of people you want around the paddock.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with the personality, is there?
No, definitely not. There's plenty of personalities. You've got the ones that are the quiet types, just want to go about their business. You've got the loud and outspoken ones, and then you've got the ones that you can just go up to and have a good yarn to, and good to have a beer with, good to have a fun time with, and I think Joey probably fits that personality mold quite well.
Well, I was about to say, someone with a good personality who's willing to buy me beer is always a favourite.
Yeah, I think a few people, I think Darren Smith, who we'll see tomorrow, would probably say the same thing. Go around the corner to the pub that's not too far away here at Phillip Island, and same at Sandown. You go around the corner to the Sandown Hotel and have a beer after a race, and share some stories and talk about how all the activities went. Now, importantly for Adam Brewer, they've dragged him back onto the circuit, and he's now gone a lap down to the field. So recovery crew's on the scene pretty quickly, No damage to the car, but just a bit of wounded pride. So he's officially scored as 17th and 1 lap down.
So
to the leaders.
he is allowed to restart.
He will be allowed to resume, but
Yes,
of course
resume.
he's not going to be able to make any positions from there. So I guess in terms of there is no points with regards to the preliminary races as well. So if you've not been to Island Magic before and you don't know how this works, the preliminary races are all about positioning yourself for the trophy races that come on Sunday afternoon. It's not like a Victorian State race series where you circulate and as long as you cross the line you get the points for the round. You actually have to be in position to gain spots. So for Adam Brewer, it's just valuable track time now. He's going to be circulating at the back. He'll start tomorrow morning's second race from the back of the grid unless anybody else does not finish this race. So safety car in. Jamie Westaway has control of the field. So very quick safety car period. Good job by all the recovery crews and the officials. And of course we continue to thank them for all their efforts for this weekend. They've definitely had their work cut out for them throughout the opening part of the day. And we hope that we can manage to get some racing in and give them a little bit of respite.
Yep, we have number 20, Andrew Jackman. It's his birthday today.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, he wasn't willing to tell me how old he was. He said he was 21, but he's very ugly 21-year-old.
Do we double or triple that?
As I said, very ugly
2.5. I'll figure that one out. We'll figure that one out between times. So it's leaders' prerogative of when they want to go. We saw Tom Sargent in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge race this morning leave it fairly late, and Jamie Westaway has not sort of left it fairly late, but he's timed his run pretty well to insulate himself from any potential attack from Canberra heading down into turn number 1. So good restart, all in a line, and I think maybe 1 or 2 positions changing hands a bit further back in the order. I think maybe there was one driver asleep at the wheel there. Possibly it might have been Vlad Kennedy that may have been asleep because there was 2 cars side by side heading down into turn number 1. And for Mark Torbitts, for him it's wasting no time. He's attached to the back of Keith Maris. So maybe it might have been Vlad Kennedy just being pounced on by Mark Torbitts there at the restart. Side by side now through the fastest part of the circuit. Can go side by side through here and leave plenty of space. Torbitts will have the inside line here, but under brakes he managed to get done. That actually opens the door for the number 27 machine of Tony Andreevski to have a bit of a look at turn number 4. No way through that time. Mariner holds for the moment. And actually Mariner's got the position back on Mark Torbitts there as well. So a couple of changes of position lower down the order. Here is the birthday boy. Andrew Jackman in the Poolmaster entry, number 20, currently running in 7th place. It's actually a fairly good result for him at the moment, fairly handy. A bit further ahead though, Tim Wolfe getting fairly interested in Richard Howe. These two have been involved in, as I said, 944 racing and I guess racing in general for some time, so they'll give plenty of respect to each other. Oh, contact! Josh Brisbane and Tony Andreevski, that's at MG. That's happened unsighted to us. So that's further down the order, so it doesn't look like we've got a replay of that one, but that's in a pretty precarious position. Now, it looks like Andreevski's managing to get going again. We can see that from our box, but that's some substantial damage on the Josh Brisbane number 56 machine. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that out of there in any great hurry.
No, he's broken a bottom ball joint.
Yeah, you can see there the front right tyre definitely pointing at a bit of a jaunty angle compared to where he wants it to go. So I dare say, again, this will be neutralised and recovery crews will be required. There's the number 27 of Tony Andreevski. Again, very, very wounded machine. I reckon that'll be a fair effort to get Josh Brisbane's car up and running again in time for tomorrow's race, but we'll see if they've got plenty of spares in the truck or what they opt to do.
I'm wondering if they're going to keep this race going, but it looks like they are.
Yeah, they'll keep this going. I think there's double waved yellows at the top of the hill at Lukey Heights to warn of what's happening down below. So when the drivers come down through Lukey Heights, they will be able to see the stricken Josh Brisbane machine. They'll be able to go round because he actually is on the racing line. So they didn't throw the safety car early enough, and I'm just waiting to see if that car's moving into position here at below us in the commentary box. So there's your double waved yellows. You can see the flag marshals waving them furiously And let's see the lines that are taken here. Yeah, smart call. Wide line, very, very wide line. There's debris all over the track as well. So everybody's aware of it. Oh, and that actually looks worse on the Andreevski machine. He's tried to get back to pit lane, and actually he's in the pit lane right now, but he's well offline. But the race at the moment, staying or green for the most part. I think that the officials are looking at this, trying to get as many laps in as possible. It's a difficult situation. If it was me, I would probably be looking at pulling that car in, because it is taking away a fairly decent passing opportunity down at turn number 10. But I get the importance from the officials too. They don't want to throw the safety car again. They'd like to try and get a few laps in, at least get the race to a point where it can be declared.
Yep. And I'd say it's exactly what's going to happen.
Here we go again, Mark Torbitz. Adam Brewer's actually buying into this as well. Torbitz is seated position. We're getting word through that this is going to be the last lap, but of course Mark Torbitz and Keith Mariner are engaged in their own battle. Adam Brewer's got no business in this battle whatsoever. He's just out there turning laps because of course he's a lap down to the entire field. So what's Torbitz got in store?
I would say Keith would be very, very happy with this result.
I would too. I think he would be looking at this and saying, you know what, I'm going to walk around something here. Oh, is that Joey Kellett looking, nudging Mark Torbitz. I think he just got him under brakes there. That car didn't spin on its own. I think that Joey might have been a little bit too late on the brake pedal, and I guess the old adage is your rear bumper is my brake marker, and around goes Mark Torbitz. And that's a shame, because Mark was right in the hunt there as well. He was down the inside, and just a little bit of innocuous contact was all that it took to be sent around. So this will be a preliminary 1 win for Jamie Westaway. He's taken most of the wins this year in the Vic State Race Series, and he's actually cleared away from Cam Bella. He's got quite a healthy margin. I think Bella's sort of just resigned to the fact that, you know what, we've still got plenty to play for tomorrow, and if he can get himself into a good mindset and hopefully get the better of this temperature that he's got, he'll give Jamie a run for his money in these 2 Sunday races. So Westaway from Canberra and Lyndon Watson.
Here comes. No, not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Tim Wolfe holds on for P5 behind Richard Howe, and Anthony Westaway was the one throwing down the gauntlet there to Tim Wolfe right at the line. Andy Jackman 7th, Mark Verdino at 8th, Keith Mariner, and then Joey Kellett gets 10th after starting from the pit lane. And who have we got here? We've got Jimmy Mitchell and Carter Fox. This is going to be close. This will be quite close, and it's just going to go to Mitchell at the line there by maybe a 10th. Not too much in that at all. Torbitz is recovering after that spin, so he's going to finish in 14th. With Adam Brewer classified as 15th, and of course Josh Brisbane and Tony Andreevski. They're non-finishers for this one, so for Adam Brewer that gives him a couple of extra spots for the race tomorrow morning. Here's the pass. Here's what happened from the other angle, so you can see here, I think Kellett was just a little bit, the car wiggled, and the contact's so incidental there, Ken.
Just a bit of rear wheel lock-up under brakes.
Just a little bit. Not too much, but yeah, just a little bit. So I think Joey won't have meant that. He'll be down in the pits apologising to Mark after that one, and I'm sure they'll say play on tomorrow.
Absolutely.
There's a couple of doors open there as well. It definitely is getting quite warm here at Phillip Island. It's a bit of cloud cover as well, so it's sort of retaining some of the heat. We haven't got the baking sun that we've had for the opening part of the day, but still quite hot in some of these race cars. And we'll take a short break here, and coming up on the other side of this, the first of the preliminaries for the Sport Sedans in pursuit of the 2022 50K plate. Back soon.
Welcome back to the 2022 Island Magic event here at a picturesque Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Coming up your way right now are the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship for their final round of the season. My name is Callum Brannigan and I'm joined alongside by Brett Dickey, who's rather kindly given us his time to give us special comments and a super lift the lid and give us some inside views of the sports sedans. How you going, Brett?
Good, thank you. Thanks for having me back up here again. Like we touched on before, it's definitely a bit nicer and cooler in here than it is down there now. So definitely drivers out there will be experiencing the heat starting out of these cars. There's definitely no heat shielding in some of these rockets. But yeah, I think they'll be having some cool suits turned on.
I was going to say, so do they have cool suits, those sorts of aids to help try and chill them out when they're behind the wheel? In some cases, they've got engines sort of next to them. Is the weird technical layout of some of these cars, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's when you start sitting next to extractors on a V8, you definitely get a little bit warm. So I'm going to say we've probably got 50% of the drivers out here running cool suits. Definitely the cars of obviously the Mark cars, the ex-supercars will definitely have room in there for it. I know Graham Gilliland's got his sitting up on top of the tunnel. So definitely some creature comforts going on there, but I know you can't obviously fit a cool suit box in most of these cars.
It's a little bit tight and confined. So we did have qualifying earlier this morning, the Ramada Resort by Wyndham, supporting this weekend here at Island Magic. And on pole position, we have Tony Groves on screen right now in the Mornington Mazda Valvoline, the number 80 Mark Cars Australia. Mazda 3 bodied, it's not a sports sedan, but it is doing a mighty fine job regardless in the Victorian ranks. So you can see there warming up the tyres, which wouldn't be too hard given it's baking hot out there at the moment. We're so used to being cold, and we're talking off air, Brett, that it's actually nice to be working up a sweat here at the moment here at, down at Phillip Island, because it's been torrential rain up until this point. So
it is nice. A good problem to have, yes, Colin. So yeah, look, it's one of those things. Tony will be doing his best to get some temperature in those tyres. He was suffering brake locking in qualifying, so the boys down there have been working hard. Obviously we've got Francois Habib coming up in second, from Disco Stew to Chaz Talbot, Stephen Truan to the Lynch Mobile, through to another one of our Mark cars, to Baker, the Ippolito, into a bunch of Commodores surrounding the Gilliland orange rocket.
You can see on screen there, and we've got an AU Falcon. Is that the Shaw car?
Yeah, great to see him back. It's good to see them bringing the car back out here, and obviously joining Sports Sedans once again after a little bit of a hiatus from that car. We should say hello to everyone around the track. Remember to tune in to 87.6 on the FM radio station if you are sitting in your car to hear us just a little bit more clear, or the dulcet tones of Brett Dickey just in live in HD in the car radio. And we should also say a big shout out to all the viewers from home tuning into the blend line coverage around in Victoria, around Australia, and around the world as well. It's a very warm welcome to what is the premier state level meeting, I guess you'd call it, here in Victoria, if not Australia, if not the world. It's a very popular event. We've got several, we were talking before, there's quite a few people around the track at the various vantage points around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, 4.442 kilometres in length, 12 corners, and it is a favourite track for these sports sedans. They can really unwind and get an opportunity to stretch the legs, because they are, I won't say they're horsepower dominant, but it's usually the engines under the bonnet that really excites people with this category. Definitely helps. As we can see, we're feeling the rumble through the tower here, and I thought Francois might have come a little bit further into the box, but he's looking like he's a bit short on this one. That car, of course, is a former V8 supercar racing as it was liveried in period back in the day, and that's a bit of a slow start there for Habib. So Tony Groves absolutely sprints away, and we have a car stalled on the grid as well. It's one of the Mark cars Generation 2 stuck on the grid as well, but he gets it underway nicely once again, and he will tear up into turn 1. This is a great battle between Baker and Truan as well. Brett Dickey was talking about that car of Truan making its return here this weekend. Doesn't it look fantastic? It's like a exaggerated VL Commodore, isn't it? It's on steroids, that's for sure. So there's definitely wings on that thing. So it's good to see that car back out there. A little bit of a shame that the Mark car struggled to get away there, but from what I've been told, it is his first race meeting. So it's a credit to him there. So I reckon Tony Groves got that start absolutely perfect. He'll love that watching the race later, won't he? He'll definitely love that one. Yeah, I blinked and missed it, so I think he's done better than me up here.
Well, I was looking at the Habib car and he didn't really go anywhere, so just a little bit of a lackluster start, unfortunately, for Habib. We've seen him in the former Bob Gill Falcon, the thoroughbred Falcon Sport sedan, the BA, in recent seasons, but he stepped back behind the wheel of the Dodo Commodore on screen there, and he's got Disco Stu just behind him in the number 90 Mark Cars Australia entry. That car's been steered by Mason Kelly throughout this year as well, and Mason, of course, is looking like he's heading on for bigger and better things in circuit racing in the future. But of course, this is a prime opportunity in something like that, a very handy race car. Barely similar technical layout in the sense that you've got a V8 engine, a 6-speed gearbox and rear-wheel drive, a little bit of aero and sticky tyres. It really is a great way to prepare yourself for something like that, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. It's definitely the racecraft that we've been talking about, and in a car that's got a bunch of power and some big tyres on it. So, it's a credit to Disco Stu for obviously allowing that to happen, and just seeing Stu back out here in his car. He's on the outside of Francois into turn one. It looks like Francois has just kept it just in front, but it's a credit to see people like Stu just allowing young up-and-comers to obviously get their taste in cars, and cars that we take for granted, I think, sometimes go on.
We should point out that the John Ippolito's in the outright results showing at the top of the points score at the moment ahead of Francois Habib. But Francois Habib is leading his class as well. So there's a few championships still to be settled, this being the final round of the 2022 championship at Habib. Look at that flames spurting out the side. That is an iconic sight of V8 supercar with the fuel overrun going down the hot exhaust, and you're getting that burn off, which is a beautiful sight around the fast flowing nature of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Now, you don't suppose Stewie Eustace, you don't suppose he's a Simpsons fan or enthusiast, or has he been...
I think he's got to be, doesn't he? He's definitely plays the part well, so hopefully that's where it comes from, but he might be a man of nighttime, so I'm not sure on that one.
So Tony Groves is doing a superb job in the lead. So you can see on the timing tower, the Ramada Resorts timing tower, he's almost 5 seconds clear of Habib, who's got his hands full of Eustace in P2. So he's doing a great job defending.
Purple sector 1, purple sector 2. So this will, I think he's definitely stretching the legs here, Mr. Groves.
And he's a calm and collected man. As we can see, Habib and Eustace coming on to the main straight. There was also a great battle just behind them with Truan and Greg Lynch between those two cars unfolding as they come past the start-finish line and tearing down towards turn one. So what sort of speeds will they be achieving in these cars at the end of the long straight, main straight here?
So look, I'm going to have a bit of a stab in the dark here in Disco. I reckon Tony's probably around the 270 to 280 mark into turn one. So yeah, they're definitely moving along. It's probably a bit of a godsend that we haven't got some of the slower cars that normally run with us here this weekend, because it definitely becomes a little bit interesting when you're going to turn one, like myself and ran a few years ago. We were on the grass, so it's definitely not the place where you want to be. But I'm just super impressed by Tony's just on lap 2. He's now reeling out the 1:35.4, so he's stretched the gap out to 9.5 seconds after 2 laps. So that's a credit for him. And just as it's come through, I thought it was a little bit eager on that start, and here it is. It's a 5-second penalty for Tony for the race start there. So I thought my eyes were playing tricks going, but I reckon I had that one better than him.
That was a tremendous start. It was just illegal, unfortunately. Yeah. So we saw Valentino Rossi do something similar back in 2004 here at this very circuit in the MotoGP. He had to stretch the legs and overcome a penalty that was slapped on him for an infringement. So we're going to see Tony Groves do something very similar here in the Mornington Mazda Mark Cars as he comes onto the main straight once again. But this battle still rages on between Stewie Eustace and Francois Habib, coming around the last turn and onto the main straight. And it's a long radius left-hander. It must feel like it never ends, especially when you're coming out of turn 10.
It's definitely a corner. If you can commit to it, it's going to put up dividends. So yeah, it's definitely one of those things where if you can commit to coming onto main straight, it does make it hard. Like you said, it feels like it carries on for a long time.
Yep.
And obviously your right-hand tyres are definitely protesting the whole time. But like, as we see there, a bit of an update on the penalty for Tony Groves. It's now a 10-second penalty. So obviously race controls had a bit of a look at that and decided that maybe the penalty didn't fit the crime perfectly. But look, Tony's out at a 12.8 second gap, so as long as he manages it, I'm sure the boys down at Milldon will be making sure they're letting him know how far that is at the time.
So obviously radio communications between the garage and the driver, but they don't have a huge amount of time. Obviously the Gardner Straight's quite long, so that's the opportunity to talk to the driver. So here is the number 27 of Tim's. He had a false start, not a false start, but a bit of a lacklustre start in that Mustang-bodied Mark cars. It's a Generation 2 of that car. Doesn't it sound sensational?
How amazing is that? I think they will wreck that car if they put any stickers on it.
Yes.
So it's a credit to those guys. It's an absolutely amazing car. I was down there admiring the car just before, and everything's in its place, picture perfect, as it rolled out of what would you call the assembly line.
Exactly right. Here's John Ippolito on screen, the number 97 VX Commodore. He's got two different stickers on each side of the car, so it usually keeps us guessing when you're trying to pick it out on the track. So there he is, the MRC Constructions Commodore. He's currently leading the championship according to our point score in the outright results, but he's also leading the floor pan class. So obviously this is a car derived from a road car, so it's usually when they've had their own pride and joy, they're driving it on the streets, something terrible happens to it and it's written off for whatever reason, and rather than trying to get it back on the track, they will put it in the garage and convert it into a race car, because what else would you want to do with it?
What else would you do with your spare time? Look, this is obviously a challenging weekend for John as well. He's leading the championship. He is the hunted. Everyone's after him on this one, and it's just about making sensible moves, consolidating the weekend, making sure you get as many points as you can and not lose points. So if there's a move there to be done, it might be worth just thinking about it. Last thing you want to do is put your nose into someone else's business and have it chopped off. We saw last time we were at Phillip Island, he had contact in the last race, which could have cost him a championship. So this is all about John just keeping a wise head on those shoulders and trying to keep the points coming in.
The way I like to look at it is something like John Ippolito's car and Greg Lynch's car. It's like a homebrewed V8 supercar. It's like a tribute to what is a thoroughbred race car, but these guys are enthusiasts doing it all from home. And like you can see in the case of Greg Lynch, that car, people mistake it for the genuine Holden Racing Team VT Commodore, as this battle still rages on. So Habib's doing a great job defending. You can see he's not on the optimal line as they come into turn 10, and sweeping around in the left-hander as well. He's doing a superb job, and they're locked on times as well, so they're both on a 1:39.0. Eustace perhaps with a slight advantage, but he really can't overcome him along the main straight, can he?
No, it looks like definitely the Dodo Commodore's definitely got some extra legs as they come past us once again. And Disco Stew is fairly tucked in behind, but I reckon he's going to take my words on this one.
Here he goes, he's having a look, but he thinks better of that one. So discretion, the better part of valor as they go into turn 1. This is lap 6 of 9, and it's been an enthralling race so far between these two competitors for P2. And Habib with a bit of a wider line there, but he'll get a much better exit as he squares it off and heads on down towards turn 3, and they'll be deep under brakes into the slowest corner on the track, which is turn 4, colloquially known as Honda. And here we got Eustace. So this will be a great example between the braking performance of these two cars. Eustace is on the ideal line, but Habib is defending like an absolute champion at the moment.
The widest Commodore we've both seen.
Just about to say,
take the words out of your mouth on that one. It's definitely a wide Commodore, and I think they're both they both know what they got to deal with. But obviously, from my point of view, being a driver, this is completely down to the way Stu handles this. So if you can square up some corners, get the lines right, make obviously Francois defend, get him off the racing line, and as long as he can slingshot himself, like we were saying, if he can work on Lukey Heights and MG getting the car positioned as we can see him coming over the top, if they can position themselves, he can get the run down the main straight. He's probably a little bit light on for speed, as we see Baker getting towed back in. It's not always the sight we want to see there, Carl.
No, and it's not ideal at all. I was just trying to see where that is. So they've done a very quiet job of cleaning that one up, and he's been drawn in. It's back at turn 10 again. Thank you to Brett and the team down in the van as well. But on the main straight, this battle still rages on. Incredibly close between these two. But once again, Habib's going to stretch the legs, and he'll get that crucial space between himself and Stuart Eustace in position 2. The gap from position 2 to first at the moment between Tony Groves and Francois Habib is 21 seconds. So Groves has got 11 seconds up his sleeve with 3 laps remaining in this race. So something would have to happen to that entry for him to lose this race, and with that post-race penalty still being applied. But of course, all results are still provisional as they come up and overlap the car of Shaw. an AU Falcon, as I know some viewers in Queensland tuning in from home are big fans of AU Falcons in any racing form. So whenever they see them on the screen, we'll send a cheerio out to those people.
Yes, yeah, 100%. They'll be all barracking for it at home there, and this is getting lively. There's a fair bit going on here.
Oh, don't put the mockers on it.
No, I just thought about that once I said it.
That's right. You put the commentator's curse on the penalty before.
Yeah, yep. I'll never forgive that moment. But it's good to see Graham Gilliland's just passed us once again to click off another lap. So those guys had a little bit of a mysterious problem going on. They actually went off coming onto the main straight like we saw the Horn car, the same thing. So they went off. I think from the bit of talk that I'm hearing there is a little bit of possibly oil down there. So Graham went straight ahead, filled the car up with rocks and decided to come in for a vibration, which looks like there was rocks jammed in every place that didn't have a cover on it. But it looks like our mate Disco Stew's about to get the job done, but he's just got to make sure he keeps that big, wide Commodore behind him.
So that'll become the widest Mazda 3 body race car in Australia at the moment. So that's a fantastic effort from him. Further down, other movers and shakers in the field include Chaz Talbot. He's made his way up into position 5 in that Camaro. He's about to lap the Shaw AU Falcon coming down the main straight. And we've got Truen. He's slowed down. He's not on camera at the moment, but he's slowed down at the end of the straight. So he's going to lose out position 4. Truen in that VL Commodore, the bulbous VL Commodore has got a mechanical drama at the end of the main straight, so he's going to fall out of position 4, and that elevates Talbot up to position 4. So there is Truen on screen, and that is an unfortunate end for what's been a promising weekend on return for that car.
Definitely set the bar high when he first rolled it out, so hopefully those guys can have a look at that and get that sorted out. But definitely an immaculate car when you see it up close, and definitely not short of speed. So those guys will hopefully work on that. It was definitely a little bit close between Chaz Talbot and Stephen Truen going into turn 1. I don't think he's expecting that closing speed, that's for sure.
Great effort there from Chaz Talbot, and of course he was involved or entered in the final round of the National Sports Sedans series at the Sandown Historics a couple of weekends ago. Double entry in his Camaro, as well as his awesome Formula 5000 Lola that he raced in. Well, not that particular car, but he raced a very similar one in period back in the day. And then you can see Habib is actually losing touch from the back of Stuart Eustace. So Eustace has got that car dialed in very nicely into these conditions. It's very warm outside at the moment. We hope everyone standing outside is applying a firm amount of sunscreen to keep themselves sun smart. And here we can see Timms is reeling in, closing in onto the back of John Ippolito. And yeah, we just saw briefly there, it's almost 27 degrees, which is unheard of here in Victoria. We don't know any temperatures above 18 really so far in season 2022.
I didn't think the thermostat went past that in Melbourne, to be perfectly honest with you, but it is a good weekend to be racing and definitely to sign off the year. So there's still plenty of battles going on. How amazing does the Chaz Talbot car sound when it rattles the tower on the way through?
It thumps, doesn't it? It absolutely thumps past, and it's just a spectacular race car. It looks like a bit of a handful at times when he's trying to, especially under brakes, when he's trying to wrestle all of that horsepower. And look at the car. Although it is a little bit of a handful, he does a superb job keeping it
lucky
nice and
he's a young bloke.
Yes, exactly right.
Lucky he's young and fit and he's got that car under control. So as they come around here, we've still got a bit of a battle going on here between, as we touched on, the Commodore versus the Mark car, and another Mark car on screen now about to rack up another race win for the 2022 season. The boys down there at Mildon Motorsport have done an exceptional job running what I would say 3 Mark cars this weekend, and Tony's about to rattle up another one with a 24-second lead. There is a penalty applied after the race, but he's still going to come home with this one with at least 14 seconds up his sleeve.
Spectacular effort, and he's a cool and calm, collected dude in pit lane, isn't he? He's always not too fussed about too much, but he'll be very happy with that result, won't he?
Yeah, definitely be happy with that one. Obviously, he's, like you touched on, very cool, calm and collected. As we have Disco Stew here making it a 1-2 for the Mildon team. Credit to those guys. Credit to all the sports sedan guys for obviously making it through the whole year and getting to the final round. It's good to see that we got 13 cars out there on track, and obviously next year hopefully we have a banker year, but we're still fighting for positions right here at the end, and John's definitely got that championship, as we said, sitting in his mind, and doesn't want to obviously come into too many issues in the process, and obviously the last weekend for the championship.
Yeah, and these cars couldn't be any more different in terms of technical layout. So you can see Tim's, after that start, that was a little bit dreadful for him. Unfortunately, couldn't get it underway, but he did, thankfully, and nice and cleanly. As Brett said, that car looks absolutely spectacular with no stickers on it, and in the black, that sort of that raw black carbon look as well. But these cars couldn't be any more different. Ippolito's is a derivative of a road car, whereas the marked car following it is a thoroughbred, bespoke, build up from the ground up race car. And he's reeling him in coming on to the main straight. So this is going to be a drag race for the checkered flag. There are quite a few ponies underneath the bonnet of Ippolito, so he will maintain that lead just. And he comes home in position 6, just ahead of Tim's in position 7. And we expect Graham Gilliland to come home in 8th position as well. He'll be the last car on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's definitely a credit to those guys out there. I have heard rumours that there'll be some rain on the parade of Tony Groves tomorrow when the notorious Michael Robertson turns up for a Sunday attempt. I think every time I've tried to get this Isle of Magic crown under my belt, I think Michael Robertson's turned up and spoilt my party at some point. So, yeah, the rumours, from what I'm hearing, are true. He will be here in the morning, and that mighty Monaro will be starting off the back of the grid and be sure to be one to be watched.
We can only assume that he watched the Blendline TV coverage and was so annoyed about missing out that he just had to jump into the car and bring it down to the island this weekend. We've also got Darren Smith, the usual voice of Sports Sedans, making the trip down the Bass Highway to come down to Phillip Island for tomorrow. He'll be here all day tomorrow to call all the action. So we'll say big hello to Darren Smith, who's no doubt tuning in from home, as Graham Gilliland is one of the last cars to bring it into the pit paddock. So as you can see, coming up next is the improved production for their opening race of the weekend. We say a massive thank you to Brett Dickey for joining us up in the commentary box. Always does a superb job.
Thank you, mate. Thank you for having me up here once again. I didn't know where to end with that one, but yeah, it's a credit to yourself, and thank you for having me, and we'll speak soon.
Big thank you to Brett. So coming up next, we will have David Cox and Stephen DeVries stepping behind the microphone.
Back on deck here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, it is time for improved production preliminary number 1. So good to see that the Pike officials have managed to catch up most of the time. We're only about 19 minutes or so behind where we should be. So we can still keep the 9-lap duration in, with thanks to Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre. Here comes Adam Poole towards us with Jared Tonks. And Ben Schutz, it's great to see Ben Schutz back out here in improved production at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit after a long stint in Richard Bendel's Sin R1 sports car. David Cox, I'm sure you're as pleased as I am to see that it's good to see a few people getting the cars out of the sheds for the final event of the year.
It certainly is, and it's great to see so many interstaters here as well. We've got people from Queensland that made the trek down. We've got Tasmania.
Five states represented here this weekend.
As big as the Nationals.
Almost
as big as the Nationals. And how about Adam Poole's lap time this morning?
Wow. Well, I looked at that and I reached for the record book because, of course, the record books are all done around race times. They're not qualifying, but a 1 38.900, if it would have been done in race trim, would have been almost a full second quicker than a lap record. So
absolutely,
that's the interesting point of this right now, what he can actually do, if he can actually do it in conditions like this.
And it's hot this afternoon, so the track's probably not quite as good as it was this morning, so it'll be really, really interesting to see how close. And Jared Tonks, first time in the 40s.
Yep, he's got that's a PB.
Yep. Ben was a bit off his time, and then Jason House from Tasmania, first time that car's been to the mainland, first time it's been to Phillip Island, first time he's been here, so outstanding.
So yeah, look at the temperature there. The air temp at the moment, 26.5 degrees, and of course the track temperature is going to be quite substantially higher than that. So that just alludes to what you were talking to about, Dave. It's a little bit greasy. I mean, the overcast conditions at the moment tend to sort of, if there's no UV on the track, it tends to be a little bit nicer. But if Pulley is going to break the record, it's probably going to come in the morning session tomorrow when it's a little bit cooler, air temp's a little bit nicer, and we'll just see how it all unfolds.
I was going to say, my family decided to bail and go to the beach for the afternoon because it's the first time they've been to Isle of Magic in about a decade where it's not pouring rain. lane. So that's also fantastic. My little bloke's just turned up, so they must have had enough of the beach. And now they're all rolling around for the start of the first race. Great to see Gary McKay's back out there after looked like he pulled in at qualifying this morning with a bit of smoke, and Neil Crow smoke billowing out of those things. So that's great to see they've made it back out on the line. Unfortunately, David Bone looks like he's a retirement, and also Stephen Zorkas hasn't made it to the start either.
Oh, that's a sad shame for Steve Zorkas, because of course he was the under-2 lead club champion this year, so that's disappointing that we won't be seeing him out there on the grid.
Justin Wade all the way from Queensland in the X-Ray Hislop Falcon.
Yep, and there's also another one of the X-cars of another competitor that's out there this weekend with Andrew Butcher in the ex-Nathan Robinson machine out of position number 8, so we're looking forward to seeing what he can do from there as we're getting set for the start here. Good, healthy grid, always is. Been a well-supported grid and a well-supported club and event for Island Magic. We have got one pit lane starter. It looks like Neil Crow's coming down the lane at the moment. And
so maybe the gremlins from this morning have come back again.
He did have a bit of a starter. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see there's Neil Crow coming down the lane right now. Is he going to turn to the left? No, he's going to come and start from pit lane. So that'll be the important bit. So eyes on the prize, eyes on the lights, waiting for the green flag at the back.
There it is, green flag.
Here we go.
5 second boards out. Revs rising, and off we go. Pool's got a great start along with House. Look at that start. House and the BMWs. Cade Lehman's also got a ripper. Matt Logan's going backwards at 100 mile an hour, and we've had one stall at the back of the grid, which is...
It's Craig Caspers in the RX-7. But you're right, Jason House got an absolutely stonking launch, and he was past Pool all the way to turn 1, but now Pool and Tonks themselves, the V8 kicks in and gathers it back up, and they managed to side back through. But Jason House, importantly for him, the car's got, the traction off the line. It's got good mid-corner pace. It just doesn't have the mumbo in a straight line like the V8s do.
No, but have a look how close that Tonks is to Pool coming down into Honda through Casey Corner there, and then the BMW gets a bit squirmy under brakes.
Here goes Justin Wade and Gary McKay. You could not get two any different makes and model of car just on the screen then, duking it out down the middle of it. You can only get that in improved production. Lehman looks like he's managed to scythe past not only Lachlan McBrien, he's also managed to get the better of Ben Schutz off the line as well. So for Cade Lehman, that's a fairly handy start up to position number 4, started P6.
And it looks like Danny Timewell's tuning during the week looks like it may have paid off as well, because he's made up a few positions and is going quite well. But Lockie's coming under massive pressure now from Ben Schutz as they come up over Lukey Heights and down into MG, and I dare say Ben should be able to sneak up the inside, but no. Covered off Love. No, he's left a little door. No.
Not quite enough space. Lockie covered it over early, then tried to move back to take the racing line, and then that sort of left a second invitation for Schutz there, but couldn't quite make the pass stick. Max Demerick from South Australia was tacked onto the back of Schutz there as well. The Sylvia and the Nissans are quite a handy package to have around this circuit. They've proven that over the years.
There you go. Great. It's close battle the whole way down, and here comes out past Ben Schutz goes Max.
Yep,
here they come. The job's down into turn 1. Is he going to be able to hold out Lockie as well?
And a false start. We're being given a false start penalty, and that's for Jason House. So that's a bit strange. I thought that start looked all right to me, but the officials have adjudged that he was a little bit too eager. They're going to give him a 5-second post-race time penalty for a jump start.
That's a little bit disappointing. It means he's going to have to push even harder to get to keep Cade more than 5 seconds behind him, which at the moment Cade's hanging on rather well.
Yeah, he's got a gap of about 2 seconds at the moment to Lehman, so he's got a lot more work to do still. And then behind Lehman, Demerick's got them both. Demerick has got McBrien, and he's got past the other car that was there as well.
Butcher must have had an absolute shocker because he's back with Danny Timewell, which is...
He's got a problem. I'm wondering if he's got a bit of a drama here. Now, I know, of course, that's the ex-Nathan Robinson machine that we've seen in the Vic State Series on a few occasions, and Lockie McBrien's done a fair bit of work to get that car up to spec, but I know there's still a few things that Andrew's not quite happy with that he does need to tidy up. I think the brakes was one of them.
Certainly something that would need to be addressed on that car.
And a couple of other things as well. But I mean, Andrew's also a meticulous operator. He loves to have the car just, 100% all the time. Yep. Very, very well looked after. Even the E36 that he's had for many, many years, when it's going to its new home, it's still going to have a lot of work done to it before it leaves.
Adam's just starting to run away a little bit from Jared at the moment, but Jason House is he's still a second or so behind. There's a great battle going back here with Justin Wade and the Mack Trucks
entry of Matt Logan.
Absolutely, side by side.
Well, here we go. Here we go. It has officially happened. 1 minute 39.769 for Adam Poole. So he's wasted no time. He has absolutely been on it from the minute the checkered flag dropped, and that is officially a new improved production over 2 litre circuit record here at Phillip Island. So what on earth has he had for breakfast today?
I don't know, but I'd like some of that, please.
I would too, actually. I think everybody in this field would like a bit of something there.
And there's a bit of a battle going on here now with Jamie Augustine, Graham McPherson, Justin Wade, and I didn't quite see who was tacked on behind there.
Coming through the shot there, Matt Logan is still in there as well.
A freight train going on, and then looked like sneaking up on the back of them is going to
Michael Hart.
And then Gary McKay, Wayne Allway, and looks like Mark DeFanis.
Yeah, Mark DeFanis is, I think, just feeling his way back into things. The plan with himself and Jamie Augustine at the Harrop State race at 4 Hour didn't go according to plan, and they were out very, very early in that. So for Mark, that car's had a fair bit of work done to it to get it ship shape and ready for Island Magic.
It's great to see that we've got a good grid of 30 exceptionally good cars here this weekend. And you only have to look at Gary McKay's car. It's been running around for the last 30 years and looks like it's just come out of the showroom. It's absolutely beautifully presented car.
Yeah, he got the polish out before he left the garage on Friday night and polished it all up like he always does. And he's having a good run, as he always does. He loves this place.
Ben Schutz is now just starting to put a bit of pressure on Cade as they come through turn 11. He's got through Lockie, but he's going to go round the outside of Cade. That's pretty good move.
I'm wondering if Cade's actually got a bit of a drama here, because not only has he dropped time to Jason House, he just dropped a position to Max Demerick on the last lap as well, and now the Schutz has gone through, and I think they're lining him up here. Here comes Lockie McBride on the front straight as well. So I'm wondering if he's just managing something here at the moment, Cade Lehman, because he's dropped right off.
He certainly has. But
actually, here he is on screen at the moment. So yeah, he's actually managed to get McBride back under brakes for turn 1, just purely because of the horsepower difference between the Commodore and the BMW. But look, mid-corner speed. Watch this for McBride, right around the outside. Just so much grip. The weight difference between the two cars is absolutely phenomenal. The Mumbo in a straight line of a V8, but then the BMW is just so beautifully balanced through the corners.
That massive big understeer coming out of turn 2 there with Cade, but gets the power down and roars away from Lockie. But that's also now allowed Danny Timewell to come in. But there, watch Lockie under brakes, just smokes past the Commodore.
Absolutely.
Makes up 3 car lengths and just drives out the other side.
And then Andrew Butcher looks like he's just sort of had a moment to nurse that car along, and he's recovering as well. And behind him is James Atkinson, who's had a bit of a trying weekend as well. Some fuel pickup problems for the Commodore, and at least he said the car's got more in it. He just hasn't got more to give at the moment because he's away for so long. He just doesn't have the seat time. So
no, correct. They had a fairly big fuel issue. They had blocked injectors yesterday, and we managed to get that sorted for him overnight. And yeah, as he said, he just hasn't had enough seat time recently. So it's great to see the cars out there, and he'll just get quicker and quicker as we go.
And you did want to give a big shout out to Graham McPherson for all the help as well that he gave last night, because he was ready to put that car on the trailer, and Graham came up with a solution, and it looks like it's proven dividends for him. So that's fantastic to see. And we've got a mechanical black flag for car number 90, which is Neil Crow. So there is the number 90 machine on screen. Now, to say that that's probably for some smoke that the officials can probably witness. Now, he had this in qualifying as well, and then we thought that this was a tyre rubbing or something on one of the guards, but as we saw from when he came into the lane, he had a pretty severe angle on that front left tyre, so something's not quite happy in the VH Commodore.
Yeah, it's great to see Graham McPherson having a great run as well. It's had a few dramas with that car over the last 12 months or so with gearbox issues, but
a couple of unfortunate incidents here and there as well. The Winton one springs to mind.
Yes, he did have a very unfortunate incident up there, but now it's great to see the things getting around, and he's mixing it up with a few of the boys up the middle of the pack. This is fantastic.
So Atkinson's doing a pretty good job here to hang on to the back of Andrew Butcher. Danny Timewell's now found a way past Cade Lehman, the Timewell Spent machine. And what on earth is going to happen with the BMW Butcher? Is he going to look down the inside of Siberia here? He looks for the low line, and Cade covers that off pretty smartly, and actually pretty good margin at the end of the day. He didn't have to really worry about turning down too early to avoid the make any contact. He had a pretty good stranglehold on that. Butcher wasn't far enough up to command the place.
It's all very very nice there, and it's great to see James is actually hanging on the back of these guys. After a few laps, he's starting to feel a lot more comfortable in the car, obviously. But let's just see Butch round out the outside, but unfortunately, he doesn't have super good brakes in this car. So no,
Cade backed off.
Cade definitely has an issue.
Yeah, he's backing off here. So I'm wondering, I'm not sure if this is brake related or tyre related or something else going on there. But I know you guys were talking yesterday about some height adjustment changes and things to try and get the car to be a little bit happier. But whatever's happened there for Lehman, he's managing it to the flag here.
Buttoned it right out.
Yeah, so who's behind Lehman at the moment? He's got a fair bit of...
Jamie Augustine, is it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Jamie Augustine's coming around the corner now, and Brad White, I think, is the next one in the queue behind him. So it doesn't sound like it's fully on throttle either, coming across a start-finish straight. But Gary McKay looks like he's buttoned it off a little bit as well and managing something, because there goes the two RX-7s. So Shane Williams in the black and gold machine, and then Craig Caspers in the HES Racing.
And how good is this category? You've got a VS Commodore of Michael Hart, which went back in the 90s, and then you've got a VF Commodore, and you've got an RX-7 all nose to tail down the straight. The smelly two-stroke of the RX-7, but it's Wayne drags it out every now and again to have a run, and he's a very, very good accomplished steerer. He's been doing it from back in the day when they used to run around the Thunderdome.
And he shared another RX-7 with Ben Schutz on a couple of occasions as well. So, whenever he pilots a car, he's piloting something of the Mazda brigade. So that's fantastic to see Wayne back out there again as well. We always like to see a number of people returning to the category and dragging the cars out.
What a shame. Gary McKay's come into the pits along with Neil Crow, who was obviously directed into the pit lane, but that's a real shame for Gary.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disappointment. He had a bit of a rough run in qualifying, Gary. He was off the road, and I think maybe there might have been a few other gremlins that we're not quite aware of that he'll need to sort out. Hopefully be able to get that car up and running for tomorrow's pair of races, and of course the Matty Flinders Plate tomorrow afternoon. Here is Michael Hart, still trucking along quite nicely, ahead of the number 33 of Mark Defanis, who we haven't seen a huge amount of this year, and Wayne Allway tucked in behind him.
Cade doesn't seem to have lost too much more. No, where is Cade?
Actually, we're starting to get some lap traffic here as well. So the race lead-up is starting to encounter. I think the next man he's going to get is the Mazda 6 Tom Prentice. And you're right, I think there's a few drivers that are lost. I can see Lehman's in the lane now, and also looks like Justin Wade. They're coming into the lane as well. So a few drivers just pulling the pin with a couple of laps to go here.
No, it's not Justin Wade, it's Andrew Butcher.
Andrew Butcher, sorry, my bad, I apologise. It's Andrew Butcher. The blue cars are very, very similar blue on both of them, that Ford Performance blue on the BMW and on the Wade Falcon. So yeah, Butcher and Lehman in, McKay and Crow in, so a few retirees and casualties from this race as Poole comes up and over the top of Lukey Heights, and as I said, starting to encounter the lap traffic. He's just cleared Tom Prentice, it's great to see him back as well. I remember coming to the track there was a friend of mine who actually good mates with Tom Prentice, and there was the first guy that we actually went and spoke to in the pits on that day back in sort of the early 2000s. So Tom's been around a while, just doesn't get the car out often enough.
No.
And Max Demerick on screen here. He's got a bit of a second wind here. Obviously, they don't know that there's been a time penalty levied against Jason House. So for Max, this is quite important, because this is actually going to be a net third place if he can stay within striking distance here of the BMW pilot.
It does seem to be that the BMW may be just struggling a little bit with its tyres, or they're just holding off a little bit. But Max is certainly caught up at least 3 or 4 car lengths in that lap by the look of it.
Times that time around, it was almost a second difference. Yeah. Demerick was quicker by about nearly a full second. So Poole's on his way down now towards turn number 3. So he's still got a lap and a little bit to go. He's now got some lap traffic with Nick Scarcella in the Hyundai Sonata.
How good is it to see Nick Scarcella back out on the track after 2 years, and then after his surgery they said you'll never walk again, you'll never run again, you'll never race a car again. And look, it's a credit to him and his team that they've managed to get Nick back in the car. It's fantastic to see. I
agree, 100%. And they're the stories you like to see, isn't it? Someone that's been through so much adversity and so much trial and error and so many problems to actually defy the odds and come back out and walk again. It's absolutely fantastic.
Looks like Justin Wade's just gone under the inside of Graham McPherson going into turn 1 and leading into turn 2. Looks like that Justin may have got the job done there, just dropped out of sight.
That'll give him 12th place overall based on that.
Max. Here comes Mad Max. Look at him. He's now right up behind Jason House.
So you can see up here, there's a little bit of legs in a straight line for the BMW, but then through the corners is where you expect the Sylvia to really start to rein it in. Of course, the Nissans have been a pretty good package here. We've seen Paul Cruz go quite well here. We've seen the South Australian counterpart of Max Demerick and Scott Cook in a similar looking car do something similar, and of course Jamie Augustine's got a car of this similar nature as well. So it's a pretty good overall package to have on the change of direction and things as well, but just can't find a way past at the moment.
And Wayne Always is now starting to climb all over the back of Michael Hart. And look at that, he might even make a move and get up the inside there at Siberia.
Yep, I think Stefanis has gone through on Hart as well. So again, just managing some tyres and some car performance at the back end of this one. Unfortunately, coughs up a couple of spots, does Michael Hart. And some blue flags are out as well for a number of drivers because the leaders are coming through thick and fast. So last lap has now officially commenced. Here is that battle you were talking about. So you've got the number 4 Stormtech entry of Justin Wade and Graham McPherson having a good old fight here a bit further down the order. This is over 12th and 13th place.
That car that Ray Hislop used to punt around many years ago, and the guy that's actually Graham McPherson used to build Tony Floriani's car. So it's great to see that after 20 years they're still in the sport, and Graham's now actually steering where he used to build Tony Floriani's car.
And it's good to see Ray Hislop's actually here this weekend, even though he's not racing because of an unfortunate incident about a week ago at Sandown. He actually is here crewing on that old car of his that Justin Wade drives. So it's good to see the multi-time Matty Flinders Plate race winner and the 8-time national champion here in the paddock. I haven't seen him for a couple of years now, especially with COVID, so always good to see familiar faces back in the paddock. And this familiar face, who's been on the videos and been everywhere you can see in improved production this year, is going to win preliminary number 1.
Adam comes down to take the checkered flag, and there we go. Congratulations, Adam. A new lap record for IP over 2 litre at Phillip Island of a 1:39.7.
That's outstanding. Is this Demerick? Demerick slow, heading up through Lukey Heights. He's dropping spots, so he's dropped right off the back of the Jason House BMW. So that's a reprieve for House. We've got second place man Tonks has crossed the line. House has crossed the line third, and that 5-second penalty is going to basically be naught. It's going to be a net of nothing because it's not going to cost him anything. Ben Schutz is too far down the road. Here he comes right now in fourth ahead of Lockie McBrien.
And then coming over across line, that must be Danny Timewell, is it?
It is Danny Timewell. So this is going to be 6th place for Danny Timewell. And then 7th is going to go to, is that James Atkinson ahead of Jamie Augustine. And then Brad Wyatt's going to get a top 10 finish here as well. And Matt Logan looks like he's going to get that 10th place finish as well. So Demerick has...
Here we go. It's an outright drag down the straight now between Graham and Justin Wade. They're side by side as they're coming up the line. It looks like Wade got it. Wade by half a car length.
Yep, Wade by half a car length at the line. Demerick pitted on the final lap, so something let go in car 25.
And he has not. He's
actually come to a stop. Yeah, he's come to a dead stop in the pit lane, so they'll need to. And it's not far from his box, I think. And actually he's turning into the pit box, so that's okay.
And across the line comes, is that Scott Appledore in the XL, one of the under 2 litre cars, under 1600, I believe.
Yes, under 1600 for sure. There you go. So
across the line we've got now is Caspers and Sinclair, Michael Sinclair.
And that'll be it.
And that's it for the first race of improved production. It was fantastic, great driving guys, and I can't wait to see all the gossip in the pits afterwards to see. And a huge congratulations to Adam Poole and his team. A brilliant result. That lap record has been there for at least 8 years.
Close enough. Yeah, 2016 Nationals, I think it was, so 6 years.
6 years. So that's fantastic. And we've had a few guys that have managed to get their cars out after a few years, and they've driven them back in. Oh, no problem at all. All right, that Yokohama, thank you very much for being the main sponsor for improved production this weekend, and we'll talk to you at race 2 tomorrow morning.
We will indeed talk to you at race 2 tomorrow morning. We'll take a very quick break because a very quick change over here. Formula Ford is about to get underway, and then of course we've got the rest of the schedule to follow. So Formula Ford up next, then you've got the Circuit XLs, historic touring cars, the final race at Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, Formula V and Formula Open. But with not much time to turn around here, Callum Brannigan, it is over to yourself and Paul Ziddy for Formula Ford.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Hello to you, or to you.
And it's hello from me.
Now, we are back for real now, so sorry about that brief little lapse in judgment up here in the commentary box. This is Formula Ford, Cool Drive Auto Parts. Formula Ford for their first and opening race of the weekend, 9 laps in duration here at the 2022 Island Magic event. My name's Callum Brannigan, joined alongside once again by Paul Ziddy.
And apologies for the rookie error on my behalf. I got the wrong message or picked up the wrong side of a message and thought that we were going live. So sorry to the viewers back home for my little blurt over the top of that advertisement that was running. Great to see the racing underway here at the island for Island Magic and Cool Drive Auto Parts Formula Ford action coming your way. Weather has changed just a little. It's a bit warmer than it was in qualifying. That wind that was across the track from left to right has swung around more to a tailwind down the straight now, so be interesting to see how that impacts a little bit of the handling. You will actually feel that change the handling of the cars. These cars only weigh 510 kilos. The side of the car, once it turns into that wind, a little bit of a sail, and you literally feel the wind buffet these cars around. So the change of the wind absolutely can change the way they handle through the corners.
If there's one man who knows anything about wind, it's certainly Paul Ziddy. So we have a incredible field, its depth, quality here this weekend for the Island Magic event, of course, supported by Cool Drive Auto Parts. So as you can see on the timing tower, Matthew Hillier starting at a pole position by virtue of that spectacular lap in qualifying. He's followed by Jake Santalucia starting at a P2, Eddie Bezic in position 3, Bailey Collins, Xavier Kokai. We've got Scott.
Leo Scott, who's the gentleman from New Zealand, young guy from New Zealand doing a super job. First time racing in Australia, first time he's seen the circuit.
He's followed by Zach Lobko. We've got Damon Woods in the number 56, followed by Joe Fawcett. It's Busey in the number 74 car as well. He starts out at position 10.
Would be Jack Bussey, all the way from central Queensland, my original hometown, and a good mate of John Martin. So John Martin, 2005 Victorian Formula 4 champion, 2006 Australian Formula 4 champion, and runner-up in the World Endurance Championship for LMP2, so a very well-credentialed driver is down here giving Jack a hand at his debut race meeting.
Joe Fawcett, so yeah, that's P9, and we've got P11, we've got Harry Blanchard in the number 3, Miguel starting at P11, Imogen Radburn in position 12, Strickland and I think in position 14. Now Richard Davison starting on pole position in that wins Van Diemen RF95 alongside Gavin Dumas. We've got Arnold, Stubber, Schumack and Dracopoulos as well, rounding out the field here. So we've got 24 cars showing, it's not 24 cars, but that's what we've got, 24 big grid slots being taken up for the start of this 9-lap race, Paul. So obviously there's a lot of sunshine coming down on the drivers at the moment. They must be feeling the heat. It's baking there at the moment with the heat soak, especially coming out of the cars. Yeah,
certainly. Sitting on the pre-grid, you'd be feeling that heat. I think about now the adrenaline's starting to take over. Not too bad while you're out and going. On these hot days, though, as soon as that checkered flag comes out and you've got to do that drive around to turn 4, you roll out of it, all that adrenaline goes away, and then suddenly, you realise you're melting, and all you want to do is get out of that car and peel off the triple layer race suit, the flame retardant long johns that you're wearing underneath. It gets very hot and uncomfortable in a hurry, but while you're racing, while you're moving, great air conditioning, you're no problems at all. Field taking its position, we look to the back of the grid for the official to wave the green flag, signalling to race control that the grid is there and they can get under starters' orders. just calling the last 2 cars up into their position. We have the green flag just about to be shown. Yep, waved at the back, so we should see the lights come on. 5-second board has been given.
Hard against the rev limiter.
And we are racing, and good starts from both cars on the front row. Bit of wheel spin for Bailey Collins out of 4, and you can see how that has hurt him, and he's getting swamped on that run into 1. But the 2 leaders both made a very clean start and have been able to exploit that to a little bit of a gap at the front.
Bailey Collins on the outside there. He's got Xavier Kokai for company the long way around as they come through the southern loop, catching up onto the back of the number 7 car of Zach Lobko. He had a slightly tricky qualifying session, but he did a superb job to put that car well and truly inside the top 10, as we've got Scott having a look up the inside as they come around turn 3. Matthew Hillier at the head of the field as well, coming under 5 from Jake Santalucia, the number 19 Focus On Furniture car around the outside. Here's Scott in the number 12 though, around the outside of Zach Lobko. That's incredibly tight between those runners, and is that Eddie Bezic as well, featuring in the battle there in the number 30 Spectrum, the black car around the outside. Side by side, and here comes Xavier Kokai as well, the number 10 High Zero Spectrum as well. He's vying into the battle as well. He fancies his chances now, just getting they've lobbed 2 laps off this race, unfortunately, trying to keep this schedule as close to the original plan as much as possible. But this is a rather energised battle as they come through turns 9.
Yep,
over MG.
Absolutely, and this is the racing that you see Formula Ford renowned for, that wheel-to-wheel. Everyone's giving each other a little bit of room, bit of respect, which is great to see. Interesting, 7 laps now, the challenge for the drivers, and while all this racing's going on, they're trying to make a decision. Do I get in the battle for the position I've got, or do I try and work with those drivers around me to close the gap to the cars in front? Obviously, when you're in a heated battle yourself, you're holding each other up. Whereas if you work together a little bit, which it looks like the teammates in front are doing, you can use that slipstream advantage to try and gap the field. Then, no doubt, teammate or otherwise, with a couple of laps to go, the gloves will be off. But it's a two-way race.
There goes Xavier Kokai. This is a tricky rejoin.
Oh, very, very lucky. Good work by the rest of the field. From Xavier's position there, when you fire off at 1, you've gone off at 200 k's an hour. He was gathering that car up as best he could. There was no intent for him to be coming on unsafely or anything like that. That was as good a job as he could do, and a fantastic job by the rest of the field to see him coming and give him that room as well.
And obviously, as these cars are only 40 millimetres off the ground, that's the minimum ride height for these cars. When you do go off track and you start bumping, I guess you call it the seat component of your body, for the want of a better word, it does feel a little bit terse when you're going over and trying to regather it. So here
we see the replay. And yeah, he's just a little bit hot into 1 there. And as you can see, he's touching the brakes. There's no accelerator on his behalf there. That's purely the fact that there ain't no grip on grass.
Certainly no malice aforethought with that one, but great job by everyone else realising that he was going to be rejoining where he did. So very smart driving from everyone around him. So here we have Damon Woods in a great battle with Harry Blanchard here. So this is for position 9, and Xavier Kokai tagging back onto the back of that battle after collecting it after that rather scary moment going into turn 1, but it's still raging on at the head of the field coming onto the main straight once again. And Santa Lucia tucked up very firmly behind the car of Hillier as they come across the start-finish stripe. Hillier is, of course, enjoyed plenty of success so far in season 2022, but he holds on to that position. So as Paul alluded to earlier, team orders won't necessarily come into play here, but it does make sense for them to try and work together and grow that gap out to Lobco in position 3.
Absolutely. Teammate or otherwise, you'd rather a 2-player battle for the lead than a 6-car battle for the lead, right? At worst, you're going to come out second. Everyone wants to win, but this is about trying to race smart. One of the things that has been a hallmark of Formula Ford is it forces or teaches the drivers to apply that thought and that perspective to their driving, and that's why it has for 50 plus years been the training and proving ground for young drivers on their development pathway. Those that come out of Formula Ford have always gone on to do well in whatever they go to next, and that's racecraft that you learn here.
and that's the endearing part of this championship, the series, as I should say. But these cars, as Paul said, they're 510 kilos in weight. They are a tubular chassis, bespoke built space frame. They're weighing, and they've got about between 130 to 140 horsepower and Enduratec fuel-injected engine behind them, mated to a 4-speed H-pattern gearbox as well, as Bailey Collins locks up ever so slightly just ahead of Scott. So that's a great battle unfolding there as well. So that's for position 4 at the moment. So they're starting to lose touch from Lobco just ahead of him. But these cars, there's a lot of technical adjustment in them as well. So it's up to the drivers to learn how these cars and how those adjustments change the technical makeup of it. But it's also up to the drivers to communicate with their engineers and learn how to articulate what they want from the car and extract it and translate it from driver speak into engineer speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, again, that ability to give feedback and that requirement for them to be able to give that feedback clearly is one other fantastic attribute in the learning that you do get through Formula Ford. It's a lot of the one-make series that you see around the world now. It's you go to the best team. The best team has the data. They tell you how to drive the car. There isn't so much that the driver needs to do, whereas these are a very analog car to drive in a digital world, and that forces the driver to learn how to really feel and be sensitive to what the car's doing and sensitive to the changes, and then to be able to communicate. I think that I've got understeer at this corner, but it's not costing me that much, but the understeer on that corner is costing me a couple of tenths, and being able to translate the changes to a time gain on track is really valuable, a valuable skill to gain.
So this is a great battle. So we've still got Bailey Collins leading the way from Scott, and we've got Bezic as well vying into this one. So it's a Spectrum battle for position 4. You could throw a blanket over them as they come over Lukey Heights and down into turn 10. It's a tight right-hander. It's a fantastic corner, especially you drive the car far to the right-hand side and really ride that curb, and it really rewards you as you throw it into there, because as you square off the exit, you basically have it flat to the floor, don't you, Paul, all the way down to the end of the main straight.
Yeah, correct. And I mean, that shot of the three of them coming up over Lukey was just a classic. These things, they move around. I mean, it might look all controlled, but when you're if you see the onboard, and if you actually drive one of these things, they're balancing the cars with the steering wheel. They're moving around a lot, squirming as they come up over Lukey, which is still over 100 miles an hour, 160 k's in the metric. Then braking as late as they can, and you want to maximise that run out of MG, because that's where our straight starts in a Formula Ford. They're just pinned from there all the way down to turn 1.
And they're good for a genuine 230 to 240 kilometres, depending on what sort of tow you get coming down the main straight. So here's Zach Lobco coming under fire from Bailey Collins, the number 95 Spectrum, up the inside, number 96 I should say. So that's a great move, and here comes Scott as well. He likes a piece of that pie. He will show the nose going into Honda, but Lobco does a great job defending that position and will hang on to it as they come through Siberia. Scott just behind with Bezic as well. Bezic is the fastest man on the track at the moment. He's done a 1 minute 39.4, so it's a bit hot and the UV rating's a little bit high at the moment. So the Yokohama AO48 semi-slick all-weather tyres working pretty hard out there at the moment. So it's not quite the pace we saw in qualifying. Obviously they've got green tyres for that session, but it's all about managing that tyre throughout a weekend, because they only get one set.
Correct, and it's also the fact that obviously in racing like this, you're still compromised in the corners because you are racing. You're not getting that perfect lap that you're trying to achieve in qualifying. But we've seen a great demonstration here. You mentioned earlier that Zach Lobco was starting to creep away. He wasn't close enough to the front pair to benefit from a tow, but the three behind worked together a little bit, and the combined 3 tow has allowed them to drag back up onto the back of Zach, and he's now very much in a 4-car battle for 3rd place.
Incredibly close. Here they come into turn 1. Matthew Hillier starting to stretch legs at the head of the field. Jake Santalucia starting to fall back into the clutches or within reach of Bailey Collins in position 3. So this is an outstanding race so far. Now
the guys have really reeled Jake in. Now that could be a number of things. I'm not for a second going to suggest Jake has had a problem there. The guys have been doing some fairly stout lap times there behind him. I didn't see the whole lap, he may have made a small mistake. Or the other thing is, Jake's doing a fantastic job in his first season of Formula Ford racing, and the tyres, as they degrade over race distance, the next thing you start to learn is, well, how do I maximise a car when the tyres are no longer 100%? And the ability to manage the tyre over the distance, Matt's perhaps doing a better job of that, and Jake's now finding himself in a battle for second, which is, full credit to the guys behind him who've been able to chase him down.
Spectacular racing so far in this race. It'll be one lap to go as they come around the start-finish line. This time around, this has been a very energised battle, but they've been incredibly clean, giving each other more than enough respect, and they are racing sensationally under the hot sun. So here is Craig Arnold up against Gavin Dumas. So that's the number 90 car up the inside, and the Crabtree's Real Estate car of Dumas following just behind. So this is a very spirited battle. This is for position 2 in the Kent 1600 class. Of course, 2 classes of racing in Formula Ford at state and national levels. And here is a great example of that, the 1600 cars, which this engine was used from the old Cortina engine, I should say, was used since Formula Ford's introduction to Australia in 1969, all the way up to 2005, and then they switched over to the Duratec engine.
Indeed, a wonderful servant to Formula Ford in Australia, and indeed it predates 69. 1967 at Brands Hatch was the debut of Formula Ford at the driving school there, using that Ford Cortina Crossflow 1600, and it's been a wonderful workhorse and still serving the category to this day.
Bailey Collins up the inside, so there's some lap traffic vying into that one. That's the car of Dracopoulos. That's the number 62, just getting in the way there, and Bailey Collins
it looks
capitalising.
like it's, well, I think that it's actually compromised Bailey and the guys behind. No, it's actually enabled him to get by Jake. I apologise. I saw the car of Matt Hillier in front and thought that Bailey had actually been compromised and Jake had gotten away, but I think it's more the other way around, and Jake now looking very racy, wanting that position back. He's going to be very hot underneath that helmet, having seen that race. And Bailey has outbraked himself there. Will he be able to hold on? He's got the right line to be able to hold that corner. But of course,
here comes Lobco.
Yeah, that'll bring Lobco right in, and this is that slipstream we talk about. And it's going to be a matter of who's going to be in box seat for this drag race. Our 2 leaders possibly compromised, and it could be the guy in 4th. But here comes Matt Hillier for a well-deserved win. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. 5 cars, Bailey Collins for the win. Let's get that gap for you, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars who have crossed the line in... Well, I'm not that good at mathematics, but we'll call it under 0.06 of a second has covered 5 cars across the start-finish line, ladies and gentlemen. That you do not get it closer than that. Bailey Collins for second, Zach Lobco getting up for a well-deserved 3rd place. Jake Santa Lucia, unfortunately, he's going to be ruining catching that lapped car at Honda. He'll be convinced he could have held on to that 3rd place, but 2nd place, but relegated to 4th by virtue of that.
Richard Davison's going to come across the line to take out the 1600. Kent on as he waves to the checker flag as he comes across the line, but this is the battle for position 2 in that class.
And again, it's going to be another close battle. I think Dumas is going to get it by about a nose box. So 2 very close finishes for 2nd place in both categories of Formula Ford here today.
Incredible racing, and Ray Stubber, of course, in the number 55. He'll come across in 18th position overall, but that will be position 4 in class, just ahead of Schumacher and Dracopoulos as well, showing at the back of that class. So that was race 1 for the Cool Drive Auto Parts Formula Ford event here at the 2022 Island Magic. But where would you rather be this weekend, Paul? It's absolutely brilliant sunshine out here at the island.
And the racing is just as hot as that sun, so we can't wait to see what they can bring tomorrow morning. Thank you, Callum. Always a pleasure to call Cool Drive Auto Parts Formula Ford Racing at Island Magic with you.
Thank you, Paul. We should point out the fact that he got off the plane last night very late, and he's made the trip first thing this morning to come down to the Phillip Island. So it's a big thank you to Paul for all his efforts behind the scenes as well, helping out greatly in Formula Ford, making sure it's all going ahead smoothly.
Absolute pleasure. Wouldn't be anywhere else.
Sensational. So coming up next, we will have Stephen DeVries stepping back behind the microphone. It'll be the Hyundai XLs for their 8-lap opener of the weekend. It's scheduled to be 8 laps, but we will take a quick break and be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Island Magic 2022, and this is the Hyundai XLs with thanks to 888 Home Loans and, of course, Burson Auto Parts. This is the opposite end of the spectrum, Neville Blight, who's just putting the cans on, and I guess you've got to get your hat off there as well and make sure you can get it on. This is the opposite end of the spectrum compared to what we were talking about earlier in the day. First of all, during qualifying, we were talking about an endurance format. 20 laps and how people are going to have to manage themselves in order to prepare for the endurance. This is the opposite end. This is a sprint race.
That's exactly right. Now, what will be interesting about this race is we've got young Charlie on pole. If I'm sounding out of breath, it's all those stairs.
Same with me as well.
So we've got young Charlie on pole, and that was a brilliant effort. Great job by the young bloke. But now he's really got his work cut out, right? There's some feisty guys behind him, so it'll be good to watch.
I think so too. So we said earlier, Charlie Nash, his first pole position here in Hyundai XL, so a big tick on his bucket list, and a very warm congratulations to him for securing his first ever pole. And then behind him, as we've said, there's a few quick ones there. Hugo Simpson, Harry Tompkins, James Lodge, Toby Waghorn. Those four names are four names that we've called multiple times throughout the course of the Victorian State Race Series this year. And always, when we're calling them, they're at the pointy end of the field. So they're going to give him a hard time.
Yeah, no, they will. He'll know he's out there for sure. So it'll be interesting to see if he's got the stamina, because they will certainly give him a workover, that's for sure. And then we've got Antonio Meloso not far behind, so he might actually get in the mix as well.
He has been in the mix. He was in the mix at Sandown, I recall, in the Valvoline car that it's going across the screen there as well, especially in the wet conditions. He was quite handy, so he'll try and tack onto the back of that leading group of 5 or 6 cars and stay with them. Then you've got Larry Merrifield and Christopher Stilo, Ed Narkowitz and Scott Appledore, who round out the top 10. And then working a bit further down, you've got Nichols out of 11th, followed by Craig Featherstone. I always get this one wrong. I think it's Donovan Mernjevac in number 13th.
Or Marjevac.
Marjevac. Okay, so we're going to get this corrected for
you. Yeah, the R's silent. You pronounce it like with an A.
Okay, there we go.
Having said that, I had to learn that myself. Right.
Well, I think I'm learning that sometimes, and I usually think my pronunciation's pretty good. Then you've got Bodale in 14th, Barton 15th, Michael Sinclair in 16th, and then Kennedy, Anvelt and O'Keefe rounding out the 19 cars here this weekend. We're actually hoping that there might have been a couple of late entrants coming across from South Australia after they had an endurance event, probably a couple of, about a weekend ago actually, I believe, but unfortunately it looks like they haven't been able to make the trip. It's a bit strange because there's been a couple of endurance events back to back. There's been the Winton Enduro, there's been the one at the Bend, and then of course there's Island Magic all in quick succession.
Well, I think that's what's happened to us here. The grid's a little bit disappointing, but we've had so much racing and it's pretty hard for them to keep fronting up, and so with all those races that you've just mentioned, we probably haven't got a bad grid.
I think so.
But it's down on our normal numbers for sure, you know.
Timing's a little bit of a bit of an issue at this time of year, I think, as well, isn't it?
Many factors. There's many factors at the minute, yeah.
All right, so we're getting ready for a race start here, just waiting on the last car to get into position, which has just happened. So 19 starters for this 8-lap affair. Of course, 20 laps tomorrow, and they didn't hold them for long, and away we go.
No.
So off go the field towards turn number 1. Nash had a good reaction time, but his second phase of the start has not been great, and he looks like he's getting swamped because Hugo Simpson on the far left of side has got a much better start. He'll sweep across into turn 1. Harry Tompkins had a little bit of a sneaky look down the inside at the early part of the start, but there was no room for him to move down there. He's actually been passed by Lodge at the beginning of this race as well. So not a great start for the pole sitter Nash, but look, nothing to be frowned upon. He's in second spot and there's still plenty of time to go.
Well, they've got round turn 1 nice and clean, which is a great start.
Yeah, and as you mentioned a little bit earlier on in the piece, there's only 19 cars, so it's not like there's got 40 cars that they need to try and negotiate. It's not a bumper car race. There's going to be no excuses for panel damage and panel exchange in this one. Nash takes the ascendancy quite early here and gets a good run out of turn 2, consolidates down the inside at 3, and then goes back to the lead. So it hasn't taken him long to realise the error and find a very, very smart way to get through. Lodge has also decided that it was a good opening for him to slot past Hugo Simpson. He moves up to position number 2. James Lodge is a bit of an interesting character, I think. He was in, I know it's not a topic that people wish to discuss a bit, but he was involved in a rather unusual incident here at round 5 out of the last turn. So we end up pushing a car side by side down the straight. He's actually trying to run side by side here with Nash up through turn 9.
I can add to that. He certainly wasn't popular from that move, and hopefully he's learnt from that. And there's a lot of eyes on him at the moment. But if he behaves himself, well, we're laughing because we're not interested in him banging into each other and whatever.
No, definitely not. And he actually got that move done quite nicely. He was on the outside for turn 10, and then through turn 11, he had the high line. So this is a good little battle group at the moment. Waghorn in the battery stock. Harry Tompkins in the battery stop car is in there in position number 3 and giving them a good shake here. So already there's a leading group of 4. They're trying to break away. And then you've got Larry Merrifield, Antonio Maluso and Toby Waghorn are the next group of 3 cars about a second behind. And they're fighting over positions 5, 6 and 7. And then you've got the lead group here. Sideways for Simpson. That's a very, very high-speed incident through there, and what it's done is it's scattered the pack, and it's also managed to allow Merrifield, Waghorn, all those drivers that we were just mentioning in 5th, 6th and 7th place to catch up because everybody had to check up to avoid Simpson coming back into the path. The benefit there, front-wheel drive car, you can just plant your foot and get out of it. It's not like a rear-wheel drive car where you've got to take your foot off the gas because otherwise you just go round in a circle. Yeah,
that's lift-off oversteer. You can't go doing things like that. Now, he's done a great job to save that car because although you just put your boot back in, it's not quite as easy as that. You've got to make sure the wheels are in the right direction and you're busy, right? That's a fast corner to be sliding off there. It's not pleasant.
No, it's not. And on top of being busy, it's... the momentum is a killer in these cars because they're not a huge horsepower car. They're quite light, but they don't have a lot of horsepower to go with them. So it balances out, it's like a road car. There's not much you can do with it. So if you lose the momentum, it takes you a little while to gather it back up. Now, given that Simpson's gone back to the lead here, I'm wondering whether there was a redress that potentially happened on the other side of that. We're getting word we might have a replay to have a look at in just a few seconds. We'll just watch the cars go over the top of Lukey Heights and into MG for the second time, and we'll see if there's any passing moves here. And looks like it's lodged back down the inside of Toby Waghorn.
They're actually doing a pretty good job here, and it's a reasonably good group of cars. And you can see there's a bit of swapping and changing.
So here's the replay here. I think it's a bit hard to call that one, I reckon that maybe Simpson potentially was already losing the rear a little bit, and that maybe Nash was just sort of potentially in the wrong spot at the wrong time there because it was very, very close. Let's see if we can get a better shot at it from this angle. Maybe a little bit of contact.
Yeah.
Probably incidental. I would probably say they'd probably play on with that one.
Yeah.
That's probably just a little bit of an unfortunate coming together with 2 cars trying to occupy the same bit of tarmac, and thankfully a bit lucky.
Those cars are only just balancing there. You'd only have to put your hand on the car and you can push it away. So it doesn't take much of a tap at all.
Yeah, of course, with the front-wheel drive car and front-engine car as well, you're right, all the weight off the rear side of the car. Yeah. So at that point in time, you're turning the car in. The rear of the car is very, very light. The tyres are doing as much work as they can. And as you said, it's no different to a car that's got a lot of aero on it. You could just reach out, push that car, and then it would lose control at the back end.
This is not a bad little group of cars here. They're all doing a pretty good job too.
No, they are doing a very, very handy job. And it was interesting before that little incident with Simpson and Nash that the lead group of 4 cars had sort of managed to kick away and have their own battle. It's been spiced up a little bit here. Merrifield's staying in touch. A couple of the other drivers in 6th and 7th are also trying to stay in touch. They don't want this group to get away. They've sort of been reinvigorated by the leaders sort of being brought back to them. Now they want to try and hang on and, now get the bit between the teeth a little bit. Now they want to push a little bit harder.
If they get in that tow, they're pretty hard to shake off. Once you get in that tow, you don't want to lose it because that's just what keeps you going. You need some of those cars need that tow to stay there, and if we lose a couple, you'll see they'll drop right off. It'll take a lap, but once they're out of the draft, they're gone. And they need someone to help them get back into that draft.
It's the opposite end of the scale to somebody that likes to prefer to be the chaser rather than the chasee. Some people always need that carrot in front of them, something to aspire to, something to try and chase and do better to make up that ground. And then people that are at the front, sometimes they can't run at the front. They don't like being chased from the rear. So the tow is very, very important. As you can see here, they'll duck and dive and they'll follow each other as fairly closely as they can. just to get that, that 1, extra kilometre an hour, that 1/10 of a second extra. I mean, the slipstream's not as powerful as it is in the Formula cars, and this is the net effect of that down here. So through on Waghorn go both Simpson, Nash, and now Lodge looking right around the outside. So that was the benefit of the tow there. They had a little bit of a slipstream. It wasn't a lot, but it was just enough to give them the head that they needed to get into turn 1 ahead of the race leader. Now we're getting some word through Larry Merrifield here in car number 7. There he is on the screen there, currently in position number 6. Looks like the timing in that car has stopped responding, so they're actually scoring him manually at the moment. So currently on the road in position number 6, no problems there.
I don't think he'll be worrying about the times at the minute. He's got his hands full.
No, I don't think so either. Well, he won't know.
No,
he won't know.
No, he won't. No, that'll be the least of his worries at the moment. He's actually doing a good job to stay with him because he's out of the Masters Series, and the young blokes have got a little bit of wood on the older blokes, but so he's sailing the flag for them. He's doing a good job.
A bit further down the field here, you've got a couple of the other cars a bit further down the order. So the number 135 machine of O'Keefe, which actually started last in the running order, and then the number 159 of Kennedy. So a couple of fairly new names to the category that we haven't called their names at all during the state race series this year. 3 wide now down into MG corner. Lodge down the inside for P2 all but briefly, and Simpson's going to argue the point through turn 11. So too Waghorn, who follows through quite smartly. Now Tompkins is starting to make his move after being in the lead group and then sort of falling back in that turn 1 kerfuffle a couple of laps ago. He's now starting to make his presence felt. So we get to the half distance mark here. So half the race gone, as one Murray Walker used to say. There is still half the race to go, and we're 3 wide across the stripe heading now towards turn 1.
And you've got to say, they're doing a great job. They've shown a bit of respect to each other, and that's a pretty nasty little group you've got going there. So and things are swapping around, the lead's changing on a regular basis. So it's brilliant racing.
I actually liken this a little bit to Formula V. I mean, everybody looks at Formula V and how the slipstream is and the pack mentality that they have. They can run in a group of 5 or 6 cars and not touch. This is what you'd like to see. This is what it should be in XL racing. It's a controlled category, close pack racing, close confines. This is what makes or breaks drivers' racecraft, isn't it?
For sure. Look, they get told that anyone can hit another car. That's the easy part. It's not hitting the other car. That's where the skill comes from.
That's right.
And they're doing a great job of that today. They're doing a terrific job.
Yeah, they're putting on a very, very good show for Burson Auto Parts here this weekend in 888 Home Loans. And it's good to see Cam McKinnon. I actually had a chat with him last night. He's on board, not only as a sponsor for the XLs for next year, but also for improved production. And I think maybe they're working on something for the 944s as well. So big shout out to the crew at 888 Home Loans, working overtime in their current climate to try and get the best deals for all the clientele that are looking to refinance or buy new homes. It's a bit of a challenging time right now, but good to see grassroots motorsport being supported by small businesses. A lot of these sponsors on the sides of the cars these days are all small business operators, so get out there and support a lot of the people that are putting money into going grassroots racing.
We really appreciate Cameron's effort from 888 Home Loans, and it helps us get out there and get these cars on the track, and we help them with entry fees and bits and pieces. There's a reasonable amount of cost involved, so wherever we get any assistance, we really appreciate it.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's something that I guess is lost a little bit sometimes as to the amount of money that sponsors actually do tip in and what they tip it in for. So lap 5 complete, so 3 to run. Having a look at the overall lap times here at the moment, fastest lap of the race held by Harry Tompkins. He's the 4th car in this train, the number 33 machine, with a 2-minute 1.678. Overall, it would be just short of a 2:01 if we were to put all the best sectors from all the drivers that currently hold those sectors together. So fastest man in Sector 1 is Harry Tompkins. Fastest man in Sector 2 is actually fastest man in Sector 1 and Sector 3 is Toby Waghorn, and Sector 2 is Harry Tompkins. That's the one thing I've been looking forward to this weekend, is just to see how evenly matched a lot of these drivers are through the sectors, not just through the lap, as we normally get a one timing beacon thing for the Vic State Race Series, but just how it pans out over the course of a 3-sector run. So you can see here all the drivers have just gone through the Sector 1 split. They're all separated by about a tenth or two. There's not a lot in it at all.
No. Look, when we get back to Charlie there, we've sort of really got to hand it to Charlie. I'm pretty impressed. He's done a mighty job because he hasn't got the experience those other young blokes have got, and they put some serious pressure on. Now, he's been doing a fabulous job to stay there. I wasn't sure that was going to happen, but hats off to him.
He's looking down the inside here at Waghorn at Lukey Heights. That's about the third or fourth attempt that he's had there on another car. Taking the tighter inside line, riding a little bit of curb. He obviously favours that line. Oh, lock up for Tompkins behind. That could have ended in tears had it have gone on for much longer. He just releases the brake pedal just enough to get the wheels turning again and then reapplies the pedal, but that's now left him vulnerable to Lodge, Maluso, Merrifield. They're all lining up here on a vulnerable car 33. He's got to gather himself up pretty quickly here and get back into the rhythm. He didn't lose too much momentum, importantly, but you're right, this is quite an angry pack of 7 cars now, and as we saw at the beginning, the top 4 cars checked out. They then got caught back up through the turn 1, lap 2 incident, and they haven't been split apart since. So obviously there's a little bit of a different sort of feel here because Waghorn was in that second group of cars at the very beginning. He's now at the front. Potentially maybe he's holding up the train a little bit here, or a little bit of a cork in a champagne bottle, allowing the likes of Maluso and Merrifield to stay in touch.
Well, they're all using each other's draft there, and it's a little bit of mix and match. The racing doesn't get much better than this, really, does it? It's great racing by all of them. They're doing an excellent job.
And they're all picking their lines. They're all sticking to them. There's no moving under brakes. There's no closing anybody down. It's all nice and fair. You can see there, mistake from Waghorn, just a little bit, left the door open for Nash, but didn't close the margin down when he realised the mistake and that the 155 machine was actually there. He left it alone. He didn't come across and showed great respect and said, you know what, I've acknowledged I've made the error. I'll stay a little bit out of the way here and I'll just try and drive towards the next corner. And if you've got me, you've got me. I just saw there was a little bit of a flash of the brakes on Hugo Simpson's machine as he left Siberia. I'm wondering if he was just getting a little bit too close to the car in front and just wanted to stay off rather than keep his foot in it and maybe just set himself up here for a pass coming down the hill into MG. He thought about it and takes the normal line here. So it's fair to say here, Neville, the winner's going to come from that pack of cars.
Sure.
But we've still got one lap to go.
And I was going to say, it's not over yet. You can't pick this till the end. And sometimes leading them is not necessarily where you want to be. There's Donny. We haven't seen much of Donny in the race there. He's got an indicator light hanging out.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of, sporting a little bit of front right corner damage here. He's locking horns with Scott Appledore, who's just taken the Hughes Brothers removals machine through very, very smartly. I think he's got Ed Narkowitz there in the number 29. So these guys are fighting down here over 9th, 10th and 11th place. And again, like their counterparts up the front, they're doing it nice and cleanly, nice and smartly. Now they've got the white flag out before the start of the last lap. And here we go.
Here we go.
Rightio. Yep. So Waghorn's trying to check out here, as he has done on the previous lap. He hasn't got that much of an advantage right now. Simpson has picked the pocket of Charlie Nash to move through to second place. Now he's got to set his sights on the back of the number 84 machine.
Now if he can sit in the draft and follow him round the top there, he just might get a good enough run down the straight to take that spot off Waghorn.
And I think Merrifield's lost out here as well. He's gone to the back of the queue now. I think he was passed by both Lodge and Maluso at the start of this lap. So he might struggle from here. Simpson's not letting this get away, but also Nash
is not
fighting it as well. So looks like a little bit of a mistake for Hugo Simpson at turn 4. Nash has pounced to go back through to position number 2. They did make a little bit of ground on Toby Waghorn. They didn't make a lot, but they did maybe gain a car length as they head up through turn 7 and 8 for the last time. Now taking a slightly different line. Looking left, looking right. Cars are getting a little bit twitchy and a little bit tail happy here on the change of direction, heading up over Lukey Heights. Defensive line from Waghorn. He knows he's under pressure. He can feel the heat, and it's not just because it's hot out there on the track. It's a hot pace right now. 2 wheels in the dirt for Tompkins as he tries in vain to stick it up the inside of Simpson. If he can stay there, he's going to have the high ground for the last turn, and he'll be in prime position to scythes his way through up to P3, which he's done. He's got that over and done with, but Simpson will try and look to get an over and under and maybe out-drag him to the line. But it looks like Waghorn will get the Chocky Bickies this time for race number 1. And he does, ahead of Nash, Tompkins and Simpson, with Lodge 5th, and then Maluso and Merrifield. So that was an outstanding race. 2 seconds covers the top 7 cars.
They should all be very pleased with themselves. Terrific show. Did a great job.
Chris Stilo home about 8 seconds adrift of the leading Group 7 cars. Actually, it was, I should say 2.5 seconds covering the top 7. That timing is just updated for us. So Chris Stilo in 8th, Scott Appledore for 9th, and then Donny... was it Manjevic in position number 10? Thank you. I'm gonna have to spend some time overnight to get that one right. He'll never let me live it down otherwise.
No. He was a little bit further back than he normally is. I'm not sure what's happened to him. He had a bit of trouble with the setup in qualifying, so that he mightn't have quite got it right yet. But he'll be back.
He certainly will. And here's the last couple of drivers sort of just touring around the circuit. You've got the number 159 here of Kennedy, and then just ahead the 135 of Keith, and then I think one of the newcomers, the number 24 machine, where are we here, belonging to Gerald Anvelt. He's the last man to get home, and fortunately for him, he does get home. So all who started finished this race. So that's the important thing, and then we look forward now to tomorrow, Neville.
Yep, big day for them tomorrow, so we look forward to that. And if they do if they race tomorrow like they race today, there'll be a good show, and they've done a great job.
I think so. So tomorrow morning at 10:40, it's an even shorter race, just 6 laps. So another proper sprint for Hyundai Excels, and then the 20-lap in Enduro that we look forward to a bit later on in the afternoon, about 3:20 from what we can see on our program here. Very short break here in commentary, and up next we've got historic touring cars. This impressive field of historic machinery is about to grace the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You're watching Island Magic 2022. Back soon. Churning through the program here at Island Magic 2022. Historic touring cars, with thanks to Just Cars, and 9 laps are on the board for these excellently presented machinery of yesteryear. Darren Knight joins me opposite my left shoulder in central commentary here. It's wonderful to have you back here at Island Magic, Darren. It's been a couple of years since I've seen you.
Good afternoon everyone, and a big welcome to everyone watching us on Blendline TV, Island Magic. Sometimes I used to call it the Festival of Hay Fever, but it's not too bad for me this weekend.
No, it's not too bad at all. I did see there's actually, I think Max Demerick, I was talking to him from Improved Production. He's actually suffering quite a bad bit of hay fever at the moment. It is the kind of season for it, so I know what you're on about.
Certainly, but fantastic dry conditions down here at the island. Wind not quite as strong as the World Superbikes it was here last weekend. I saw the images on the TV, the flag's horizontal. Thankfully we haven't got that blowing wind here. Still a bit of a tailwind though here on the front straight, so some very quick times we're expecting from the front runners. And talking about quick times, Paul Stubber, the West Australian, that famous number 3169 Chevy Camaro, lowered, well, we don't have lap records in qualifying of course, but went under the existing lap record that he holds this morning in qualifying into the 45. So
he was fast. He was way fast. Like, he was properly nearly 4 seconds quicker than the next quickest car in qualifying. So he was on it from the get-go.
Certainly was. Aldo Di Pioli, fellow West Australian, in the number 96, 69 Chevy Camaro. So a Sandgraper lockout in the front row of the grid. He'll be pushing very hard to try and reel in that rampaging number 31 Camaro. Great effort from Darren Hossack in the number 18 Purple RX2, fourth quickest in qualifying. Darren, of course, no stranger to the circuits around the country, former V8 supercar driver, former national sports sedan champion, and it's great to have him on board. Historic touring cars, joined the category a couple of years ago in that very quick little Purple RX2. Great effort, fourth quickest. Darcy Russell was fifth quickest in his number 4 Boss 302 powered 69 Ford Mustang. Darcy, of course, many years of experience in sports cars, Formula 5000 in years gone by. Another one that joined the category a few years ago at the wheel of his lovely number 4 Ford Mustang.
So here they all come to start-finish line, just to line up here. So plenty of previous winners in this field as well. So you see Aldo Di Paoli, he last won it back in 2018. Michael Michelli's been the champion for the last 3 years, but unfortunately he's not here this weekend. You mentioned Paul Stubber. He's won this a couple of times before. We went back-to-back 2014 and 2015. So there's plenty of experience in this field at this particular event. And this particular race is, of course, for the Alan McKelvey Memorial Trophy. So when we get up underway, we'll have a little bit of a chat about Alan and his contribution to the historic touring car scene. But sorely missed. He's no longer with us, but we do wish all his family obviously all our best. And we haven't. It's been about 2 or 3 years, I think, now. So we'll touch on what he's contributed to the category very shortly.
Huge field, 41 historic touring cars for Just Cars magazine. Getting ready for race 1 here at the 2022 Island Magic. 9 laps, the journey for historic touring cars. The 2 Chevy Camaros on the front of the grid. Stubber in 31, Di Paoli in 96. Huge field stretching almost back up around the corner.
Here we go. Red lights out. They didn't hold him for very long. Di Paoli's stalled. He's stalled on the start line. Let's hope there's no contact with anybody. He's got his hand in the air. The car's disappearing left, right. And he's got his hand out the window, and he's going to need some help here. It looks like everybody's managed to avoid the stricken 96. Thank goodness for that. He gets it going, though. So if whatever happened, it happened very quickly, but he has gone from the front row to the back row in about 10 seconds.
Nothing worse than seeing a stalled car on the grid. I had my heart in my mouth there, as I'm sure everyone did. Everyone did a great job, though, to get through on the stricken Camaro. The category now using the race radios, the one-way radio communication, so I dare say that helped with everyone avoiding that stalled Chevy.
They did indeed, and we've actually got the receiver antennas actually up here in central commentary. It's the prime position for it to broadcast out to all parts of the circuit. It's a new invention that we trialled here at the 5th round of the Victorian State Race Series. A number of categories gave it a go, and historic touring cars, the sole category this weekend that are using the receiver radios. So race control will have been onto them very quickly, advising of the stalled number 96, and everybody heeding that warning and avoiding any contact. That was absolutely fantastic to see. Nobody got through making contact with the 96.
On screen, the battle for 5th place, Darcy Russell on the number 4 Ford Mustang in front of the Nathan Gordon Holden Monaro, number 45, with Darren Hossack and that purple RX2 right on the tail of Nathan Gordon. Having a look up the inside
Hossack
at MG, and Darren Hossack, a neat move on Nathan Gordon. So Hossack now slides up into 4th place.
And to compound matters for Nathan Gordon, a couple of black licorice straps left and in the traction zone out of turn number 10. And now he's going to come under some pressure from one of the little Tiranas behind there as well, and I think one of the Valiant Chargers coming up behind as well. So that little moment down at turn 10 may cost him another couple of spots, but he's managed to clear out on the front straight. He's actually managed to gap those cars that were chasing him behind and actually catch back up to Darren Hossack. Oh, and that's heartbreaking.
That's Conno Onofaro, the West Australian, in the number 22.
And there's more. There's another car that was off as well. It's was that one of the Cortinas?
It was.
Yeah, one of the Cortinas was off as well. The was that the black number 41 was off, and it's got some substantial damage to the side as well. There was a couple of Cortinas taking evasive action there out of the final corner.
Jerry Lenstra had that scrape down the side of his black GT Cortina. Well, that's hugely disappointing there for Conno Onofaro.
This will be a safety car. This will be a safety car. That Mini's going absolutely nowhere, so it'll be a full course yellow almost immediately. And actually, it's a red flag. So even worse than a full course caution, it is a full course nullification. The red flag is out.
Well, it's
he hasn't hit a wall. That's important. It doesn't look like he's hit a wall because of where the Mini has come to stop. That's got to be contact with another car, because the wall, of course, is off to the left there on the shot there. We've got a replay of just what happened. Let's have a look. Oh, actually, he did get the wall. That's a really strange spot to get the wall there so early in the piece. Look at the evasive action. So everybody going through. Oh, that's where the secondary contact happened. Who was the other car that was involved in that? That was two Cortinas got together.
Might have been Mick Stupkram, the number 61 Cortina. No, that's Mick at the back there. So it might have been Michael George, perhaps, in the Lotus.
There we go, it's the 73. That might be
David Brown in the Datsun 1600 also parked up. He had a dominant performance at a historic Sandown a couple of weeks ago. But pretty obvious why there's a red flag. That Mini is in a very vulnerable position coming onto the front straight there, right in the middle of the circuit. Not unusual to drop a wheel onto the grass coming onto the front straight, and there has been some big accidents a little bit further down on that pit wall over the years. Of course, Andrew Williams had that horrendous crash there a few years ago in his XU1, just dropped the wheel off onto the grass coming onto the main straight, and Connor, unfortunately, is cruising that wall. His first visit to Phillip Island, so very disappointing for the West Australian.
I agree, very, very disappointing. And it was very strange too, because it didn't look like he was out on the grass or even close to the outside of the circuit. It would look like he was quite narrow coming around that corner there.
The Minis are about as wide as they are long.
Yes,
so
that's right.
You don't get a lot of time to save a Mini when it gets out of shape.
No, despite the fact that we were just talking about front-wheel drive cars with Neville Blight before with the XLs. When they start to go around, you just plant your foot and you can keep going. It's a little bit different in a Mini of from the 1960s.
Swap ends very
easily, yeah, because the wheelbase is so short, and of course how the weight is distributed, there's no hope of saving it if it goes around like that. So short break, I guess, while we see if they're going to be able to get this race restarted. But I dare say with the amount of time that we've already lost throughout the day with various wall repairs and accidents, that this might be a bit of a delay when first of all, they're going to check to see whether the driver is okay. That's point number one, because we won't have gotten out of the car because of all the on-track activity. So the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad and Team Medical Australia are on the scene pretty quickly now that all the cars are back into pit lane. So first priority is the welfare of the driver. Then the second priority will be to check on the wall, and third priority will be to clear the car away. That'll be the order that they go through. So we all say cars can be replaced and walls can be repaired, but drivers, if they unfortunately are no longer with us, they cannot be brought back. So first priorities first. We've got to get the driver sorted out.
These cars have never been safer. The HANDS device and the various brands have been mandatory for a few years now in historic touring cars. So they are extremely safe, and we hope that Connor is okay. Obviously a bit shaken up after that contact with the front wall. Stood on the brakes though. He tried to wash off as much speed as he could as soon as the little rear end of the Mini let go. So hopefully Connor is all right.
Yeah, I hope so. We just haven't got the pictures on the broadcast at the moment, but we're looking obviously from it. There we go. We're looking at it from our point of view. He's up and walking. That's important. That's a good sign.
Yep.
Getting into the team medical car, he'll go straight back to the medical centre for the usual precautionary checks. So let's have a look at this one on the replay again. Now that the driver we know is confirmed as okay, we'll have another look at this one. Just have a look how narrow he is on the approach here. So he looked like he sort of I don't know if he got the grass or not. It doesn't look like he did, but it's a very, very strange incident. Now we might get a bit of an idea of who it was. That was the other car that was involved there. We don't know. We're getting some reports. Maybe there might have been. I don't know if there was something on the road there, Darren, but that's it's still a very unusual incident just for one car to have that sort of an incident. Everybody mostly got through unscathed.
Just trying to work out the Cortina that got sideways there. Might have been Les Wormsley. I didn't quite catch a number there. I think it had the blue flash down the side of the white Cortina, and that Jerry Leinster unfortunately might have tagged that car, which is why Jerry's got the scrape marks on the side of the
tagged
black.
as he came back onto the road. So that was probably unavoidable. That little bit of contact, and it's not a huge amount of panel damage on the 41 machine, but I guess enough that if you're someone that's into historic touring cars and you like them being pristine and nicely presented, you'll take a look at that and you'll cringe, because that's not what people want to see. They like to see these beautifully presented cars, and a lot of people are very meticulous in the preparation of these cars, and it's not just what goes on under the hood, it's actually about the exterior presentation as well. So there'll be a few people in the paddock that'll look past and think, oh well, it can be repaired, but we don't like seeing it looking like that.
Yes, the number 22 machine on the back of the Vulture truck, with both the front guards creased in there and some rear damage as well. What little is of the rear in a Cooper S, it's almost flat. So very disappointing all the way from WA. One of the quickest mini drivers in the country, and certainly one of the quicker ones from WA. So very disappointing first race outing for Conno over here.
We were talking about this in qualifying as well. There's been a bit of a mini resurgence, I think, in this particular category this weekend. I think I went past all the garages. There was about half a dozen of them sitting in the paddock. So it was fantastic to see. So many minis are coming out. Had no clue until I looked at the entry list that so many of them have come from interstate as well.
Well, very popular circuit with the mini drivers with those high corner speeds. So the minis basically don't slow down. They just don't need brakes. So they just keep the corner speed up. We saw a few years ago at the historic meetings of some scenes almost out of the Italian Job. The minis doing their little synchronised driving on the front straight.
Yeah, of course, it's the same thing back in the day when the minis were in rally as well. They were very popular because they were so short. They could make up so much ground because they didn't need to wipe off so much speed. They were just the right package for the right time. And certain circuits, they are a very, very handy package to have. You said around here, high corner speeds, don't need to wash off too much. You don't need to hit the brakes like you do a Camaro or a Mustang going into turn one. You just need to scrub a very small amount of speed off, and you can pretty much almost keep your foot flat through it. Just maybe a little confidence lift, and can steer it a little bit when the rear end gets a little bit loose, and away you go.
Well, the car has now been removed, so hopefully we'll get underway fairly shortly. The guys just checking the condition of the fence, I would presume up there at turn 12. I didn't see it move much, so there's no tyres or anything like that to wheel back into place.
Well, while we're waiting for a little bit of an update here as to whether we're going to get going again, let's talk about Alan McKelvey, because of course this race was meant to be the Alan McKelvey Memorial Trophy, someone that had a very big influence in historic touring cars over the course of the last several years, and sadly passed away in the last 2 years or so.
Yeah, joined the category with a very quick yellow XU1 some years ago, then moved up to the ex-Drew Margett Jim Richards Boss Mustang. We've just been told, 68 Mustang, just been told the race has been declared, so lap 2 of 9, that'll be a non-event.
Which means I think the trophy race for the Alan McKelvey Memorial will probably move to tomorrow.
Yes, so make sure you're tuned into Blendline TV tomorrow for hopefully historic touring cars full race distance, and that'll be certainly great to watch. So we thanks very much to Just Cars Magazine and the Isola di Capri restaurant right here on Phillip Island. We thank them very much for their support, and hopefully we'll see a full race tomorrow for the Just Cars historic touring cars.
We do. That's unfortunately a bit of a disappointing way to end the historic touring cars, but of course safety first, and there's still plenty to come in the schedule. Next up on the schedule, it's the final race of the weekend for Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Then following that, Formula V and Formula Open to round off the Saturday session of Island Magic 2022. Please stay tuned. There's still plenty of great racing to finish up for here on Saturday, and we'll be back after the short break.
Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge has been a part of the Aussie motor racing landscape since 2008, and it's already proven to be a great stepping stone for what are now some of the biggest names in Porsche racing. Matt Campbell and Jackson Evans, they started right here in Sprint Challenge. But how is it any different to Carrera Cup? And how do you get from racing these cars to the top of the Porsche pyramid?
Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge is absolutely my favourite category without a long bet. Because what it is the base of the Porsche pyramid that we build everything in motorsport about. It's entry level. It's people that are excited about driving their car with their mates on the weekend at the racetrack. They are extremely competitive when they get on the track, and they get out and they backslap and they joke about everything they're doing. They really enjoy what they're doing. For me personally, I enjoy it because you see huge steps. You see all these young guys come from go-karts, Formula Fords, whatever. They come here, each race you see them progress 2 spots, 4 spots, 1 second a lap. Like, you see the big gains, and you see it as the very first point for the young guys to go to the front, and then the next year you see them get into the big league with Carrera Cup. And like the Matty Campbells and the Jacksons, we just keep going, and next thing you know, they're famous and they're in Europe. So this is where it all starts, and this is grassroots racing, and it doesn't get any better. Well, they're all 991s this year. We've got Gen 1s and Gen 2s, which was obviously the last of the Carrera Cup car from last year. Gen 2's particularly good because they got the bigger engine, a lot of user-friendly, quite hard to get now, and just a beautiful car to drive. The kind of racing is halfway through the field, you're still very, very competitive with like-minded people that are the same skill, and you have a genuine race and you come back and it's all over and done with. So you don't need to go Carrera Cup. So we've got a mix of gentlemen that were happy to be here for a long term, and we got the young guys coming through that are going to try and be famous. There's quite a few guys here that I know that I've actually trained personally that have come from club days, then they go to state series, go right to state series, they got their first step here. So there's actually 2 guys here, like we get P-platers through here all the time. Skill level's quite high, so there's one young guy, Travis, that's here, and I mean, he's running 6th. So, you know, you like to see it. You like to see these guys come through, and they'll love their Porsches. Simple as that. So he's particularly good at starts because he's a bit of a gun at the traffic lights, and it's transferred across to here. So we're looking good.
Fantastic package there with Barry Hay, the motorsport manager for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, outlining his enthusiasm for this brilliant category, which is currently making its way out onto the track for its final race of the weekend. This is round 6 of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, been all around Australia in season 2022, and it wraps up right now in just a few moments in 11 laps time. My name is Callum Brannigan, and this is, as I said, the final race of the season, and it all comes down to the wire between Tom Sargent and Ryan Wood. Ryan Wood hailing from New Zealand, starting out of pole position. He has to win this race if he's trying to maximise any chances of taking out the 2022 title. Tom Sargent, all he needs to do is finish in P5, and he will take the title by a solitary point. So it's coming right down to the wire. Unfortunately, we had a race punctured, or had 2 races punctured by safety cars so far today, but I'm joined alongside by Stephen DeVries once again for this event. Stephen, unfortunately those 2 safety cars, the second one of course leading to a red flag, which was a non-event for race 2, which has cut short a lot of the point scoring opportunities, especially in Morris Pro Am and Class B as well.
That's right, yeah, and of course we had the safety car intervention in race 1 at 9:30 this morning, which cut the race short by a lap, and also sort of gave a bit of a mid-race reprieve to Tom Sargent. But then, of course, it all went pear-shaped for him because he was passed at the restart, and Ryan Wood was never headed. So Wood's done everything that he needed to do so far this weekend, and that's finish ahead of Thomas Sargent. But he's still got plenty of work to do. He needs to check out here, and then he's got to hope. He's got to keep his fingers crossed that something happens for Tom Sargent aboard the Tegra Australia number 47 machine.
So they both know exactly what they need to do, but we touched on the fact that the Morris Pro-Am title provisionally has gone the way of Brett Bolton, hailing from Queensland, so it's been an outstanding season for him, fending off a late charge from Sam Shaheen, but he has to have a clean race to get through and complete his weekend. And further down as well, we've got Lockie Harburg, also from Queensland, and looks like he's on track to take out Class B, but he needs a clean race in this late afternoon or mid to late afternoon race here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So Ryan Wood, he has taken out all pole positions so far in season 2022. It's been an outstanding one-lap performance from the young man, 18 years of age, originally from New Zealand and currently hailing or lives up on the Gold Coast in Queensland. And a very proud New Zealander there in the Petrogas Earl Bamber Motorsport prepared the Team Porsche New Zealand Porsche 991 Generation 2, starting on pole position alongside Tom Sargent, who got the initial hole shot in race 1 this morning, but after a safety car period, Ryan Wood worked incredibly hard to generate as much tyre temperature and energy into those tyres, and he absolutely gazumped him off the restart. Bit further down, we've got Courtney Prince starting out of position 3. She's in the local legends supported Bob Jane T-Mart's Sonic Motor Racing Porsche, alongside Aaron Shields, who starts out of 4th position, and Adrian Flack. He is a Painter Dixon Carrera Cup Australia regular. He's stepping behind the wheel for this weekend as well. Now, we also should point out the fact that Harrison Goodman had an outstanding start in race 2 earlier today. He sent it right around the outside, and when I spoke to him briefly before, he mentioned that everyone else was on the inside line, so I thought I'd try it on the outside, and sure enough, it stuck, and he showed plenty of pace to literally drive around the outside of his rival. So we'll keep an eye on that Bob Jane T-Mart's Porsche. Revs rising. They're about to get underway for the final time in 2022, and it's a great start from Tom Sargent. He might have the whole shot as they go screaming down into turn 1, but that's Shields tagging on the back there as well. But Ryan Wood's back up the inside through the fast sweeping right-hander. Courtney Prince dropping back into position 4. Harrison Goodman, her teammate, just behind in position 5. He sticks it up the inside this time around, but we have the 2 title protagonists at the head of the field. Wood from Sargent. Sargent placed exactly where he wants to be to take out the title.
Absolutely. Had a very, very good jump off the start line, Tom Sargent, but then just thought a little bit more sensibly about it, pulled out of it, went back into second place. A couple of cars off the road at Southern Loop. Just didn't quite catch who those cars were, but very smart play early on from Sargent. Didn't need to do anything silly. Didn't need to hang around the outside of Wood going into turn 1. Thought better of it, pulled back into second, and then just stayed put. This is all he's got to do. Oh, it's Sam Shaheen. And who we got there? Is that the number 20 machine of Flack as well? So off on the exit of turn 4, and that's a very awkward spot to lose. They've come a long way. They must have come off the curb and gone spearing across to driver's right. That's a very unusual spot to be, and I'm looking to say I don't think Flack's quite got going yet.
Here they go. A locked break there from Tom Sargent. He's still pressing ahead. We've got a replay coming up of that incident down at turn 4 involving Sam Shaheen and Adrian Flack. So here they come on exit out of Honda. They're side by side with Shaheen on the inside, and it looks like they might have tagged wheels, and it sent them both spearing onto the right-hand side.
Doesn't look like they've got the tyre barrier, though. That's the important piece.
It doesn't look too bad, but it is incredibly soft and sodden on the green stuff, the grass on the inside of the field as they come screaming down the main straight for the second time. Wood still holding on. He's grown the gap out to about half a second in front of Tom Sargent driving the Tegra Australia number 47 Porsche, and Shields still holding down to 3rd position. Mind you, he's coming under fire from Courtney Prince, who's all over the back, having a look at all corners, all areas of turn 2 down at the Southern Loop, but she can't find a way around it this time, but she's positioned perfectly as they come screaming through turn 3. It's a fantastic left-hander sweeper, deep under brakes into turn 4, which is the slowest corner on the track, but there are local yellows in that area, so the drivers will need to be mindful of their car placement through there and perhaps think better of a potential move this time around. But Flack still on the right-hand side there, stuck on the grass. Wood doing a fantastic job. Of course, his season 2023 is locked in. He will be in competition in the Painter Dixon Carrera Cup Australia Series. The man behind him, Tom Sargent, is headed for the United States of America, where he will take part in the Carrera Cup North America Championship with McElrea Racing. So Tom Sargent going over to the US, and we expect bigger and massive things for him in his very bright-looking motorsport future. But look at this. This is a highly energised battle for the lead, Stephen. It's incredibly close. It looks like we've got 6 cars vying for the battle of this. Lockie Bloxham as well,
he's in
up
there.
a position as well. So he's on the recovery drive after coming together at race 1 earlier today.
Yeah, he's stormed back through the field in race 2 for a very, very brief portion that it was actually under green flag condition. He's now very firmly entrenched in 5th position behind Courtney Prince and Shields, who still continue to fight over the 3rd place position heading towards turn number 1. Tyres are up to temperature, up to pressure, and Prince has got a full head of steam latched onto the back of the number 116 machine of Shields. Bloxham just still holding off the advance to Harrison Goodman, and then John Miller in the 59 as well. So top 7 in the shot there, just starting to string out a little bit now at the commencement of lap 3. I guess Ryan Wood's kind of hoping if he backed the pack up a little bit, maybe there might have been an opportunity for Shields or Prince to sneak down the inside of Tom Sargent and take some of those valuable points away from him and hopefully help him in the championship cause. But right now, it's not going to plan.
You can see the heat haze and just how warm it is out there at the moment. I say it's only about 27 degrees, but for us Melburnians, that's quite a warm temperature given the recent weather. And so far this year, there's been 2 races cancelled or red flagged due to terrible weather for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge so far this year. So yeah, just a smidge under 27 degrees and 60% humidity as well at the moment. So it's baking hot out there at the moment. Here is Jason Miller. He's all over the back of Harrison Goodman. He will be looking for a way through, but there's Lockie Bloxham, just a bit of a brake lock up as they come into turn 10. But keeping it nice and clean as they come around the long, it's seemingly never-ending left-hander coming onto the main straight. As I say that, it looks like the 2 leaders as well are starting to break away from Aaron Shields in position 3, and there is a bit of a gap emerging there, as I said. So Ryan Wood still doing a spectacular job. He is the fastest man on the track. He's done a 1 minute 33.6. The gap, half a second between himself, Tom Sargent, but the title is still going the way of Tom Sargent.
At the moment it is too, and they were pretty much trading sectors throughout that lap as well. Purple first sector to Tom Sargent, sectors 2 and 3 going in favour of Wood, and the margin at the checkered flag, as you said, half a second, but in the lap time it's only about 0.07 of a second. So Wood very much being matched by Tom Sargent at the moment, doing everything he needs to do to keep his title hopes alive. And now climbing all over the back of Wood's number 40 is Tom Sargent. Got a little bit of a headwind and have got a good run out of turn 2, and just applying the blowtorch, just keeping up the pressure, keeping Wood under the gun, keeping him in the gun sights, trying to force him to make a mistake, forcing him to go faster. He doesn't want to be caught. He's quite happy to sit there, but by the same token, Sargent wants a race win.
By his own admission, he would love to win the races, but he knows exactly where he needs to be and what he needs to do. So he's more than happy to look at the back of that Porsche ahead of him. But what he, as you say, what he doesn't want to do is fall into the clutches of the ensuing cars, of which there are several. You've got Shields, you've got Courtney Prince, and you've also got Lockie Bloxham. They are waiting in the wings, ready to pounce at any opportunity. So, and this is a highly energised battle at the head of the field. Now, Ryan Wood is getting a spectacular exit coming out of turn 10 and rounding turns 11 and 12. He's getting the power down beautifully as they come onto the main straight once again. It's certainly coming down to the wire, and the Porsche Michelin Sprint Cup Challenge.
Shields might have a look here. Shields might have a little bit of a look here at Tom Sargent, who goes defensive on the run to turn 1. So now the tactics from Wood are starting to work a little bit, and Ryan Wood's actually being shown a bad sportsmanship flag. I'm not quite sure what that's for there.
Yeah, we'll get more information as that comes to hand, but Shields is still coming under fire from Courtney Prince. She's been showing in position 3 for most of the weekend. She carried the Michelin onboard camera earlier in race 2. She got the best box seat view of the battle between Sargent and Wood before it was unfortunately red flagged due to that incident at turn 10. And full credit to the organisers here this weekend and the race officials for repairing the tyre wall and getting the race circuit nice and safe for racing to resume. But this battle rages on. Sargent pressing ahead, doing a fantastic job, but he's certainly in the box seat at the moment and keeping it nice and controlled. Brett Bolton, he's currently in position 11. All he needs to do is sail across the start-finish line to finish this race and make it nice and clean. And he will take out the Morris Pro-Am. So that's Fillmore on screen there in the number 27
that's
Alliance
turn
Services Porsche. He's rotated it, as you say, at turn 4, but he's out of the way from the following cars, and he will get that turned around, hopefully with a nice quick little flick spin, and he is indeed back underway. So that's a great effort to keep the racing going for this finale. This is an absolute grandstand finish, isn't it, Stephen?
It is a grandstand finish. Now, given that Ryan Wood's been shown the black flag here for bad sportsmanship, I dare say they've been on the radio to him through the Alabama prepared pit crew, and they just told him, look, just get on with the job. There's nothing more you can do about it. There's no point trying to back the pack up and try to get Sargent under fire from Shields and Prince and Co. Just get on with it and do the best you can. So he's trying to check out, string out the leading group of 5 cars, which is precisely what he is doing. We're going to the Pro-Am battle a bit further down the order here. So this is what you were talking about with the likes of Sam Shaheen and Brett Bolton. And we've got a car off as well on the
Goodman.
outside, which is that Bolton? It is.
That's Goodman.
No, Goodman. Sorry, Goodman.
So Goodman going off at the Southern Loop, where he spectacularly went around the outside in race 2. So he's had a bit of a mishap there. Hails from Queensland, an aviation student, spending a lot of his time away from his studies and behind the wheel of a Porsche. So here we have the Pro-Am leaders on screen at the moment now. It looks like it's Studdard, Daniel Studdard in the lead in the number 29 Porsche, and he's just ahead of Ben Stack from Victoria in the number 74 car, and Brett Bolton just behind him. Now Jacob Lee is also on the back of this battle as well. He's in Class B. That car has got a small power deficit to the 991 Generation 2 cars just ahead of him, about 200 cc's in engine capacity, but he's a very handy steerer around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit and the Mount Panorama circuit, as we've seen in recent weekends as well. And here is Greg as well, locked in a fantastic battle against Cara.
Yeah, you look at talking about Jacob Lee himself and the likes of Travis Knipe, who have spent plenty of time in the Victorian State Race Series sports cars in the Porsche marque as well. They've done many laps around here, so they know the place inside out. So getting into the Porsches and coming out here to Phillip Island, it's nothing that they've done that they haven't done before. They've had plenty of experience. They'll enjoy every minute of it. And for Jacob Lee, he's having a great weekend, mixing it up in sort of like the top 10 spots. Well, actually, at the moment, just outside the top 10 in 11th place in a Class B car, as you said, with the power deficit, but showing that it pretty much means nothing if you've got confidence at a place like this.
Yeah, look, the straight line handling, not quite as good as the corner handling for Jacob Lee, but he's doing a brilliant job on screen there. And that car with the wrap, the orange and Dayglow yellow or green, it's a bit hard to tell from this point of view, but that car beautifully stickered this weekend. Back to the battle for position 3. So Aaron Shields just ahead of Courtney Prince in the local Legends Porsche, with Lockie Bloxham just behind as well. That car has been quickly repaired and turned around from this morning's mishap. But this battle for position 3 rages on. Well, Sargent has opened up the gap by about 1.5 seconds between him and Shields. So that's a handy little gap to establish at this point of the race.
Now, importantly, they've also withdrawn the yellow flags that were out for a couple of laps at turn 4 for the Adrian Flack machine that was stranded on the inside at driver's right at turn 4 and 5. So that means that the passing opportunity at turn 4 has returned. So any potential moves that could be sized up, you won't have to worry about pulling out of the move in time to slot back into the queue and then therefore break any of the rules. You'll be able to get that pass done, because it's a bit sad when some of those mooted passing zones, the hard braking zones, is where the passes mostly happen here. Turn 1, turn 4, turn 10, they're the primary zones that everybody looks at.
Absolutely. So, of course, this is where these young up-and-coming stars get their start in the Porsche International racing ladder, I guess you would want to call it. So as part of the Porsche pyramid, this is where they get their start in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. A lot of drivers then move on to the Painter Dixon Carrera Cup Australia Championship if they decide to step up into that field, and from there, if they are the victor or the winner of that series, as we saw with Harry Jones, they then take part in the Porsche Junior Shootout, which he is currently doing over at the Circuit Jerez in Spain. And he's also had a test session with Lechner Racing and the BWT stickered Porsche over at Bahrain Circuit in preparation for that as well. So massive things for him to come his way in his fledgling race career. And then that might lead into a shot at the Mobil 1 Super Cup, which of course supports the Formula 1 Grand Prix racing weekends. And then from there, it's on to the things like the Le Mans 24-hour, or massive events I should say, like the Le Mans 24-hour, Liquid Moly Bathurst 12-hour, and those sorts of events.
So we've got the leaders in Pro-Am on screen. So you've got the 29 machine here, Studdard. So he's leading this group of cars. Third car in the queue there with the red stripe across the windshield is, of course, your champion-elect in Morris Pro-Am, in Brett Bolton, in 10th place, doing a stellar job, having a fantastic weekend, a clean weekend. His nearest rival, Sam Shaheen, has unfortunately come to grief on a couple of occasions this weekend. And here's Goodman trying to make his way back through the field. Decisive pass down the inside at MG on Grigg. Car now actually takes the opportunity opened up for him by Goodman to get past Grigg as well.
Stood it onto the main straight. You can see the rear bumper bar on that car is grey. Hasn't been re-stickered after they did a very quick job getting that car repaired. So just some cosmetic damage on the back of the car. So this is the lead battle for outright. You can see a visual gap between P1 with Ryan Wood at the head of the field and to P2 with Tom Sargent in second. So the gap is almost 2 seconds. Wood versus Sargent with another 1.8 seconds, 7/10 of a second back to Aaron Shields, I stand to be corrected, who's sitting back in position 3. So Shields driving a brilliant defensive drive to fend off Courtney Prince, herself doing a spectacular job defending from Lockie Bloxham. And this season as well, it's been great to see two females in Courtney Prince and Madeline Stewart finish inside the top 3 in a Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge in season 2022.
Yeah, great to see female representation in motorsport. It's also been good to see a number of drivers this year, especially in grassroots motorsport, Formula V and a number of others come through, and it's good to see that just, anybody can do it, and good to see that at Courtney Prince herself has come through the likes of Formula Ford and moved up the order as well, now into, Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. And coming up to speed, and I think it took a little while for both herself and Madeline Stewart to get up to speed, but good to see that they're actually fighting at the front of the field and actually getting some really good results. Here's actually Sam Shaheen buried a bit further down the field in the mid-pack. It's not gone according to plan for him this weekend in his battle in Morris Pro-Am, and also sporting a little bit of damage from that earlier contact with Adrian Flack at turn number 4. Doing his best to recover here, coming down through MG, and no way through on this particular occasion on Cowan, but Sam Shaheen's actually recovered up to 23rd place after being right down the back of the order following the incident.
Yeah, Richard Cowan himself storming back through the field into be position 22 overall at the moment. But you can see how close Sam Shaheen in the Bend Motorsport Park backed car coming onto the main straight, but he's had a little bit of a messy day, unfortunately, probably by his own standards, but very much in the battle for, or was up until the start of race 2 in the battle, the thick of the battle for Morris Pro-Am. And here is Courtney Prince defending from Bloxham, so he's having a look around the outside as they come through Siberia, approaching Hayshed. Courtney will have the inside line, but then Lockie on the other side of it will have the inside line, and he does take that position away. So that's a great move there from the number 23 entry of Bloxham. So that relegates Courtney Prince back into position 5. This is the battle for P4.
That took about 3 or 4 corners to consolidate that pass. Bloxham was down the inside at turn 4 and then had to fight tooth and nail to keep it through Siberia and make sure he had the space. And then very smartly, Prince decided to back out of it, wanted none of it going side by side up through a very fast section of the circuit, up through turns 7 and 8. But still 1 lap to go now. So the race leader has got a very healthy margin, around 2.5 seconds for Ryan Wood. He's doing everything that he needed to do to try and keep his title hopes alive. It just hasn't fallen the way that he wanted for him. And for Tom Sargent, at one stage he was falling back into the clutches of Shields. But it looks like that gap has stabilised now. And this is the battle of most interest over 4th and 5th. Bloxham versus Prince. And then it looks like Studdard may have just moved ahead into position number 7, the leader in class for Morris Pro-Am, ahead of Madeline Stewart just on that last tour as well.
Yeah, she drops back to position 8 overall, but she's had a fantastic weekend, keeping it nice and clean in the All-Bamboo Motorsport prepared Porsche. This is still raging on though. Bloxham doing a great job defending from Courtney Prince. She's had heaps of pace throughout season 2022 and has been right up inside the top 5 all season long. She's showing the nose as they come through the sweeping left-hander at Siberia, and they've got Shields just ahead of them, albeit maybe slightly out of touch, but it's this man, Ryan Wood, originally from New Zealand, Team Porsche New Zealand entry, the number 40 car. Despite the bad sportsmanship flag, he remains at the head of the field. He's done exactly what he needed to do in this third and final race, capping off the 2022 season for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. He's got just 1 corner left, and he's expected to go across the start-finish line with a 2.3 second gap between himself and Tom Sargent. But Sargent has done exactly what he needed to do all weekend, kept it nice and clean and placed it exactly where he needs to be. Ryan Woods across the line there, deserving winner, but it's Tom Sargent across the line to provisionally take out the title for 2022 in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge racing.
It was talked up all weekend long. It was a great battle earlier on in the day between Sargent and Wood. And unfortunately for Sargent, he didn't get the Chocky Bickies at all this weekend with the race wins, but he does provisionally take home the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge title by virtue of just doing enough points and enough racing to secure himself enough margin at the head of the field. So great to see there. Shields home for 3rd ahead of Bloxham and Prince. And then we look a bit further down the field to see your Class B winner Jacob Lee in 11th place. And then in Pro-Am, for Morris Pro-Am, the leader there, Studdard, finished in 7th place. So that's a great drive to take a final race win in Morris Pro-Am for the season. But here's the camaraderie between the top 2 combatants just pulling alongside each other. Congratulations to Tom Sargent for the championship, and also congratulations to Ryan Wood for, I guess, dominating the weekend to a degree, pole position and the 2 race wins. would have been, I guess, probably potentially 3 race wins if not for the unfortunate red flag earlier this afternoon. But provisionally, there is your champion.
Great effort from Tom Sargent. And on screen here is Jacob Lee. He takes out Class B for the race and probably the weekend provisionally. So that's a great effort from Jacob Lee, showing plenty of pace in the last 2 events of season 2022. We should point out that with Brett Bolton home in position 9 in that race, that was second in Morris Pro-Am class. It looks like provisionally he's taken out the Morris Pro-Am title as well. So that's a great effort from Brett Bolton. Further down, it looks like Lachlan Harburg as well, his home nice and safely as well, so he will take out Class B provisionally. So here is Daniel Studdard. Of course, he was the Pro-Am winner in this 3rd and final race this afternoon, but that is capping off what has been an outstanding season of racing, incredibly close competition, as always is the case in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge racing in Australia. And it's a big thank you also to the PIARC, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, for accommodating Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge this weekend after their round earlier this year was unfortunately cancelled. But what better conditions would you rather? Where would you rather be this weekend, Stephen, than right here at Phillip Island, witnessing what has been an absolutely spectacular title showdown?
I think it's been worthwhile having them here, and as you said, a great job to PIARC for being able to accommodate them inside the Island Magic program here for 2022. And they will exit stage left, and we'll get ready for Formula V in just a few moments. But I guess, Callum, what do? You sum up this season, as you said, it's been a great battle out in front. It went all the way to the wire in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge and in Morris Pro-Am, so I don't think we could ask for a better finale.
No, it's a spectacular finale, and it's been a great year for racing, or for Porsche racing in Australia. So that caps off 2022 edition of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia. Great to award provisionally Tom Sargent the win after 2 seasons of it not being awarded. So for that to overcome the team down at Porsche, working tirelessly to put this weekend on, we'll be very thrilled with that result. So we will take a break, and coming up very shortly, as Stephen said, is the Formula Vs for their first race of the weekend. So we'll be back after a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There's just 2 more races left here at Island Magic 2022 Saturday. Of course, there's a lot more to come tomorrow. There's a second round of preliminary races and the trophy races, but for the remainder of Saturday, it's all about open wheel cars, and we start with the smaller variety of the two with Formula V, with thanks to Speco and VHT. They've been a long-time supporter of Formula V here at Island Magic, and of course putting their name again to the Maury Fordham and Phillip Island Formula V trophy this year. So qualifying was a little bit mixed up with Formula V because there was a little bit of a timing drama. The timing tree was bouncing around, and we didn't quite get an accurate read on who finished where and what the actual qualifying order actually was. But now we can share that with you. So there's your pole sitter. That was who we confirmed would be the case, that it would be Reef McCarthy off of pole position. So his fastest time was a 1 minute 52.711. He's the only man under the 1 minute 53 mark. And then you've got Nick Jones in the number 96, Jacer 98 starting in position 2. Heath Collinson and John Casamati are going to share the second row of the grid, positions 3 and 4, ahead of Ash Clifford and Andre Curran, who had that rather unusual incident where the car lost a wheel due to it's actually a mechanical failure. There was a hub failure on the number 32 machine down at turn 10. So he'll start out of 6th place. He did a good enough time to be posted before the accident. Along behind him, Isaac Woodhouse in the number 12 Style Print machine, followed by Nick Grigg in the number 33 JRD Sabre 02. And then you've got Darren Power and Rob Vile will round out the top 10 on row number 5. Samuk Rudrapatna and Gavin Stubbs, 11th and 12th. And then Charlie Tracy Richardson in the Jacer in position 13 for Beecham Racing, along with Malachi Windsor in the number 88 for Acura Motorsport. And you've got a couple of historic competitors that are here in the field this weekend. There's actually quite a good number of them. And they start from positions 15 down. So you've got Max Bonney, who had a fantastic run along with Dean Briggs up at the Winton Motor Raceway a couple of weeks ago for the Formula Festival and the Formula V National Challenge. They're starting out at 15th and 16th ahead of Donald Grieveson, Clive Brook, Scott Slater, Michael Olsen and Stephen Langman make up our 21 car field of Formula Vs. Now, of course, the historic cars all have the 1200cc engine in the back. Everybody from 1st through to 14th running the more modern 1600 engine behind the driver's backside. So fairly quick form up. There's just a couple of the historic cars at the back here we're just waiting on. I think we're waiting on Olsen, Slater and Langham just to get into position at the rear of the field. And then we'll get a green flag and we'll be right to go. So 10 laps is the scheduled duration here. We've actually done a fairly good job of catching up. We're only about 8 minutes behind schedule now. So a very good job and very big thank you to the PIARC crew for getting everything up and running. And away we go for the first preliminary for Formula V here at Isle of Magic 2022. And a very even start between McCarthy and Jones off the start line. McCarthy just getting the better of the start through the secondary phase on the change from 2nd gear to 3rd gear. And down into turn 1 we go. Casamati had a fairly good qualifying and started alongside Heath Collinson on the 2nd row of the grid. That's in the Beecham number 25 machine there, that's currently in 4th place on the road. It's been a car that's been through a few sets of hands over the last couple of years, most notably piloted by Ken Philby from Queensland, who flew down and did most of his racing in Victoria. And then with the unfortunate issue with COVID over the last couple of years, it's seen a few drivers pilot that car. We saw John Casamati's been in there for the better part of the last half of the season. We saw Claudia Lennox do a couple of drives in that car as well. And I think there was also Blaine Grills here in 2020 Island Magic. He stepped into that car for a once-off special appearance and actually drove that car into a 2nd place finish behind Reef McCarthy in the 2020 finale for the Phillip Island Formula V trophy. So a good group of cars out in front at the moment, 6 in total. McCarthy, Jones, Collinson, Casamati. Then you've got Ash Clifford, Andre Curran and Isaac Woodhouse actually make it 7 cars, not 6. So good early group of cars here out in front. A little bit loose for Casamati, just got a bit too greedy going through turn 10, and on the exit the car just pitched over to the left hand side. He drops a couple of wheels into the dirt. That will give the 6th or the 5th spot there to Ash Clifford in the number 17 Sabre 02 out of turn 11. And now this is the high-speed game of chess. It's the same thing that happens in Formula Ford. The draft is very powerful in the Formula cars. We've been talking about the draft with multiple categories this weekend. You know, in some cars with the tin tops like the XLs, it actually is there. It's just not as powerful as it is with some of these Formula cars like Formula Ford. Oh, Collinson's had something let go as he on the number 31 Collinson Black Angus Sabre 02. There was an awful amount of smoke coming out the back of that machine. Either that or it was just a little bit of oil just dripped onto something there. It definitely wasn't a brake lock-up because it went on for quite some time. But even with that bit of smoke pouring out of the back, all but briefly, of the number 31 machine, he surges to the lead here for a couple of corners before McCarthy will stick it back up the inside. Whatever it is, it looks like it's only happening under braking for Heath Collinson. Doesn't look like he's locking a tyre. That's twice in 2 heavy braking zones. Actually, as he turns to the left there, you can see it's just starting to smoke a little bit. So hopefully it's not a sign that something is going to let go on the number 31 machine. And for Andre Curran, that's now his benefit. He's moved up into position number 2 here. And talk about, I guess, a couple of weeks of all sorts of different things for Andre Curran in the last race at the Formula V National Challenge. He, of course, went over and up onto his lid at the last turn in a bit of a collision with Adam Nicholson and had a little bit of a concussion for a couple of days. But he's back out there now. And then, of course, the incident in qualifying early this morning. But he's actually gone to the lead here, Andre Curran. So this, if he gets to the line this time around, it will be, I think, the first lap that he ever will have led in Formula V, although Reef McCarthy's going to have something to say about that. He's going to come to the line. He'll actually be adjudged to be ahead at the start-finish stripe that time around. So short-lived bit of running at the front there for Andre Curran, as Collinson now goes through turn number 1 right around the outside there, getting some word. I'm not sure if it's whether it's doing with the downshifting or not, but you don't downshift at that point through turn number 1. It's usually up through turn 2 is where the downshift takes place. But whenever Collinson turns a particular way or the car moves in a particular fashion, there's an awful amount of smoke pouring off the rear here. They're going to go 3 wide through Stoner Corner. This could end in tears if they don't get it right, but they somehow get through the very high speed part of the circuit and pop out the other side, with Reef McCarthy now back to the lead of this group. So it's fair to say at the moment the winner of this preliminary will come from the group of 7 cars you're watching on the screen. There's no points awarded for preliminary races 1 and 2. They're all about positioning yourself for the final race come Sunday afternoon. In the likes of Formula V, it usually doesn't matter whether or not you are, first on the grid or whether you're 5th on the grid or 10th on the grid. If you're in the pack of cars that's at the lead group of the field, come the last couple of laps, you're in with a shot of winning the title. Same thing can be said about Formula Ford, how powerful their draft is. If you're in the tow and in the hunt in that lead group of cars at the end of the race, then anything is possible. And this lead group of cars have kicked away from Nick Grigg, who's currently doing a pretty good job holding down 8th place at the moment, ahead of Samuk Rudrapatna and Rob Vile. And I think there might have actually been a bit of a late change a bit further down the order as well. I think Samuk Rudrapatna may have actually gone through to take 8th place away from Nick Grigg. Just keeping an eye on them coming to the line, and Rob Vile looks like he's gone through as well. So Nick's dropped a couple of spots here, having returned to racing a couple of weeks ago up at Sandown after that major incident that he had earlier in the year. So it's good to see that Nick's out and slowly getting back up to speed. Timing tree confirms that there has been changes of position over positions 8, 9 and 10. And this group of cars still continuing to duke it out. McCarthy's trying to check out here 2 laps in a row now, 3 wide through turn number 3, Stoner Corner. Casamati now wants a piece of the action down the inside at turn number 4, and he just forces Collinson to go a little bit wider than he would have liked and drop a couple of wheels on the backside of the ripple strip and the AstroTurf that's right behind the runoff area at turn number 4. This is a lively battle and an entertaining battle. With McCarthy in some clean air now, he's doing his best to break away and leave Collinson to do all the defensive work, hold up the rest of the train behind him. One of the things that Reef's been able to do quite well over a number of recent years at Formula V is find a way to make time running solo at places like Sandown and Phillip Island. He's been able to check out, get enough of a margin that he can't be caught through the draft, and then be able to continue to pull away. Even with cars behind still using the draft, he's been able to pull away and then win quite comfortably. And there's the battle for 8th place we were talking about a minute or two ago, with Rob Vile now moving ahead of Samuk Rajapatna in the Acura Motorsport and Pitman Trucks backed entry there in the middle of this group. And then Nick Grigg, who occupied the 8th spot for a couple of laps and now finds himself running around in 10th. Nick, of course, started 8th in the running order, ahead of Darren Power, who started in 9th, and just trying to keep an eye to see what's happened to Darren Power. At the moment, he's being scored as 20th and second last in the race, so possibly managing an issue aboard the number 44 JASA F2K4 machine. Right, back to the lead group. Collinson and McCarthy out in front and going Noah's Ark style here 2x2 into turn number 4. Just trying to put the blowtorch on McCarthy here, apply a little bit of pressure, but McCarthy not feeling any heat. He's been in this position before, although the car just kicked sideways a little bit for him there on the turn-in point for turn number 6, which is a little bit unusual given the cambered nature of the corner. And just as he turned the wheel in, the car just disagreed. He had to grab a little bit of fistful of opposite lock just to make sure the car didn't rotate, because of course it's a rear engine car and therefore rear wheel drive car, all the gearbox there at the end. Now Jones is motioning something here with regards to whether it's Collinson and the smoke or something that's going on there, but he had his hand out of the cockpit for a few moments and again there as well. So I'm wondering if they're sort of a little bit intrigued as to what's actually happening with the number 31 Sabre 02 out of the JRD stable. This battle's still quite lively. Rudrapatna's done a fairly handy job all year long. He's gotten better and better throughout the course of the season. He qualified in position 11 aboard the number 60 machine. He's taken that now up to 8th on the road. He's gone back past Rob Vile at partway through this lap. And now they'll come to the line as this lead group of cars still continues to fight over lead of the race. All right, now they're starting to up the tempo a little bit. Cars are starting to get a little bit more squirrely and a little bit more slidey under brakes. McCarthy's starting to wrestle with it as well, along with Jones and a few of the other Sabre pilots back there. You've got Woodhouse, you've got Collinson and Kieran and John Casamati. They're all starting to just start to lean on the tyres a little bit more. There's a little bit of a sense of urgency now that we're past the half distance mark and that we've completed 5 of the scheduled 10 laps. 10 laps is normally the distance that happens in a full feature race here in a lot of the Vic State race series, and a lot of the early going laps in the day are usually around the 8 or 9 lap mark, so there's a little bit of a different taste of things for Island Magic for Formula V. Of course, tomorrow they still have 2 races to come. They have an 8-lap affair tomorrow morning at 20 past 11, and then their final is actually going to be 12 laps long, so another couple of extra laps on top of that, almost akin to the same distance driven at the recent Formula V National Challenge. So there's going to be plenty of running here. They've actually got some lap traffic as well that they're having to negotiate. So Stephen Langman there in the Formula V Stag, the 1200 and historic class car, now coming under a fire through Lukey Heights and MG, but he was on the racing line there, but everybody did very, very well to get around him. They caught up to him extremely quickly. There might actually still be a little bit of lap traffic to play out here later on in the piece. So some of the historic cars are just going into turn 1 right about now. I can see Michael Olsen and Clive Brook and Dean Briggs. They're probably about 10 seconds up the road, and there's quite a substantial differential in times that the 1600 class cars do versus the historic cars. So they're going to catch them fairly quickly over the course of the next lap and a half. And still smoke continues to pour out the back of the number 31 Sabre 02 for Heath Collinson. It doesn't seem to be hampering performance, so that's the piece of the puzzle that's a bit of a question mark at the moment. What exactly is going on with the number 31? And he's looking down the inside of his stablemate here very late at turn number 3, and they all fan out 3 wide, 4 wide almost at the back. And all pop out the other side of turn 4 without a care in the world, also without contact, thank goodness, as they continue to chop and change and dive down the inside of each other on the 7th lap here. Oh, Kieran nearly threw it away. He dropped the outside right tyres in the rut behind the exit curb of Siberia, and the car really let him know that he was there and that he had to do something to keep that on the track. That was a very, very hairy moment for the rookie this year aboard the number 32 in Aussie Boat Sales and IntelliTrack entry. He got a very rude awakening there for a few brief moments. So here we go. Here's the lap traffic of Clive Brook, and they've negotiated him fairly safely. Next to the lap traffic, a bit further up the queue, looks like it's going to be looks like it might be Michael Olsen, I think, coming around the last corner. Actually, we've got a slow car here. It's going to happen right here at the final corner. There is the white machine or the silver machine that they're about to get to. It is the number 77 machine of Clive Brook. So there was another machine that they got past a bit earlier on in the piece. The number 117 of Michael Olsen, is the one they got past at MG corner. And here we go. 1, 2, just slipped down the inside here. 3, 4, they all managed to get through. Oh, and there's some contact at the back. Is that the teammates, the stablemates potentially getting together, caught up, tangled in the lap traffic? That's Isaac Woodhouse that's come off worse for wear there. That's an unfortunate circumstance there. I don't know whether there was contact or whether they were just sort of moving to avoid the lap traffic that they were encountering. Hope you can get a replay of that one, because that was a little bit awkward as the traffic was rounding up Clive Brook at turn 1. I think maybe Isaac Woodhouse might have just gotten caught out by his stablemate Andre Curran just moving slightly to the left to avoid running into the historic number 77. But Nick Jones, he wants to turn at the head of the lead of this pack, so he goes to the lead to position number 1. It's been a while since Nick Jones has won a race around here at Phillip Island. There was a very famous one a couple of years ago where he was at the lead of the pack and was being caught hand over fist by several drivers that were slipstreaming each other and catching him by the tune of a second or two a lap, and he outlasted them coming into the final corner and only won by a tenth or two. So it is possible that he can do it. Here's the replay from turn 2. So there's the traffic out wide. Oh, they just understeered through the corner. I think they were caught out by what was going on. I don't think they realised that Clive Brook was staying to the to the left-hand side to let the leaders through, and they made the wrong decision. And by the time that they realised what was going on, it was a little bit too late. So there'll be a bit of a discussion between the JRD stablemates after that one. So that's 2 of the JRD cars out of the lead group. It still leaves 2 in it. It leaves Collinson and Clifford to fly that flag up against the 2 Beechams of Reef McCarthy and John Casamati, and then Nick Jones sandwiched in a Sabre 02, sandwich at the moment. So 2 laps to run here in the first preliminary for Formula V. McCarthy assumes his natural position at the head of the queue. Now he's going to try and put the hammer down here and try and get out of Dodge and get out of Dodge fast. He doesn't want to be caught in this last couple of laps in the last 7 or 8 kilometres of racing. But that's a pretty hard task to master here at Phillip Island, because, as we said, the draft is so powerful. If you're within a second, then you're pretty much in that sweet spot where you're going to get the benefit of the aero wash and the tow coming off the car in front of you. Collinson now through, down at turn 4, consolidates up through turn 6. There'll be some fantastic images, I think, to watch on the cameras that a lot of these drivers carry these days. You can see them all sticking up from the rollover hoops. A lot of the GoPros. There'll be plenty of analysis and plenty of, I think, people swapping stories after this one about how their races went. As Rob Vile goes to the head of this little queue for 8th, 9th and 10th. So this group is stuck together as well. So good to see this pack racing here in Formula V has continued all the way up and down the field. They've also negotiated the lap traffic pretty safely throughout this lap as well. And the one that I'm keeping an eye on here is to see where Dean Briggs is. He's actually just coming to the line now, and he's about half the main straight away from this group of leaders. So a bit of a question mark whether or not they will actually catch up to Dean Briggs and whether he'll become a factor at the end of this race. So the last lap starts. At the moment, fastest lap of the race is Heath Collinson, 1 minute 53.992. And a lot of the other drivers around that are not far off it, because that's what the slipstream does. And Collinson's still got his own fair share of troubles to manage. I'm sure he can see the smoke coming out of the rear of his car through the 2 rear view mirrors on either side of his cockpit. But if you're trying to put that out of his mind and worry about the task at hand. For Nick Jones, task at hand is pretty simple. Get through at turn 3 and consolidate at turn 4. But here comes the number 25 machine of John Casamati. We haven't called his number a huge amount in this race. He's in the prime position here for the whole shot down the inside at Miller Corner at turn number 4, affectionately known as Honda. He goes through to second place all but briefly, and now he's on the wrong side for Siberia, but can he sweep in and take that spot away? He can. So he goes to position number 2, and this is quite unfamiliar for him to be running in this position. He's so high up, he'll probably have a nosebleed after this race is over, especially if he finishes ahead of his more fancied teammate in Reef McCarthy. Blue flags out for Dean Briggs, so he'll know that the leaders are coming. And Casamati now goes to the lead. So this is a very, very strange position for him to be in. He's going to be the first man out of the last couple of corners, so he potentially is going to be the sitting duck on the start-finish straight. Where is the lap traffic of Dean Briggs? It's right in front of John Casamati. He's right all over the back of it, and he gets out of the way smartly, so good job by Dean Briggs. But does that give the number 25 pilot an invoice to pay? Is he going to be caught coming to the start-finish line? Collinson, McCarthy, and then Jones and Clifford. They're all lining up to see if they can snatch a win here. We're going to have a 3-wide finish at the line. Who's it going to be? I don't want to call it. But it's scored as Heath Collinson. It has been scored as Heath Collinson by 0.0005 of a second. So 5/10,000ths of a second for Heath Collinson. One of the closest finishes we have seen here for some time at the line. So it was Collinson from Casamati and McCarthy. They were covered by 55/10,000ths. Actually, sorry, 6/600ths of a second. It's broken the timing. That's how bad it is. 600ths of a second covers the top 3 at the line. What a sterling finish, and what a start to Formula V here at Island Magic 2022. They're renowned for this sort of racing, and it delivers after 10 frantic laps at the head of the queue. So Nick Jones managed to get home for 4th. He was 7.5 hundredths of a second off the leaders at the line there. He was right in the hunt till the end, and Ash Clifford just inside of 3/10 behind the leaders as well. So top 5 covered by 3/10 at the line in a 3-wide finish, almost synonymous of how it went down to the wire here a couple of months ago to conclude the Victorian State Race Series as well, which was decided in favour of Heath Collinson. But so close, but yet so far for John Casamati. If the start-finish line was another 100 metres closer to the final corner, he would have had it. But unfortunately for him, he doesn't get that first race win just yet. We're going to have to wait and see what happens on the other side of it. The timing's jumping around. It's actually now showing Casamati's got the win, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens on the other side of this. I think they're probably going to go to a photo finish. We've seen Heath Collinson scored the winner. Now we've seen it flip the other way. So we'll wait and see what happens. So I don't want to be calling it any further based on what I'm seeing right now. But just to finish off the balance of the top 10 there, so Casamati and Collinson almost could be adjudged a dead heat from McCarthy, Jones and Clifford. Andre Kieran and Isaac Woodhouse recovered after their little incident, a couple of laps from home, to finish in 6th and 7th, with Rob Vile, Samuk Rudrapatna and Nick Grigg rounding out the top 10. We're going to catch our breath now, and we'll get ready for the last race of Saturday, which is going to be Formula Open, Wings and Slicks, getting ready to tour the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for 9 laps. We'll be back shortly. Well, we've had plenty of open wheel action here at Island Magic over the years, and for most of the last sort of 2 decades, it has been the likes of Formula V that you just saw and Formula Ford that have been the open wheel categories of choice. But for the first time in 20 years, as we said earlier, we welcome back some more open wheelers to the category, and we welcome back the John Roxburgh Road Racing Trophy, which will be awarded tomorrow. With thanks to Formula Open and Race Fuels, championship-winning fuel supply. It's been quite some time since we awarded the John Roxburgh Trophy, and with a very, very healthy 28-car field this weekend of a mix of Formula 4, Formula 3 and a few others mixed in between as well. There's a Formula Renault in there and a couple of other cars that fit the category that is now known as Formula Open. So I'll be looking forward to see just how quickly these drivers can push these cars around this circuit. We saw some lap times of getting, sub 1 minute 30 in qualifying trim. And the man who was quickest of all of them in the number 34 machine is, of course, Trent Grubel at the head of the field there, alongside the number 27, starting alongside him in the for Tim Macro Racing, the Dallara F308 of Ethan Brown. Number 8's Mitchell Nielsen. He's also got a Dallara F308. He's going to be starting out at position 3 with Noah Sands in the Gilmore Racing number 17 Dallara F308. Then you've got the number 99 starting out of position number 5. That is Ryan Astley for 99 Motorsport. Then one of the cars we saw off the road in qualifying early this morning, the number 25 of Winston Van Laarhove. He's another one of the Dallara F308. So Formula 3's at the 4 here at the top end of the Formula V qualifying tree. You've got Tommy Smith, the number 16, Tim Macro Racing entered Tatus FT50 out of position number 7. Number 9's Garrett Ruff in the Miguel M11. He's from South Australia, so again, a number of competitors from different states. I can count here, we've got Queensland represented, Victoria, South Australia, and New South Wales, and even the ACT for Nathan Beer, who's a bit further down the order. Nathan Beer is in the Renault FR2000, the blue and yellow machine. And to round out the balance of the top 10 there, you've got the 9th place man, number 7 of Roman Krumans in the Dallara F307. And then to finish up the top 10, the number 66 machine of Nathan Gotch in the AGI Sport Dallara F307. So the majority of the field here this weekend sporting a Formula 3 chassis of some kind. And you can tell the Formula 3 chassis apart. They have got the air intake over the driver's left-hand shoulder. They're very, very obvious to spot. You've got a smattering of F4 talent in here, of course, and a few other mixed in between as well. going to keep an eye on a few drivers down the order. We're going to keep an eye out for Ryan Howe out of position number 14 in the number 24 machine. That's another one of the Tim Macro Racing F307s. Of course, he was off the road earlier on in qualifying, so we'll see how he can go from 14th place if he's got anything in store for the front runners. So 9 laps on the board remaining for Formula Open, and to round out Saturday's racing here at Island Magic 2022. Great field, great to have so many open wheel cars here this weekend. Formula Ford, Formula V and Formula Open. It's almost like a mini Formula Festival here at Phillip Island after the Formula Festival at Winton about a month ago. Green flag at the back. Let's get ready to rumble for 9 laps and a stall. There's a stall there for the number 27 of Ethan Brown. He managed to get it refired and get going again, but everybody was very slow to react to the lights, so it was a very awkward race start for the front couple of rows. They didn't anticipate the lights going out so quickly, and I think by the time that Brown dumped the clutch and got going, he stalled the car. So he's got a bit of recovery work to do. I think Nathan Beer in the FR2000 Formula Renault also must have stalled as well, because he was very slow away. I think he was about second last to cross the start-finish stripe at the start there. So a couple of poor starts up and down the field, a couple of very ordinary and tardy starts due to very slow reaction time to the lights going out so quickly. Been a bit of a hallmark today as well. They haven't held the field for very long once the red lights have gone on and then gone out. Usually there's about a 5-second delay or so from when they're told the lights are going on, and they usually hold them for about 2 or 3 seconds and then let it go, but they've been going out fairly quickly. So looking here at the number 45 machine heading up over the top of Lukey Heights. We actually don't have that car listed on our entry sheet, so I'm not quite sure who the pilot behind that machine is, but that's Gregory Muddle in the Dallara F305 going through down the inside there at turn number 10. And that'll pick up another place for him. He actually started 15th in the running order, and we'll get an update of what position that moves him up to at the start-finish line this time around. That actually has moved him up into 10th place, so he's had a fairly handy start to this race. And your race leader, Trent Grubel, immediately pumps in a standing lap of a 1 minute 35.466, so almost 1.5 seconds faster than the second place car in the queue, which is the number 99 machine of Ryan Astley, who's coming under some fire here from the number 17 of Noah Sands. Of course, Noah Sands, no stranger to open wheelers, having competed in Formula Ford in this country over the last couple of seasons, so a bit more of a different type of open wheel machinery for him. With Formula Ford not having the same sort of level of wings and slicks and downforce that kind of used to. Formula Ford control category, the Yokohama Groove tyre is the tyre of choice, so grip is a little bit different compared to the full slick. And of course the Formula Fords don't have the likes of front wing or a rear wing, so a lot of it's all about aero and mechanical grip and how slippery the car is through the air. So this will be a very big change in downforce for Noah Sands compared to what he is used to. And side by side they go down the start-finish straight. Now we're getting some word through. There's a stop-go penalty being issued for car number 77. So on our list here, car 77, we're looking down the order, is Christian Ecstasy. And it looks like we're being told he should have gone to the pits to start from pit lane and instead joined the back of the grid. So that's a little bit of a curious one. So maybe was late out of pit lane and was not permitted to resume his starting spot, therefore facilitates a pit lane start. And Christian will have to come in and serve a stop-go penalty. Now the pits for Formula Open this weekend are up the top end of pit lane, so not too far from pit entrance, so it's a short way in to do your stop-go penalty, but of course then it's a long trundle down pit lane to pit lane exit, and highly likely from where he is on the road at the moment in 21st place, it might go very close to being a lap down depending on how long the stop-go penalty is to be served. In actual fact, I think they may be getting ready the stop-go penalty to be served at the pit lane exit. So he'll come down pit lane, come to the very end. He'll be then stopped by the marshals, and they will then decide how long they hold him for to release him. So they're still holding out the black flag and the boards for him at the start-finish line. As we look a bit further down the field here, number 45 machine again, very firmly in the mix. You got it's actually Jack Beaton, I can see there now, and it's timing's updated for us. That's why he's not on our screens as on our timing sheet as an entry. It actually didn't have a number, so now we've worked out who it is, and he's locking horns here. I think potentially it looked like it was with Robert Rowe for a little bit, and Robert Rowe I think has actually just dropped off the back here, and Beaton continues on. A bit further up the order here. This is the number 8 machine of Nielsen, currently holding down the 3rd place position in the Dallara F308, being hotly pursued by Brown, who was the front row sitter that we called it stalled, the number 27 machine. So he's on a recovery drive here at the moment. Oh, very authoritative down the inside, took a lot of curb at turn 10 as well. That would have caught Nielsen by surprise. He was a long way back there, full on send down the inside. Nielsen actually sort of covered, left enough room for him, but that was very, very decisive and very committed. And I'm actually surprised that the car sort of didn't break traction and get hung up on the curb and then bounce across into the number 8 there. So that's a very, very late lunge and pass there to move Brown up into 3rd place. He's still some, if you look here, 2.5 seconds off of Noah Sands in position number 2, as we're looking here at Tommy Smith, who's moved up to position number 6 in the SCT Logistics backed entry. Of course, the SCT branding, quite familiar sight in supercars with Jack Smith out of the Brad Jones Racing stable, and SCT Logistics, a massive operation over at Laverton. Plenty of goods going across to Perth and back. Of course, their train was the one that was involved in the unfortunate derailment at Jerringap on the outskirts of Geelong in the last couple of weeks, which is, of course, no fault of their own, just a factor of all the weather that we've had to put up with that causes some of these issues sometimes. As we hone in here on the number 71 of Mark Wilson, that's the McGale F4 machine, running down the main straight here, and he is in pursuit of the number 23 machine of Lawrence Katsidis. As we're looking into pit lane at the moment, I think we have a car that's come into the lane. I think that may be for retirement. Haven't seen the car for the stop-go penalty be served yet. The number 38 machine is in the lane, and that's Rod Anderson in the Reynard F3 893. He's actually just come through to the lane. I think maybe he might have got maybe he thinks he got a black flag or something there, because he's now just shaking his head and heading out of pit lane. So maybe he's mistakenly called the board and thinking that was for him when it was actually meant to be for somebody else. Jack Beaton now on screen with the 13th place car, the number 6 of Gregory Muddle, pursuing him across the start-finish line down into turn 1 and got the job done. He's alongside here. Is he going to commit to the move? No. Doesn't quite commit to the move down the inside. He had position there, could have quite happily gone into turn 1, thought better of it, didn't feel comfortable enough making the move, and settles back into position 13. And they're locked in their own private battle here ahead of the 41 of Robert Rowe. And then a bit further behind Rowe, the number 999, the McGale F4 of Jesse Lacey, just starting to emerge into shot here. So here's the passing move down at turn number 4 for the number 6 machine of Muddle, and he gets that job done. So much more confident this time under braking for turn number 4, rather than make the pass happen up at turn number 1. The laps have gone pretty quickly here. We've already ticked off 6 of them. We're on the 7th tour right now. Your race leader has now started the 7th lap, so there is 3 laps to run, and he's got quite a handy margin at the moment. Grubel holds a 3.9 second advantage over Noah Sands and continues to increase the margin lap on lap. He's some 2 or 3 tenths of a second quicker most laps, and now there's some lap traffic starting to play a little bit of havoc with some of the runners a bit further down the order. Looking here at the number 27 of Brown. As I said, he's recovering through the field after the dramas that he had. You've got the number 34 machine in there as well. Again, another one of the entrants that's not quite on our timing list. Heading up through the back part of the circuit now. Over the top of the hill, plunging down into MG corner. And Trent Grubel has got this race on a string at the moment, just punching out lap times, doing a very, very handy job. And then it's back to this man here, the number 17 machine, beautifully presented machine belonging to Noah Sands, as he continues to pursue, but he's not really making any inroads the last couple of tours. What about this time around? Actually, he did. That time around, he gained quite a chunk of time, gained a full 1.5 seconds on Trent Grubel. So don't rule Noah Sands out just yet. We probably need to see how the next lap plays out before we can sort of concrete confirm that Grubel will be the winner of this race. Still 2 laps to go. Number 8 machine here of Mitch Nielsen. He, as we said, got caught by surprise by Brown a couple of laps ago down at MG corner. So he's settled into the groove for 4th place finish with the 99 machine of Ryan Astley about 2 seconds further adrift. A couple of cars a bit further down the order here, heading through Stoner corner. Defensive line taken by the number 7 machine there. That is Roman Krumans, and he's got his hands well and truly full with Nathan Gotch in the 66 machine at the moment. That's the AGI Sport Dallara F307. And he's got a good headwind here at the moment, heading up into the breeze here. Of course, there's been a tailwind, a very gentle tailwind blowing down the front straight, which means you get a bit of a headwind heading up through turn 7 and 8, past the location of where Hayshed used to be, and then up over Lukey Heights and then down into MG corner. New fastest lap of the race set that time around. The number 27 pilot in Ethan Brown set to 1 minute 27.95, and he is flying at the moment. So he's doing his best to try and catch Noah Sands. He's got about 1.5 seconds to make up. Trent Grubel has stabilised the margin here ahead of Noah Sands. 2.5 seconds the margin, with the final lap having now commenced. So sector marker, Noah Sands still punching out personal best sectors, so he was a 10th quicker than Grubel last time around through sector 1. Purple sector's held by 3 different drivers. It's Ethan Brown in sector 1, Trent Grubel in sector 2, and Mitch Nielsen in sector 3. And overall, the best lap time, if you put the best 3 sectors together, only 0.2 of a second quicker than the current best lap held by Brown. So here is your race leader for preliminary 1 of Formula Open here at Island Magic 2022. And Trent Grubel, after what I guess would be perceived as a pretty ordinary start, with a number of drivers missing the jump, and eventually when they got into turn 1, he set sail and has not looked back. So he's going to take race 1 for the weekend for Formula Open comfortably. He will be 2.39 seconds clear of Noah Sands at the checkered flag, ahead of Ethan Brown and Mitch Nielsen. And Mitch Nielsen sets the fastest lap on the last lap with a purple final sector, 1 minute 27.800. So he picks up, I guess, a little bit of a consolation prize on offer there for the fastest lap of the race. Here we go a bit further down the order as the field continues to stream on up the back straight here. The number 6 pilot of Jeffrey Muddle, he's had a fairly good run actually, so he's moved up to was up to 12th place. I think he may have picked up one more spot on this lap here. We'll wait and see how this pans out. Or he may have actually, I believe, actually no, I think he might have dropped down the order a bit here. We're looking at where he is on the timing screen versus where he is on the track. He's actually lost a couple of spots. So he's coming to the line now. I think he's going to finish what would be in 12th or 13th place here. At the line, it'll be judged to be 12th. So he gets home ahead of Robert Rowe. And Lacey in the 999 entry comes home for 14th place ahead of Jack Beaton. So Trent Grubel declared your winner here for Formula Open in the opening preliminary round of Island Magic 2022 ahead of Noah Sands and Ethan Brown, Mitch Nielsen, and then the 99 of Ryan Astley coming home in 5th place. Well, that's it for the Saturday running here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's just started to go quite overcast, and I think a few people are looking at the skies wondering if the heavens are going to open. They are predicted to open overnight, so there'll be a little bit of the track getting a bit of a wash and a bit of attention overnight, and tomorrow morning we will then see what happens. So tune in at 9:05 Australian Eastern Daylight Time. For all of you around the globe who happen to be watching here on the Blendline TV, or if you're going to be joining us here at the track, please be here for a 9 a.m. start. There's plenty of racing to go tomorrow morning and all the way through until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. There, of course, are still tickets available here for Sunday. I think it's about $30 to come and see racing action here at the Grand Prix circuit on Sunday, so please go to piarc.com.au/events. There's 3 words that the PIARC crew live by, and that is access to motorsport. Doesn't matter whether it is being an official, being a driver, or in the case of the fans, being close to the action and going through the pit paddock and seeing just how close you can get to some of these cars and talking to the drivers. It very much is access to motorsport. And we will see you all for Sunday's racing tomorrow morning. Take care, and bye for now.